Hard to believe again.
Keed stocks are going up. They beat them in scrims. They beating FlyQuest in scrims is definitely, at the very least, going to give Keed more confidence. And, playing with confidence, you can definitely tell, when the differences between a team that's, super scared or, playing with confidence. And you need that versus 100 Thieves, especially because if you don't have confidence, 100 Thieves are going to take the fight and they're going to, beat you in the fight because they do not hesitate, especially River and Quid. So this actually makes me more excited for this first upcoming match with Keed and 100 Thieves now.
Yeah, like on this past weekend, at least in the Twitter, etc., Brazil were saying that the draft counts really hard to like the trio in both series, right? And from what I remember, I think like the draft two from VKS against FlyQuest, the Renata pick of Trimby, I really disagree on that. Like putting Miru on a Galio that you need to like take the pressure to a side lane. I think like giving Miru like a Rise, Oriana, things that he can make his place, not like depending on the team, I think would be like the best. For VKS, I think like the drafts really were not on point, at least from our community perspective. Let's see if they change for this next week.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see it because I know I haven't seen a ton of LTA South matches, but I know that, Vivo Kid was super dominant, especially in their playoffs.
Yeah, only on playoffs, actually. Okay. Only on playoffs.
So only playoffs.
Yeah.
And even when I was watching them versus FlyQuest, like, it's funny because if you look at game one, it was like a 15-0. It looked like a complete blowout. But in the game itself, it felt like Vivo Kid was still very active, especially
the first
in the
15 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
they were trading really well.
Yeah, they were going for a lot of plays, and I think on both sides, like there were a lot of like small skirmishes happening where everyone was getting out with super low HP, and so to me, it definitely didn't feel like Vivo Kid was just completely rolled over. Like by the end, the score looked very one-sided, but it still felt like a really competitive game. And then I think, like Inspired mentioned, maybe they just like kind of got shook from that because, they went for a lot of stuff and it just wasn't working. And so then kind of even what he was saying about being results oriented, you start feeling like everything you're doing is not working. And then rather than trying to like get down to the root cause of it, you just start being like, okay, we got to do something else because what we're doing is not working. And then that's kind of like how tilt manifests and, you just start looking worse and worse.
Yeah, I mean, I at the very least, I think that they like have a good new direction as far as their confidence and making those plays with what we've heard from both Trimby as well as the new more recent results. As far as like the matchups in this series, of course, everyone is probably going to be most excited for mid lane. You're talking about Miru probably is the best player in the South.
In the South, or
at the very least one of the very best and the best mid laner. Quid is just peaking right now as far as hype off of his pentakill and off of so many hard carry games, 400 Thieves. So I think this mid lane matchup goes without saying that it's going to be insane, especially because Quid won our first team all-pro voting very narrowly over quad. And Miro, of course, won the first team all-pro in South. So that's just cool to have the two first team mid laners playing against each other. But another matchup I thought was super interesting for different reasons was the top lane matchup, because Boal, we had him on our podcast in the North with the pros, and he was talking about how much it meant to him to be on this team, having been basically retired for like 2 years before joining Keed, for him to be playing versus Dokla, whose story is kind of similar, where Dokla had no team as well, and then gets into this coaching role on 100 Thieves, and then actually takes a sniper spot eventually, and they have this like big spike in split number 3. I think it's pretty cool because it seems like both these two top laners really appreciate where they are right now at finals weekend in Texas.
Yeah, like a phoenix, like for both of them, right? Like Boal in 2019, I think, like he started to play in the pro scene, and he was like a guy like Gakus. He's playing like in this last weekend, like playing Irelia, Fiora, those stuffs. But then Exactly. He basically retired for 1 year and 1.5 years, and then he bounced back right now with this VKS lineup. And I think like the coaching staff worked really well around him to develop as a player. And his champion pool right now, he doesn't need to play what he shined on the beginning of his career. Like he can play Scion, he can play Aatrox. I think those are the two champions that I look the most. But on the Dokla side, talking about champions, I think Boal will not go to the Rumble way, and Dokla will go much more. So for the top side matchup, I think that's how things are gonna be. Boal just like playing almost on an island, I would say. They don't play so much often for him.
Yeah, it's because the story you were saying about Boal is actually really similar to Dokla, I would say, with like how he started versus how he's evolved over the years, which I think is kind of it's like a rite of passage for top laners, where all of the young top laners, it's like you don't normally see. It's like, hey, this like young 17-year-old rookie is a Scion or
crazy tank player.
Yeah, you don't really ever see that. Usually, the way you climb in solo queue and really like develop as a player is playing these like super aggressive picks. Like Dokla was very known for Jace initially, and like Fiora, Camille. He played all those carries, and then slowly he started playing more like bruisers, like Urgot Aatrox stuff. Still hated tanks when I played with them in 2019, but now on 100 Thieves, I think having that chance to step back, be a coach, and get more of like that top-down view of the game, see how top lane interacts with the rest of the map. Because when you only play one role, it's really easy to be like, okay, guys, I picked Scion this game, and I was pushed in the whole game, and then we lost. That was really chill. Like, I want to do that again. But when you can actually see like the whole game from not just that Scion's perspective, you understand the value it can bring. And so he's been playing a lot more team fighting champs like the Scion, like Rumble. And so I think it's always really cool to see that in a player's like development over the years. So it seems like they have kind of a similar story, and they're, you know, playing more team oriented stuff now.
Yeah. It is a similar thing, though, for 100 Thieves. They don't play to Dokla either. So while it's like cool narrative, you know, and stuff for both these guys, it's not going to be the focal point. But even if you're not played to as a top laner, you can still have some big effects, especially in a lot of these team fights. And we've definitely seen that.
Yeah, but I do have like another perspective on the other side of the map. Like a key point for VKS during the LTA South playoffs, it was like Trimby getting a good matchup and going mid lane against Miru. But I think like, as Inspired said, Buzio and Masu are just like smurfing on everyone. And I think, at least in my opinion, FBI and Ayla, they are an okay bot lane, but they are not like trying to go to the limit, punish as much as they can. So in my perspective, I think like Trimby will be a little bit free on the map, and that maybe can get us a point to beat 100 Thieves.
It is an interesting point because ThinkCard, you know, Furia coach brought it up a lot too. Since we had a big draft focus with him when he was on our analyst desk for their series, he was really focused on like getting Trimby counter pick.
That happens every time in the LTA South playoffs. Trimby getting counter pick, going mid. Counter pick, going mid. That's it.
Yeah. So maybe they can actually, you know, get that strategy off the ground versus 100 Thieves, because if he can, then affecting this superstar matchup in the mid lane is going to be pivotal. Both Quid and Miru definitely have the ability to super hard carry games. So, you know, that matchup's super cool. We should also touch on the jungle, the last of the roles we haven't quite touched on, because River is obviously an amazing jungler, and I'm trying to lead this, you know, movement to get him to stay here after this year, even though he probably has to go back to Korea for military service. I like tweeted it out after the last series that he smurfed on. Actually, I think it was after he got the big kill at Baron with Kiana, and they won that series. But he replied to my tweet asking, you know, hoping that he can stay. He said, he was like, okay, find me a wife and DM me so that he can get
That's funny.
You know, residency here. All right, who's gonna step up? We need
just one wife. Come on,
just one wife. We need to keep
for the region.
We need to keep River here so he can stay. And going versus Desamas is a super hype matchup because Desamas is you know,
Desamas is like from we just spoke about it like 20 minutes ago that VKS is much better on scrims. And in general, in Dizami's career, that was the thing on him. Like everyone saying, oh, this guy is super good. This guy can 1v9 games in scrims, but going on stage, he doesn't do well enough, you know? And like he's getting better on stage, but I think like this point of VKS being much better on scrims is because Dizami is used to shine much more in scrims than on stage. But I think like we have a shot on him, but Brazil actually struggles a little bit more against like super aggressive junglers like River. I don't think like he was the best against Red Canids, but against Pen Gaming, he just like 1v9 the whole series. So the hype's gonna be around mid lane, but the jungle is part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, River is he's always been known for being like very creative as a jungler. I know that talking to most pro junglers, they just say like playing against River is hard. It's hard to predict what he's going to do. He's very surprising. He'll find creative angles, especially like River's really known for his Vi, because I think she's probably the champion like Vi and Jarvan that can make the most out of that kind of thing. It's like, hey, I didn't know he could get there. Like understanding where your wards are, how to get around them. When someone's going to be out of position, you can punish. So I think River's really good at that. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big match for Disamis. And the scrim thing's interesting because whenever I hear that, I always wonder why it is. I know a lot of the time, if someone's good in scrims, but it doesn't translate to stage, it can be like a mindset thing. Like in scrims, you play without any fear. But then when you get on stage, you start like second guessing and playing a lot safer. So I don't know if that's necessarily the case for Vivo Keed, but I know it's something that does happen to a lot of teams. So yeah, I mean, it's just hard to have that same level of confidence in scrims where it's like, you know, you're not scared to lose, because if you lose a scrim, who cares? Like no one's going to see it. But on the big stage, you lose and like your tournament's over.
Yeah, I think like the thing for Disamis and River on my perspective as well is like I was talking with Doom, the jungler for Red Canids, and he was saying that River plays much more in the 1v1 against the other jungler than like playing against 2v2s or trying to gank so much. But Disamis is like a really mechanical gifted guy. So I think at least on that, we will not get smashed by River into that way, because Disamis will not press you to go back, you know. He will try to buy the fight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Doom got a taste of the invade River, where he came like, was it level 2 or level 3 invade River?
I think it was Carioca.
Oh, okay.
On the Jarvan against.
Yeah.
He did that, yeah.
Because River definitely does play for jungle 1v1 a decent amount. So, and that's the thing, he doesn't do it every single game. So he always has that like unexpected.
Yeah, you have to prepare, but he will not do that 100% of the time.
Exactly.
Right?
All right, so let's do predictions for this one then, because the predictions for this series I think are super spicy. Obviously, Inspired just said full 5 games now. What are you feeling, Medios?
I mean, after Inspired said it, I kind of want to copy him. But before that, I would have said 3-100 Thieves. So I'll stick with that. I'm basically just the best way to judge these teams is just how they both did against FlyQuest most recently, and I think that 100 Thieves actually looked pretty competitive with them up until like the first 2 games. 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest, I think, was like some of the highest level league we've ever seen in NA. And I mean, game 3 and 4 we don't have to talk about. Like the draft started getting weird, but I thought that was like some of the highest level play. So 100 Thieves, I believe, can be very good. And as far as Vivo Keed, I don't think they looked like they couldn't touch FlyQuest, but it definitely seemed like after it didn't work game 1, they kind of like lost their confidence and didn't look as strong. So I think overall 100 Thieves probably just looks stronger to me. And so especially if they can get that momentum going, maybe Vivo Keed will struggle to come back.
Yeah, the momentum counts really hard for Brazil in general. Like we are a lot of passion, etc. So game 1 will count, but I have to go with my guys. Like I have to go at 3-2 VKS. I know 100 Thieves is probably like the best team between those two if you look at pure game, but I have to trust. And I think this Trimby thing, that they don't get smashed on the bot lane as Buzio and Masu could do well against them. I think Trimby can go into the mid lane and get Miru going. I think VKS can win 3-2, and we have a grand final with South and North.
Nice. Yeah, that would be fun for the narratives. Unfortunately, I'm going to predict the 100 Thieves 9-0 of the South.
No.
Because I think that would be super
That's
funny.
brutal.
No, not funny. Not funny. Not funny.
Because 100 Thieves already 3-0'd Pain. They already 3-0'd Red. So I'm going to go with the 100 Thieves 3-0.
And you know what? If you go back at split one, they also beat Pain 3-0. So it could be like 12-0 against Brazilian teams. That cannot happen.
True. But yeah, I mean, the matchup I think should be super close. So even if it actually ended up being another 3-0, it would probably be the games are actually close.
Yeah.
Some 3-0s are not like other 3-0s. Where actually even in the previous series that they've already played, some of these games were extremely close up until the points where I was like, 100 Thieves, should definitely lose this. And then they would win that one team fight in mid lane, and we're able to push it through, and then in the end get 3-0. So, yeah, I'm gonna go for it though. Let's go, 100 Thieves. We'll see that rematch with FlyQuest.
I really have my eyes on the bot lane, like we were talking about, because it seemed like I actually think in FlyQuest versus VivoKey, like Trimby was really struggling. I think it felt like it looked like he was playing without confidence in that game. It seemed like, maybe he was like jet lagged or rattled or something. Like it didn't seem like he was playing to his level. But it might just be because, FlyQuest bot lane's that good. Maybe it just was super hard and he was super pressured. But I think that, if he's kind of like one of the players that drives the team and, being able to get a lead in lane and then move around is how they play, that can make a huge difference for how a team looks, right? It's like all of a sudden your guy who's creating a lot of space for you, having a lot of pressure is not doing that, your team's not going to do too well. So I think Ayla is a player who's he's really hard to judge, I think, as far as a player goes, because I think he, in a lot of ways, he's underrated in that usually when you talk about like the best support in the league, like nobody's bringing him up. But he does have some really, really good games. But on the flip side, he's had some of the worst plays ever.
Some of these tower dives.
Yeah, like especially when he gets near an enemy turret, like bad things happen. There was like the Karma game against Bwipo where some dirty stuff happened. Even I think this past weekend he had another one of those oopsies. So I think he's prone to making some like pretty big mistakes, but at the same time I think he's pretty solid, good at vision control. And yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure how he'll measure up to Trimby exactly, but I mean, he's definitely going to not do as well as Busio.
Yeah, I mean, those plays that really stand out in your mind because they look so like even to a comical level of mistake, I think are what lead to also the feeling of both, honestly, of the 100 Thieves bottom lane members being kind of underestimated, because FBI also had some rough games at the beginning of the split for 100 Thieves. He had another play where, kind of like the Karma one, where everyone can just clearly picture Ayla just dying under tower and Bwipo getting a couple kills. A lot of people can also clearly picture the play where FBI was like Lucian ult channeling, off in the, hitting nobody and like didn't cancel it or whatever, where there's like people on him. And so it's like some of these big plays that really stick in your mind. But since then, I feel like FBI has super stepped up. ThinkCard also, when we had him on, that was something he really, heavily believed in and was pushing. And I definitely agree. Like FBI has had some really big monster performances as well for the team. So this bottom lane, they can make some blooper plays, but they also, to your point, I think overall have been really, really good, and both of them have improved quite a lot. I think it's definitely a big part of why 100 Thieves are where they are now and on this like miracle run that they've had, because the beginning of the split was quite bad for the team, and then when they got in Dokla, of course, everything started to change for them. So that's definitely going to be a super fun series, and we have all split predictions on that series. And depending on that series, we can also kind of project on the possible finals matchups here and talk about FlyQuest a little bit, regardless of which opponent they are going to get up there. I mean, obviously, they both beat
They are the favorites.
Yeah, they beat both these teams. They are the favorites.
Mm-hmm.
They have not only the most valuable player of the year for both leagues in Inspired, but also the second most valuable player.
And I think if you look only for the third split, I would say that Buzio even played better than Inspired. I think the whole year Inspired was the best, but only looking for the third split, I think Buzio is shining the most. FlyQuest against VKS, I think that's going to be a 3-0 again. This bot lane diff will be a problem. And against 100 Thieves, maybe, from what I remember, the game one that FlyQuest win in the finals, it was very close. 100 Thieves, I think they actually trolled a bit, right, in the game one. So I think 100 Thieves against FlyQuest, that's going to be a good matchup to see, but favorite FlyQuest.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that we will definitely get more games either way, because if Keed do make it to finals, it will mean that they have improved from the previous time that they played FlyQuest, and I think that it'll give them a lot of confidence. And with what they have, Inspired even directly came out and said that they beat them in scrims. Hopefully, at least they would do better than the 0-3. And I would actually, if they are the ones to make it to finals, I would then, predict, based off that they would be able to push us for some more games too. But if 100 Thieves make it there also, I really want to see a full 5 games, because as you were talking about, the first couple of games they played last time versus FlyQuest were super competitive, and very action-packed, and could have gone their way. So I would also definitely predict, FlyQuest to win either way. But hopefully we get to see some extra games in our finals, and whichever team does get there will have improved in order to meet back up with them.
Yeah, I mean, the thing we didn't even touch on was the fact that FlyQuest was playing with Gakkos in their last series. They 3-0'd without Bwipo, their starting player, which, I mean, I think by most standards, Bwipo is, going to be the stronger player there. But at the same time, sometimes he does just lose his team the game. Not often. Obviously, he's a good player, but every once in a while, he'll just have a game where he just hard feeds. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's less of a chance to 3-0 with Bwipo. I'm not sure. Because I think before this most recent series, Gakkos didn't look that great. He was kind of on Rumble duty, and he was there for the game, but he wasn't really a big factor. I think he actually played really well in their last series. I like that he was kind of playing more of his style of
champions. The Irelia game one.
Yeah, the Irelia, the Jax, which I think is what he's known for. And I was kind of predicting going into that series that Gakkos might feel less pressure on him, because it wasn't the case that they're choosing to play him to see how he can do, and it's he has to prove himself. It was more he's playing because Bwipo can't play, right? And so it's kind of less pressure on him in that way.
And it was not a do or die. If they lose, they still go to the loser bracket, right? So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think that's a really good situation to be for someone like Gakkos, where it's okay, not a lot of pressure. You're forced to play. And even if you lose, it doesn't matter that much. So just go out there, do your thing. Because, I mean, that
safety net.
Yeah, as far as a rookie player coming in, that's a pretty good situation to be in. It's you're not stressing of oh man, I have to be better than Bwipo here, and if we lose, then it's all over. So yeah, I thought he did really well. But obviously, FlyQuest has played with Bwipo for a long time, and he's been a big contributor to their success, I would say. So. Yeah, I mean, I think whoever's meeting them in the finals is probably going to have a really tough match.
It was also interesting because after the series, in the interview on stage, Inspired was talking about the difference between the two players a little bit as well, and basically was talking about how their strengths are reversed, where Gakkos' strength is his individual laning phase, which was fully on display in that series. And he actually didn't have a lot of jungle pressure coming from Keed, and so that allowed him to be very comfortable and show the individual laning strength. Whereas with Bwipo, Inspired said, it's flipped, where his lane phase, I mean, maybe his lane phase is not quite as good as Gakkos even, but he really shines in the calling side lane plays later on, lane assignments, and team fights and mid game and stuff like that. And so in that series, yeah, it seemed like Gakos was like exactly what they need in that series because he didn't have to deal with a lot of unexpected variables and could just kind of straightforward lane. You know, he had Busio there on the All-Star game, ganking a whole bunch of times. That was like, you know, good. And then the other game, like he had Inspired on Ivern, shielding him up and keeping him safe. And we got to listen in on the comms. And Inspired in the team fights was like, Aurelia, don't be scared. Aurelia, don't be scared.
Play the game.
That's like exactly like, you know, exactly what you need as a top laner. Even if there is a lot of pressure on you, it's like, oh, all my teammates are just like ganking for me all the time and like telling me, you know, don't be scared of the team fight. I got you, and shielding you up and stuff. And so it seemed like a pretty good situation.
Another thing, like with Buipo, this new swap, I think like Buipo can handle better like situations to call like
swaps,
reset. Play on the bot lane, he likes to play Sion more. So if they need to swap level 1 to put the AD carry, Buipo can, I think, do a better job than Gakos because of experience, basically.
Yeah. That'll be a super interesting one as well. Honestly, yeah, I'm predicting FlyQuest to win either way. Yeah. Maybe I would go 3-1 versus Keed and 3-2 versus 100 Thieves if that's going to be what we end up with, but we'll see with what we end up with.
I think trio FlyQuest for both seasons.
Yeah,
for me. Yeah, to be honest, I really trust FlyQuest and Inspired. To be honest,
yeah,
I think just trio.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I mean, maybe 3-1 if FlyQuest is like messing around, but I think 3-0 is more likely.
All right. Definitely. Beat down in the finals then is definitely a possibility. FlyQuest have been just such a dominant team. So they definitely deserve all of the hype and all of the respect. And I'm very excited to see what they can do in international at Worlds as well. But first as well, if they can win the LTA overall. So definitely excited and super fun to get right into this weekend. We had a good time here doing our live dive. I think that's going to wrap it up for us, though, on the dive driven by Kia. Remember, if you are watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so that you don't miss an episode of the dive. You can also check us out on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. The LTA Finals begin this Saturday, September 27th at 1 p.m. as 100 Thieves take on Vivo Keed Stars in the lower bracket finals, and then challenge FlyQuest and get stopped.
I will hope for the South. That's it.
Yeah.
everybody, to the LTA Championship driven by Kia. It's so good to be back on the road. Yeah! We also have Sven. It's good to see you. I wish we were seeing you on stage, but I'll take this as
me too.
prize.
Yeah.
How have you been?
Good. I said last year when I was here for finals that I was hoping I'll play it next time, but here we are.
Oh,
I was playing spring though.
Split 2 finals.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. 1 game away from going to MSI.
Oh man.
You're trying to depress him the moment he gets on the deck.
I think so. I think I just did.
What the hell are you trying to do
bring the
here?
mood down.
Oh, my
Only 3
God.
teams could make it here.
Yeah, of
you know?
course. Hopefully. You know, sad. It is what it is.
All right, let's see how we got here with the bracket so far, as we already have. Honestly, there was a huge line outside before the day started. People are already filling in an hour before the game starts, so I appreciate everybody here.
Yeah,
we got
thank you.
VKS versus 100 Thieves here. They're the ones that have survived this lower bracket, and FlyQuest dominated that upper bracket match against VKS last week.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like everyone is identifying FlyQuest as the team to beat. If you were listening to the dive coming in, even Takeshi was like, you know what? I think it's going to be 3-0 FlyQuest either way. As we're seeing 100
Yeah, the
Thieves
boys are in.
arriving
Hell
at
yeah.
the venue.
The boys are in.
Joke's so jazzed to be here. It's great.
And can I say, it is wonderful to see you beautiful people out here in Dallas. It is nice to just be in a venue like this and get to see people in a live crowd. That is sick.
Yeah,
VKS
that's a
boys
fee.
coming in, of course. The Summits not coming in shirtless. That's already a dub. That's a thumbs up from me.
Keeping your shirt on for now.
For now.
Yeah, only
We'll see.
after we win.
Anything can happen. So let's see how the games go.
Let's go 100 Thieves. Yeah, keep showing fan signs.
Yeah.
I love drawings.
So-
They're fun.
We're familiar as North fans with 100 Thieves. We're going to take a little bit of time just to talk about VKS off the jump here and the journey that their roster has been on in order to get here, Raz.
Yeah, I mean, for VKS as a team, I mean, there's been a lot, like a big promise of this team being ultra successful within the region. I mean, I feel like the region itself has been like, what's the word? Cannibalistic. There's like 5 teams
That
fighting
is a
against each
word.
other. Like, I was like, oh, is it going to be like Loud that's going to be successful? No. But like for VKS, there was this big promise with Coach Seal coming in for them to find success. And they got these players. Desamis was the one player that they kept from 2024 when Seal came in. And once Boal came in, of course, he was inactive during the 2024 year. There was questions about whether he was going to be in top shape. He did with some coaching with Odwamna and all these type of people. So seeing all 5 players here today, they have been successful, found that big win. Trimby, for me, is the big surprise coming in, of course, from Europe.
Look at all the different teams for Miru. That's the thing that
Yeah.
stands out for
That's
me.
true.
For a player who was, I think, the best player in the South during Split 3 was recognized with first team All-Pro. But we also want to look at the playoff experience of both of these teams. The cheer you hopefully heard on air there was the fans going to stage to do some of their tech checks. We are an hour away from the games. These guys trying to get on stage early, get everything set up right, calm their nerves. Sven, what are your nerves like an hour before the game in moments like this?
It's like the calm before the storm, you know? I think some people think that having nerves or being nervous is bad, but I think it just means that you care and that you're about to be locked in. So I think it's your advantage sometimes.
Looking at these numbers, River, a ton of playoff experience, FBI as well, and then Trimby, the veteran on the other side.
And that's the thing, like, especially if you're experiencing nerves, especially if you're coming in from Brazil, like, for them, a lot of the times hearing from, like, the casters as well, it's like they perceive this to be like kind of like an international experience. You're coming, moving away from the stage that you are super comfortable in, going up against a team that has probably whooped you a few times in scrims. Like, there is a lot of pressure here, and the amount of best of 5 experiences that some of those players have had is pretty minimal. So I wonder how they're going to be doing under like some pressure here today.
Yeah, and for Kate specifically, the big thing, talking to all of the casters who've watched them all year, talking to players, they're like, this team can really, really show up in scrims, and then it's translating that same scrim to stage performance, which we hear from a lot of teams, but that potentially could also be where nerves kind of creep in.
Also, remember, this is the first time that Hunty's been on stage, like a real stage that wasn't the studios for like 6 months almost since they were in Brazil for the last playoffs. So you never know how some people feel about being on a a different stage than they're used to.
Yeah, and even the Brazilian was still just the home studio. The last time would have been Worlds last year when they lost in play-in, so really interesting there. But I will say, speaking of the World Championship, 100 Thieves, they have knocked out every single Southern team that they have played against in 3-0. And I will say there is another team that has knocked out an entire region by themselves. T1 at 2023 World Championship, they eliminated the LPL. What 100 Thieves has a chance to do, or should I say 100 T1s, could eliminate the LTA South if they take down Vivo Cade Stars today.
So what you're telling us, Jet, is that 100 Thieves are exactly as good as T1. That is the specious math
I mean,
that's being
if
done.
you're agreeing to the assumption that the South is basically the LPL, then sure.
Yeah, I think it's fair
I would
enough.
say
Okay.
that. But as long as you're saying that, you know.
I am not saying
Okay, well.
Okay, all I'm
Actually.
saying, the lowest they can get is C3. Meanwhile, T1, I don't know about just putting that out there.
They're just, you know, preparing for their potential LPL run.
Of course.
But here, we are celebrating championship weekend across all of the Americas. So we want to check in with Sao Paulo, who's having a watch party down there in Brazil.
Hello, LTA North fans. I'm Fogueta Caster from LTA South, and it's an honor to show to you our Runda Terra Fan Fest, the meeting of all the Brazilian community. It's a great celebration where our fans can meet their idols, they can see many things, and especially they can play all the main games we have, such as Wild Rift, Doombots, and 2XKO. Of course, that all these parties for we can watch and cheer for Vivo Cade Stars too. And it's from this amazing venue that we all of us will be watching the great finals of LTA.
Thank you for that. It's really cool to see the massive fan party that kind of set up for the watch party. I know we had kind of a slightly smaller version of that at the Riot Games Arena for Split 1 when our teams were down there in Sao Paulo at the Brazilian arena.
Yeah. I didn't expect how rowdy it was for that crowd. What's up, FBI? Yeah! Thumbs up to us and the crowd.
With this being the LTA Championship, having played a full year of LTA, I know we had Player of the Year and Rookie of the Year. Those have already been announced. We decided to make a few extra awards that we're going to be revealing both today and tomorrow during Waiting Room. So first one up is the best coach reaction.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think
is there like a trophy for this? Not official.
I wonder who
not
this
official. This one
I could
is
draw a trophy.
no surprise.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. What's the play that they're even reacting to? I think it was
It's
like the
definitely
Yone
the
play.
5-man Yoneo. Yeah, I think you can see
You can
it in the
sneak it
background.
in the back screen.
Yeah.
Spawn is snubbed, by the way.
What,
Spawn,
the water
I think
bottle?
Yes.
joy is a
Slam.
better coach reaction than anger and despair.
I love anger and despair. That's what the coach cams are for.
I like how at first he might be a little confused. He's like, not sure if it's good or not. Yeah, I think it's good for you.
He's used to watching 100 Thieves, you know, like you get some high highs, potentially some low lows.
That's a thumbs up, Golden Glue, though. That's a thumbs up.
That's a big thumbs up. Speaking of low lows, we have another award for the worst Otacon.
Please don't be me. Please don't be me.
Let's
Just
see.
hope it's not my
Was
team.
it a
Here's the
C9
reveal.
play?
Drum roll. Drum roll.
Please, not C9. Oh, thank God.
Oh,
It is Dig's DSG!
baby.
This one was insane because Dig had a 4v2 because they had a Poppy knock out the 80 carry.
He's back.
But then they peeled off, lost the fight, and then lost everything. They actually lost the game off this. Craziness.
It's
actually
iconic.
crazy.
Dignitas found a new objective to grief the game at.
They were actually really good at Baron this year, I feel like.
Yeah.
I think they had
I
so
think
many
really good
Barons.
is like a...
Relative to
yeah, okay.
old Dignitas Barons.
Okay, yeah.
It's an improvement.
The Sven Dignitas Barons.
Hey, no.
I'm just saying. How old are we talking about?
I'm talking about like ancient.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's not go too
Nation
far in the past. then.
LCS.
Let's not go too far in the past.
All right, next award is the Emily Rand exclusive
Oh, God.
Absolute Cinema Award.
All
Let's
right,
take a look.
play the role. I want to see it. The dab and all.
I had no say in what was nominated for this award, by the way.
But it's your award.
I don't know
because
what.
Of this.
Oh, because of
Boom.
the
Cinema.
Because of the.
And we slow
Nicole
moded with a
Kidman
different
parody.
camera shot.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Widescreen.
We have to watch
We
this.
all know what this is. Boom.
Oh.
That one was so sick because obviously it canceled the Rise Ultimate. I
That's
don't
why
think
it was
I'm
sick.
ever going to see any. Yes,
It's
specifically.
a 5-man Yoneo, and you're like, man, I'm glad it canceled that
I'm
right.
glad it canceled Rise Ulti. But I don't think I'm gonna ever experience that kind of high again. So
No.
Quid, I'm sorry. That was too beautiful.
I can say unless I'm setting up the target dummies myself, I'll never land a
Yeah,
5-man Yone
no.
ultimate.
Yeah.
I think I can confidently say that.
No, that attitude. Come on. You can do it.
Yeah.
To start a fresh account and start bullying some level 330s.
That is not allowed, Raz.
True, my
That's the
bad.
TOS.
My bad, Drew Levin. I know he's around here somewhere.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow with more of those LTA awards. Unofficial, but I think we got some good ones in store tomorrow. Also, earlier this week, we announced the Kia Rookie of the Year. Congratulations once again to Sven's teammate,
Woo!
Loki.
Yeah, I made him. I'll take credit for this one. Just
He's
give me
able
a
to get
trophy.
away. Flash from Loki, looking for the hero play. A double kill, looking for the triple.
Okay, Loki, he's making a good case for Rookie of the Year.
Loki on the chase. He is looking for more. He connects on the weirding. He gets another. Loki is going off. Ooh. Flash from Loki. Solo kill, first blood to C9's mid laner.
Trying to save the day for C9. It's a triple for Zeri. Making a quadra. Loki at their darkest hour will not let C9 fall. Hero moment. Jumps over the wall there. Loki with the triple kill on the Silas. A quadra for Loki at the Dragon fight.
And we have seen this one before when his team needs him most. But in comes Loki from behind him, goes between worlds, and Jan is just sent to another world. He is gone already. Loki is looking like a god.
Congratulations!
Thank you so much.
Who could have guessed?
Thank you so much.
How does it feel, man? This is obviously, I think a lot of people were thinking it was between you and maybe Sane or something. Are you surprised? Are you excited? How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm really happy to get award. It's my first award, and then I was kind of expect I'm gonna get Rookie of the Year because my team always helped me a lot, and then I wanna improve a lot myself always. Yeah.
Who has helped you to feel the most comfortable over here on Cloud9?
I think the report.
Is it Medios?
Could be anyone.
Reaper.
Could be Medios. Because report, because I was trying to do routine every day. I was drink orange juice every in the morning, and then I was trying to do meditation before start game. So report always told me routine is always good. So that's why I can overcome to get nervous and pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How do you reflect on your performance in your first year, right? I'm kind of curious, like, what were your expectations coming in first year, and do you feel like you met the expectations that you had for yourself, or do you wish you could have done something different, anything like that?
I also expect when I start like split 1, I got pressure a lot from lose and some stuff. But like after split 2 and split 3, I'm kind of overcome to get nervous and pressure. That's why my performing is pretty well. In Scream, we are kind of really insane. So yeah, I was expected.
How do you feel about, going into next year? What would your goal for yourself be? Having gone through your first year, you win Kia Rookie of the Year. What goal would you want to set for Loki for next year?
When I play against 100 Thieves, I feel like I got pressure a lot from gank and die. So I'm not gonna care next year. I'm gonna play more aggressive in lane phase and then get prio, and then just doing well and then overcome to get nervous and pressure. I think that's it.
That's cool. Well, congratulations once again. Really great Rookie of the Year.
The Kia Rookie of the Year, Loki, congratulations.
Congratulations to Loki. Sven, he didn't list you as the person who helped him the most.
Yeah, I don't take all the credit, so.
But then second of all, I just wanted to ask you how it's been like having Loki come onto the team. I know Blabber had talked about how he really liked someone who would always go in with him in scrims, whether that was good or bad, which was nice. So what's it been like kind of bringing him onto the team, especially since he is so young and this is kind of his first Tier 1 experience?
Definitely come a long way since I met him in January and we boot camped together and stuff. He had the most to learn, obviously, so of course he's come a long way since then, but I think he's a really good kid. He works hard, plays a lot of games, which I like, something I also do, and he takes feedback really well from everyone. He never gets angry or gets mad at anyone, so very good attitude, very hard worker, and something he told me about was how he felt nervous sometimes in games. We played against DSG in Game 4. After Game 4, we lost. We were 2-2 in a potential last game of the year. He told me he was really nervous, and I told him, hey, bro, it's fine. You're just going to play Seri next game and 1v9. Because in every scrim game he played that whole last 2 weeks, he was playing Seri every game in Game 5 as a comp we had, and he was carrying every game. And we said a joke like, hey, it's fine. You're just going to go on stage and play Seri and carry. And then he's like, okay. Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me. And he went on stage and he got a quarter kill in that game and he said, yeah, you're right, I'm going to carry.
Nice.
What's something that surprised you about him? Because what surprised me is how quickly he learned English. That was actually crazy with the 1 year that he's had.
Yeah, I mean, hardworking. He's not only playing the game, he also studied, English outside, and I think he learned quickly because of Reaper and Dantos and our manager David, who, all speak Korean, so they helped him. And I think at first when we were playing in the first split, the winter split, he wasn't communicating a lot. He wasn't making any calls. He was just kind of like just along for the ride. And now in summer, he's making a lot of decisions. He's saying what he wants to play more. He's saying what he wants to do in the game, and I think that's. Development on his part is very, very quick. So I have high hopes for him right next year.
Looking forward to seeing him play next year and continue to improve with that Rookie of the Year award. We're going to have to take a quick break, but we have plenty more coming. 44 minutes until VKS vs. 100 Thieves starts. We'll see you after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to FanFest here at our LTA Championship weekend in Dallas. Now, we got a lot going on around here, and I think the best way to show y'all is to just go ahead and walk around and see it. We're starting right here in the MasterCard area. We got a whole bunch going on back there, and now let's go ahead and see what everybody's up to around here. We got all kind of fans showing up. We got a couple of long-standing questions from Twitch chat over there. Got a bunch of people showing. We got some Thieves fans. We got some FlyQuest fans. Let me go ahead and ask y'all a couple of questions. Who thinks 100 Thieves is winning today? Now, who thinks 100 Thieves would then win tomorrow? Now, who thinks FlyQuest will win tomorrow? I'm thinking we got some faith in FlyQuest, but let me just go ahead and ask as well. Do we got any Brazilian fans out here in the audience thinking Vivo Cade Stars is bringing it to tomorrow? Okay. All right. All right. What's the score going to be then?
Today?
Today.
3-1 Vivo Key.
3-1 Vivo Key. What about tomorrow? Do they got what it takes?
No, it's a 3-0 FlyQuest all the way.
Okay. Even the faithful for Brazil are calling a FlyQuest victory. Let's go see what else we got down here as we walk on through. What's going on, my friend? gentlemen, who do you got winning today?
Oh, 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves. What about tomorrow?
FlyQuest all the way.
FlyQuest all the way. So many FlyQuest fans here at the Fan Fest. Hell yes, brother. Lots of us do. All right, let's keep on going through here. Keep on seeing what we got. We got the Red Bull overclocked zone. Red Bull's got a lot of fans in here. We got some PCs set up. Everybody seems to be gaming. Let's see if we can get a peek at what they're doing here. Oh, man. Oh, they're trying to defend. They're trying to defend against Doombot Vagar. Still got a lot of HP right now. I don't want to be too much of a distraction. I think that they're having to focus up. My friend, are you going to win this one?
Hell no.
He don't know. He don't know. He's trying, though. Look.
I was so zoned in, I forgot y'all right there.
Hey, that's all right, brother. We don't want to distract you, but that's what we're talking about over here. They're getting games cooking even before the games start cooking on stage in just a little while. Now, let's go down here a little bit further because I do believe I'm seeing the FlyQuest players all lined up, interacting with the fans, taking some pictures. Let's go over there, crash the party a little bit, see what they got going on. What's going on, fellas? Excuse me for a second here. I gotta say hello to a couple of my friends here on the FlyQuest roster. Is that the widest top laner in the league? Is that how are we doing today, my friend?
Pretty good. How are you?
Doing pretty well. How are we feeling about the championship this weekend? Are you guys gonna take it?
I feel like we will, yes.
That's what I like to hear, some confidence. Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to duck right past you here because I got to say hello to the rest of the best team in North America thus far. Are we going to be able to prove it tomorrow, boys? Are you guys going to show everybody what you're made of?
Yes.
Yep. Hell yeah. Now let me just get over here. Gakos, the newest addition to the team. How you feeling being here at championship weekend?
I'm feeling really good.
Hell yes, that's what I like to hear. And now over here, the most musical man on the team. Are we going to get more songs this weekend?
Many people are going to do it.
Hell yeah. And now the man who's been setting the standard, the man who was recently voted, what was that? Most valuable player of the year, I believe. How are you feeling, sir?
I'm happy about the title. It sounds great. Best player of the year, but yeah, we gotta win the championship in order to actually feel happy about all of that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can I get a round of applause for FlyQuest, please? Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Sorry to interrupt the photo op. That's my bad. I had to get in there. Now let's walk down and just see a little bit of the rest. We got some more fans. Lots of people showing up here today for Fan Fest. We got more interviews. It's an interview of an interview. Is that the #1 famous cat artist on Twitter.com? How you doing, Basil?
I'm sweating. It's hot.
Yeah, I'm wearing a leather jacket. I'm cooking in here, but we're having a good time. What are you up to today? What's your interview about?
Trying to indoctrinate people into thinking FlyQuest is going to win everything.
There's a lot of people around here picking FlyQuest to win everything, so I think you're doing a good job. And on that note, I think that our quick tour through FanFest might just be over for now, so we're going to have to go ahead and toss it back on out of here. But go ahead, if you got the chance, get on down here for tomorrow, because it's going to be even more badass. We'll see you there.
Thank you very much, Flowers. This is a
He
very
brought a leather jacket to
walkthrough.
Texas.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did. That brother is crazy.
My favorite was the guy who had his headphones on, was just so zoned in, and I was like, wait a minute.
Completely
it's
taken out of the game. Flowers ruined him.
As we get ready, though, Raz,
Yeah?
you've been aiding and abetting some criminals.
Oh,
in
yeah,
100
some
Thieves,
convicts on
coming
the
up with all
stage.
these blueprints, all this stuff. So 100 Thieves
That's
are
been a thing.
still on the lam. Where in the world are 100 Thieves? They're now in Dallas. So we've tracked them there. They've made it here.
Are you ratting them
through
out?
the lower bracket. I'm trying to catch you.
What?
No, I'm trying to catch you and the Thieves. So here's some fun Dallas facts. They're going to be playing today, 3 p.m. local time. Let's take a look at some of the main perpetrators.
Did
that
you
have
have a
been kind
hand
of
in
accused.
making these graphics?
I found the facts by searching Dallas facts.
Sir Quiddington, Quidward, Quiggle.
They're allegedly in Dallas and allegedly thieves.
That's why it says alleged crime.
All right, just making sure. Don't want you to get in trouble here.
Yeah, let's take a look at another dossier over here.
By the way, it's Sir Quittington III. You got that incorrect.
Okay, all right. I forgot the third.
Yeah, you did.
Thanks for updating my info.
I appreciate it. Be better.
Big dokes, too.
I'll be better next time.
Yeah.
So yeah, here's a few of the main players in Quid and Dokla. I think Dokla has been, for me, the largest story in terms of the difference he has made in stepping onto this team.
Yeah, and that's the thing we were talking about earlier as well, is 100 Thieves was 0-4 to start Split 3. Then they added Dokla, and now they're here at the LTA Championship. And Sven, you feel like Dokla's been a big part of this turnaround.
Yeah, I think he gave them some stability that they really needed. I think the players have been talking about it on pros and in interviews about how Dokla helped them with the side laning and being more stable with the lane assignments. I think it shows that they had a hole, so to speak, and Dokla filled that hole really well.
One of these series feels a little more familiar, would you say? I'm trying to, there's one that stands out.
Nope, not for me, no.
Not at all? Okay, just making sure. Just wanted to put that out there.
I mean, this is a big thing. I think Dokla fits the team so well, but it also enables everybody else to play to their maximum. FBI and Quid get so much of the resources, and Dokla is still a really strong contributor to the game, even though he's put weak side in almost any situation they can get away with it. So they've just been so much more cohesive with Dokla in the lineup.
And that's the thing. I think a lot of the times when you put in Dokla, he has been playing something that, of course, you'd expect all year long. You're banning the Rumble. Dokla plays. Now you're first picking Rumble and playing Sion, something that they haven't been able to see. So you can see how highly it's prioritized. You can see the vibes have been great for him. Anytime there's an interview, he's been making it clear. He's like, hey, I feel like, you know, I wouldn't have expected to be in this position, so I'm just taking every day as it is. And also, just hearing from the players. From pros you talked to FBI, he's echoed the same thing that River has when he was talking to Drew, where he mentioned about how specifically the side lane problems they had. Dokla came in, be able to basically be more vocal when it came to like side lane assignments. So Quid hasn't even really had to be able to think about that, and you've seen Quid be able to play so much better because of it.
Yeah, I think it shows also in a lot of their neutral objective setups, which we're going to kind of get in depth into later, but the way that they are able to cross map now and the care and attention that is paid to some of those early to mid game lane assignments definitely shows now having Dokla on the team.
Yeah, and the things that it opens up in draft, we're going to talk about his matchup against Boal on the other side, but they went from having to ban Rumble in every game to now freeing themselves up to ban the champions that stops them from diving. They ban Poppy and Talia almost all the time now, but it's freed up because they don't have to ban that Rumble. But Raz, what do you think about this matchup with Dokla and Boal?
It's very interesting because at least for both these players career-wise, like they're in a similar position where Dokla was out of a team, came back in. Boal was, of course, had a full year, maybe 2 years where he was not able to play. But Boal is like a carry player. In fact, he's known very heavily for his Irelia, his Camille. His Camille is his most played career-wise. Both shared the same champion pool in terms of Rumble, Sion, Mbessa, but that seems to be the meta currently. But Boal has been a player who's been right now leaning way more towards the Mbessa. So what's interesting is they share a lot for champion pool, so I'm expecting there to be a little bit of a tug and pull in the first phase in the draft. But at least for Boal's story, it's very interesting just because coming back into competitive, he's talked about how he's gotten coaching from Dwamne and stuff like that to get back in form, and so it feels like that has been the case for him.
And I think what we're also about to show you is supportive tweets.
Oh, yeah.
Dad. You could call it supportive tweets, but he does often post.
Who would you say is your biggest fan in live chat, if not your parents? And so I know Golden Glue's mother's out there, of course, in Texas and all that, but we have to talk about Boal's dad, who's been the biggest supporter of Boal, maybe in an embarrassing case because putting out their baby photos and everything. But just talking about how humanizing it is for your parents to just be on twitter.com. I'm glad my parents aren't.
Yeah, same. I was like, oh man, I'm glad my parents aren't posting baby photos of me, but this is really cute. I love the Batman costume.
Top executive. I'm going to be saying that from now on. If he has a good game, he's a top executive. But it's just nice to see not only the supportive tweets.
I love how we're getting a live look of them seeing the photos of Boal on the broadcast. Oh, no. And they're showing him to even more people. This is terrible. That's awesome. Going back to their opponents, 100 Thieves, though, I think something that's benefited them is how many best of fives they've gotten to play. So I know that we have the record, but this is in just over a month. That Lyon versus 100 Thieves series was on August 24th, so it was not that long ago. And the raw number of games, and not to mention elimination games to simulate high-pressure situations, I feel like has allowed them to just gain more confidence as a team, and I think gives them a ton of momentum heading into this weekend.
And before Golden Glue makes it back to the tunnel crowd, by the way, welcome Golden Glue. That's it. He's a Texas native. He's from here, born and raised.
He doesn't care about duress.
Hey, turn around. Just kidding, just kidding.
Oh, there we go. Hey, there we go.
There we go, thank you.
Sven, as an AD carry, you can also appreciate good AD carry play. Cassante play as well. I'm sure we'll see that. That's an amazing cosplay.
Yeah.
An incredible
Perfect
cosplay.
sign. But Sven, I want to talk about FBI. Just because he didn't get the recognition for his split 3 performance, but I feel like throughout the elimination phase and the playoffs, he's been playing at a really high level.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Dogla being a biggest difference maker between them being bad and them being good, but he's not carrying the games. FBI and, well, mostly it's Quid and River doing the thing, but I think FBI has been very solid through all this. I don't like this clip that we're playing right now, though.
It's perfect. What are you talking about?
It was a near
FBI
comeback.
is doing great.
Yeah, he's doing great, as you can see.
But then,
What
like,
about this one?
for instance, this fight, to me, the FBI has been playing on the edge. Thinkard, who coached him back in Energy, actually talks about him being a big momentum and confidence player. So like a situation like this where he has flash up, and at the bottom of the screen that's covered up a little bit by the stats right here, notice how he doesn't actually burn flash while Inspired is trying to run him down, gets quite low, and that allows him to have the killer instinct later in the fight on the re-engage when River lands his Q onto Masu there on the right side of the screen. Pop, pop, and they just fly in to clean up in this fight. Just really good confidence in these clips.
Yeah, and it really fits with their play style too, right? Because like the big thing about 100 Thieves is they
full send.
go in, and if they don't go in together, it doesn't work. So having such an aggressive AD carry who's willing to get in the mix with the rest of the Thieves is really important.
And it's just, to me, you're right about the momentum-based playing aspect of it, but also just like when the pressure is there and the spotlight is shining bright, I feel like he just performed better.
This re-engage. This is 3/4 Big Dokes, but FBI is still there.
Yeah, but even just being the finals MVP in that NRG finals, like he was performing incredibly well in those moments. So like FBI for sure has been doing well.
Is it on
seems like
purpose? You're doing
yes,
this thing?
Squidward.
You're reminding me of Ulcers. I lost to him, or what?
Yes,
Is that purpose?
we should pull up the footage too.
Does this guy ever play well against anyone else than me, or no?
I don't know, actually, that's a good question. Production, throw up the next footage. No, I'm just kidding.
Please don't make me.
But no, like, he's been performing well. I feel like a lot of their lane swapping has been benefiting him greatly. Another player that's been doing well on top of that, his lane partner, Ayla, has been, for me, a big standout. I know whenever we talk about like most improved player, like Clutch on it, but for me, it was also Ayla that was coming in clutch, where people were looking past him for years prior for good reason, and talking about the mechanics and all these things, but he got 3rd team All-Pro. I voted him 2nd team All-Pro. I felt like in a lot of the key engages that happened, he was like a major beneficiary. His Rakan, his Rel, he's been popping up.
Absolutely, and he needs to do that in order for the team to find these engages, right? Like, it's not just River and Quid. River and Quid are often following up on the engages that Ayla is making. Apparently, the vibes are also quite good for 100 Thieves. We have some banter from just a moment ago that we're going to take a listen in on.
Okay.
Bill, you know how there's like never ask a woman her weight, never ask a man his salary, never ask Dokla if he's okay on Sion.
I'm gonna have to ask. I have to. But no, it's from a place of good intention.
Was he questioning his Sion? Was that what was happening?
He was questioning.
This is actually so funny because I ran into Ayla after their win against Red with the crazy Sion ult, like from base. And Dokla called it as he was going. So it's not like that was like a pre-meditated thing. He's like, yep, I'm coming over. And Ayla in particular was like, wait, what?
And Raz, you would agree that this has been Ayla's best split in North America?
Yes. Yeah, I feel like 100%. A lot of the plays that they've been making, much like you've said, the Rel engages, beautiful, against an amazing... we'll see.
So many of these clips are against C9.
How do you feel about this plays, man?
I'm just like a walking montage for the enemy team.
But like, yeah, Ayla has been a big contributor of it. This Rakan ulti that was, of course, like used River as a piggyback, but that happens.
This fight.
He has so many. And that's the major thing. I feel like during this playoffs, we usually don't have all-pro awards ever for playoff performances, but for him to be able to show up in a lot of these playoff matches, it's like, oh, yeah, Ayla's been insane. And so a lot of the benefits that Dokla's been having about lane assignments, them getting on the same page, Ayla in interviews saying, well, River always wants to fight, and we've been trying to reel that back in. It's been really paying off.
Yeah, we've talked about Dokla and his impact. We've talked about their bot lane being very strong. But the star of this team is Quid. I'd also say the star of VKS is Miru. So we have our featured matchup in the mid lane, Emily, with Quid and Miru.
Yeah, and I think the big thing about Miru is that it seems like every team he's been on in the South, especially this year, has really benefited from his mid lane prowess. And then Quid, I mean, what more can we say about him, right? Like, he is the de facto carry of the team. He is the big star alongside River. I'd argue that he's looking better now than he did when he won the split MVP last year.
Yeah.
He's just been performing super, super well consistently throughout their entire run.
If there was an MVP of the split, guaranteed it goes to Miru, and you could make a great case for Quid as well during that run. So like for both of these mid laners, they have been performing out of their minds this split, so having this matchup is great. And Miru, he's been somebody that he joins a team, instantly they get better. Rainbow 7 during 2023, where he went to both MSI and Worlds, he was their player, he was their main playmaker, he's the person to watch.
It's going to be fun to watch. We also, since we're back in Texas, and it's been a while since we played this or that, we're repurposing the game. It's an old favorite. We're changing the title, though, to Yearha. Fans,
nice.
Feel free to play along as well. More unexpected return to pro play, Dokla or Boao?
That's a good question.
So
which is Yi or Ha?
Exactly. Yi is going to be the
Number
left one.
It has
Ha
to be
is going to
Dokla.
be on the right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say Dokla is Yi
I'll
in
go
this
Ha.
case.
I'll go Ha. I expected Dokla to come back.
He was coaching 2 weeks before he started playing.
He had offers in the South. He could have just went in the South. He could have been playing at any point. It's up to him. So I'll give it a good Ha.
All right.
I just don't know Boal's history, so.
Yeah, Raz. Raz loses 3-1. Question number 2.
Win
Let's
or
move
lose
on to the
thing.
next one.
It's an opinion-based thing.
Yi or
All
Ha.
right.
Yeah, and yours was wrong. That's
damn.
fine. You can have it in a rematch with Fly. Who has more to prove? VKS or 100 Thieves?
Oh, that's a straight Yi.
What?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm going to go Ha, actually.
Yeah, me too.
Because I feel like the entire, South is on the backs of VKS, right? So if they make it against FlyQuest, I feel like they have a lot to prove to, stabilize the region. I don't know.
VKS did not take a kill in game 1.
That's the thing. Ask anyone how the last series went. People are like,
Yes.
games 1 and 2, 100 Thieves was competitive. They really played well. You watch VKS, man, they had no damn chance to get
Nothing.
anything happening. So they have way more to prove.
Yes,
People already
100%.
think 100 Thieves is good.
They people from the South said they played scared. They didn't play like themselves. They had so much to prove. I'm about to throw this at the camera.
All right.
All right, next one.
But I need
Agree to disagree.
I lose.
It's 2-2.
All right.
Yearha, next slide. Better celebration, losing your shirt or the quizzle.
That's a Yi. That is a solid Yi. I would take my shirt off in solidarity, but I don't want to flash the crowd.
Honestly, tanking a fine is worth it for this moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear he did get fined for this. So
Worth.
whether or not
Absolutely
he does
worth.
this again, yet to be seen.
Should I take my shirt off?
No, please don't do it.
People are saying yes. Producers, that's a no.
Next slide.
They're immediately getting in here and being like,
At
no.
least one button. Nah, okay, fine.
Appreciate it. Yeah, you can become Italian as well. Just
That's
put
true.
that
There's a little bit of
Oh,
chest hair.
Rez, you're on
okay.
this one.
Okay, we have story time here. So pick airport barbecue again or actual Texas barbecue. The last time we were in Texas for LCS Championship, Raz didn't eat barbecue. You and I were at the airport and you're like, I need to try this finally.
That's
and
true.
you tweeted about your airport barbecue. You can't really see the picture. It was atrocious.
Yeah,
It wasn't good.
this was a crime.
But honestly,
Raz.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with when it came to Texas barbecue. I'm not going to lie. I was a big KBBQ
Wow.
type of person. You can boo, but I'm right. You can boo, I'm
We
right.
live in Houston, too. So
At
you guys
least with
are
the airport
good.
barbecue, it was convenient.
So I've been told they have tried to prepare this once again to get you.
Oh, what is that,
I'm
gravy?
taking these. These are money. We have barbecue. I need to unpack it.
Can I
apparently.
taste that?
I need some help here.
Yeah.
No, I'm
here.
not going to help. I'm just going
Yeah,
to start
we're opening
tasting.
this up. We got barbecue. We got
It's-
bread. We got pulled. We have to make our own pulled pork
Wait, what?
sandwiches. I do not understand, guys.
I think it's bread, then meat,
Yeah,
then
Hutchins barbecue.
bread.
This is
Pretty
going to be
great.
very difficult.
We're finding
Here.
something that we can eat as soon as I get to it.
That's
Yeah,
wait,
Raz,
that's
we're
take
bread?
now
a
we're
shot.
making
We need to
fried
have
bread.
Raz
It's
try it.
barbecue,
Raz,
Raz.
take a plate.
I'll bucket the bread.
Yeah, okay. Something's going to be in this right here. This
All right,
looks
let's see
heavy.
what's in there. because I've never seen like pocketed bread before like this.
Okay, here we go.
All right, Raz, eat this.
Bacon wrapped something. Texas Twinkies.
Eat it.
So let's take a bite.
To eat that?
Let's take a bite of these Texas Twinkies. You can have some pickles as well. I hope that's not sacrilegious. I don't think they sell this at Arby's, I will say. I know that might be what you're
They
used to,
also,
Raz.
this is going to be way better than the airport.
Okay, Raz.
I don't know.
Oh my God, it looks amazing.
Oh God.
Take a bite.
I'm going to have a heart attack looking at this.
Yep. Yes, sir.
What's sticking out of this?
The pepper
just
stems?
take a bite. It's a jalapeno,
Oh,
man.
now I'm going to die of... Okay, I don't have a spice tolerance for this.
Brother.
You got it, Raz.
take a
Wait,
bite.
what? What are these tiny bites you're taking?
Okay, my producers are asking me to take a real bite.
This is absolutely incredible. If anyone, there's 5 of them here. If you want to take a bite
I
on the
will
other side
eat
or
them
grab
later.
them.
I'm good.
Come on, man.
Okay, give it to me.
Yeah, this is incredible.
Maybe give me a different one.
The one that
Take
Jet
whatever
took
you
a
want.
bite out
I
of?
don't want to be that guy, but
You can boo me, but if you were in my position, you wouldn't like what you're tasting.
Raz,
What?
it's incredible. What are
That
you talking
looks
about?
so good.
Yo, Jad, how about a fork, maybe, for this?
No.
I don't know, guys. I'm not
It's all
impressed.
good. All right, let me get in
I
there.
have to open up the pack of bread.
Okay, Raz, you're just...
Oh, it's good.
It's delicious. Raz is literally
Yeah.
just trying to get booed.
No, I'm
He
not.
is.
I think that's what he's doing.
Your commitment to the bit is amazing.
I don't know what you're talking
Unflavored.
about. I'm the most authentic
All right,
person.
we're
here.
gonna eat this later, as well. But we got a great series. We got pulled pork.
Whoa.
Raz is rage
Why did I
baiting.
We got
commit to
everything.
Let's
eating
steal
the
some of
bread?
that
More
for
barbecue.
later.
This is like $100 of barbecue. I'm very impressed.
Really?
But we're going to be moving on to the matchup at hand and get you a little bit more reintroduced. Going to take a decent amount of time here on VKS to re-hit what they've gone through in 2025 with their timeline, because they are the best team now, but they haven't been the best team all year. Second place in summer of last year, completely blew up their roster, and then started in the dirt, Emily, before making this.
Hey, what
climb.
happened, Emily? I
Yeah,
thought Fury
and-
was supposed to be here.
Trimby, I think, talked about this. He was really honest, actually, about how difficult it was initially, him going down to Brazil and kind of adjusting to the new team, being expected to be a leader, adjusting to like a massive culture shift. And I think that played a role in some of their early struggles, right? Just communication issues, him getting acclimated to living in a new country. But once they started to get better, they came 4th in Split 2 playoffs. Obviously, that was also not what they wanted with Miru coming onto the team. They then end up LTA South champs, go on a really, really strong run this past summer. And Trimby just talked about how kind of the team essentially came together super, super well. Miru was a great addition. He was a lot more comfortable in his role as like primary shot caller and a main voice on the team, which also really helped.
I just saw a rare Brazilian fan in there, so I was a little hyped. But yes, that story that you basically laid out is nice. Being able to hear from Seal, Coach Seal, like the faith that he had in this team, being able to be the best team, and the expectations of the fans, and also some of the impatientness of the fans, because they were not being able to hit the expectation that was set upon this organization. But then finally being able to do that, I fully expected Fury to be here. We're even having, you know, player of the year conversations for Tatu and all. But no, it was VKS that came in, dominated 3-0'd them, and so here they are.
And Raz, talk a bit more about Seal's 5-year plan for VKS and the ramifications that had on the perception of the team in the LTA South.
If he was already getting questioned. The fact that like ThinkCard was able to win a championship coming in from the outside looking in, people were like, oh, but what's happening over yonder? Because Seal made this promise and they weren't able to get it done. But then finally, at the very tail end, when it matters, qualifying for Worlds, winning that like conference championship meant so much for the fan base that trusted it. The whole trust in the process thing that was in play here, and so Coach Seal got it done.
I mean, Zen, do you buy in that the process is working? Because they had this 5-year plan. A couple years into the plan, they get rid of 4/5 of the team and bring in a new one.
I think
this part of the process.
5-year plan is crazy because most players only have 5-year careers.
Yeah.
I mean, some of his players don't have careers for 5 years yet. I think the AD carry has played for 3.5 years at this point, so it's kind of crazy to have a 5-year plan.
Generally,
these
if I
days.
make a 5-year plan, I pray on the second year people forgot about the plan.
That's a good plan.
There it is.
I mean, listen, they won the South, and they have a chance to make a lot of noise this weekend if they're able to perform above expectations. But speaking of that, they were the best team in Split 3, making almost the entirety of the first team All-Pro. Only position where they didn't get first team was Boal, who got second team. As you mentioned before, Miru won that mid lane vote in a landslide. I think he would be the LTA North MVP.
Yeah, and like Raz said, I fully agree. If we had that MVP vote for both separate conferences, he definitely would have won it. He was kind of the only name in the South that we were kind of tossing around to be like, okay, should he be on the Player of the Year ballot? Again, every team he has joined, he's made a massive difference, including Cade Stars, one of the reasons why they're here.
Yeah, and the stats look beautiful for the team, just in general. I mean, Desamis and Miru have just for sure been the best mid-jungle on that front. Desamis will be able to get like a lot of secured, kind of like at least a gold lead for himself in comparison to the enemy jungler. And then like a lot of the fights that I've been seeing are just straight up, pray to God that the setup from both your support jungle works out, and I feel like it's been great in setting up Morpheus for success.
Yeah, you mentioned mid-jungle, and mid-jungle's been really important this whole playoffs in every region, to be honest.
Yeah.
We see Quid and River, we see Inspiring Quad, Ken Chovy, like it's a bit different regions, but it is really important these days that mid-jungle are doing well in the early game and setting up fights around the Grubs and the Dragons, and they're going to have to perform today.
Yeah, massive dedication bringing a baby to this.
That's
just, I really have to appreciate
That's a
that.
dub.
I also hear, we heard some 100 Thieves comms earlier. We have some banter from VKS as well that we're going to take a listen in on.
I want one. I want one. Want one.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
What is this?
Where's mine? It's a meep. It's a
Wait.
You want this meep?
Yeah,
Where's mine?
I wanna throw it. I wanna throw it. Give me. I wanna throw that.
You're gonna throw it.
Of course I'm throwing that.
I want for
Wait,
me.
you got
But I got it for me.
Oh,
Guys,
that's
I'll get it. Let's ace and then we throw, no?
Got you.
Guys, we ace and then we throw for the
But we
crowd,
need
no?
one.
I mean, we got to get them some extra on their way
We
back.
need some more meeps.
They really need to have the meep experience. That's incredible. Hopefully the fans get a lot as well.
Can we throw the meats in that bucket? Can someone hit that? That's a
need
challenge
to.
for any fan out there that has a meep.
I want to talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves as well, though, because I think there is this perception, or there was this perception, that they are this no-brains, we're just going to be able to outfight you team. But I feel like in their series last week, their macro, I'm going to say, is better than you think. And I have examples from game one of their series that we're going to pull into right now. This was their game one draft, and I would say at the very start of this, they started Dokla in the bottom lane on the Ambessa, and I think it threw Red off guard. So we can roll the clip straight off the bat. And this is just to show that he didn't get denied off early in the lane, so he's in a good situation. But the big thing is the Rek'Sai was a counter pick to the Ambessa, and they throw FBI in this top lane, and immediately level one, he's pushing FNB off of the wave and denying a large amount of CS. So if we fast forward then throughout more of the game, here's the short-term payoff of what this lane swap did. You can see 29 CS to 17 in what would have been a counter matchup, and then also a 7 CS advantage on Corki, plus a plate top lane. So they continue swapping back and forth and extending this advantage, just doing a better job of pushing waves, resetting at the right time to here 30 CS up. And even though the individual plays don't go perfectly, they're still going to net themselves a bigger advantage. Here, Dokla tries to catch the wave as Doom arrives, so he ends up getting 3-man dove and dying. In the top lane, they kill FNB. Ayla actually drops as well, so technically it's a cleaner dive for Red. But the overall outcome of this is still going to be more gold in FBI's pocket, more denial, 44 CS on the Rek'Sai 10 minutes into the game, and first turret over to 100 Thieves. So their macro ended up still being good, even if their individual execution wasn't incredible.
Yeah, we see the power of the Grubs right there. The difference is like even if you trade dives, one team has a Corki with 3 Grubs, and one team has a Jhin without 3 Grubs.
And then this is another example of how they secured feats of strength. They already have Grubs and a Drake, and instead of just going to Drake on spawn and hoping for a fight, they play the situation out really slowly. Ambessa locks Rek'Sai in the top lane. Corki is stronger than Jhin in the mid lane, so they continue to poke him out. They have push in the bot lane with Ambessa over the Azir, and they just do not rush things. They just stay in this formation. Dragon's up for at least a minute until Red decides that they're a little bit too low. They can't contest this. River sneakily stole the crab, but they're not forcing anything. They're just being very patient, and then they end up getting the Drake completely uncontested. Another thing that I don't think I would have expected from 100 Thieves earlier in the year.
Yeah, this is the big difference to me for 100 Thieves, is that kind of increased patience around neutral objectives, especially early to mid. They still have some whoopsies sometimes in terms of a grub contest or a Rift Herald contest, but overall, that's actually been the biggest difference maker for me, especially in taking away from some of that early game deficit that I know they also really want to attack as a team.
Yeah, if you were to ask me, are they going to overload and then sacrifice the side lane later on in the game? I'll say yes. Are they going to just like full 5-man oink for a fight? Yes, yes. But the first like full oink. But if we're just like first 15 minutes of the game, their lane assignment's been something that I'm actually looking forward to most for this finals weekend. At the least for how they've been playing the early laning phase, the swaps that you've been basically able to like lay out, because that is something that I don't know how VKS is gonna respond to today, or if they end up winning today, how basically Fly is gonna be able to respond if they get that rematch. Because that's the biggest change I feel like they've made as a team.
Yeah, and I want to talk about VKS as well, because they had a very rough series against FlyQuest, but I think there are things that they can improve on. But this is an example of, I feel like, them getting impatient with how slow this game ended up being. So this is a clip from game 1 against FlyQuest, where FlyQuest is outscaling, and 21 minutes, 30 seconds, we can roll this clip immediately, and they get impatient to me and go for this play onto the Aurelia. When Aurelia's in a pretty safe spot, they burn the Bard ultimate, but they're not killing Aurelia with just Bard and Xin. You can see Varus is too far away, and Bess is down by the Otacon, and they have no chance of killing him, so they end up starting this fight in FlyQuest territory. FlyQuest is able to repel the fight, get a couple of kills, and then start the Otacon itself. And the reason I wanted to pull this clip is this would actually be a time where, rather than trying to force this fight in enemy territory, if they want to force action, they probably should have just pushed the bottom wave and started the Otacon so they could start in a 5v5 situation. But instead, in what was a close game, they're now put into this 5 versus 3 scenario. Trimby tries to, you can see he switched his spellbook to Smite over on the bottom right there. So he's going to try a steal. But at this point, they're going to sacrifice 2 to 3 kills, plus probably the Otacon. And even though they were a little bit behind because of FlyQuest scaling, that overforced, impatient play actually ended up costing them, I think, the entire game.
Yeah, I think the story of this game as well is that VKS winning the early game. They got 3 grubs, they got 2 drakes, they were ahead the whole game, and then the literal moment they made a single mistake, FlyQuest took the whole game in 5 minutes. 5K goal lead in just 1 play.
And I think in game 3, the problem got a little bit worse, where they're still trying to overforce a play. And this is where FlyQuest, with good tempo from their top laner, just starts the grubs, because Sion is bot lane with no TP. So this is actually a situation where I think VKS should probably just push bot with Sion, but Trimby tries a hard force. It's really telegraphed. FlyQuest backs away and easily win this fight 2 for 1, plus getting the Void grubs.
It's crazy, because especially in game 1, I felt like that was by far their worst. Going into game 2 and game 3, you got to see a little bit more of VKS, but they were still playing scared. And that was the biggest criticism you saw from a lot of the team, is that, like, even hearing from FlyQuest is like, we expected more, or like they are a good team. They just didn't show it that day.
And I'm really interested to see what VKS does again today, and how long this child can last in this stadium. That's another thing I'm going to be tracking. But because when I watch their games in the South, when they just eye contact around an objective, like, both teams just want to fight. That's their primary goal. But I feel like FlyQuest's primary goal a lot of times was just forcing a numbers advantage or getting a small lead elsewhere on the map. So VKS needs to be able to adapt to that, because the raw forcing of team fights definitely didn't work against FlyQuest. And I think with 100 Thieves' improved macro, isn't going to work against 100 Thieves either, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think I also have a few clips that I want to show specifically around Otacon, just because we've kind of identified it as a problem area for a lot of teams. But these are a few setups I want to talk about for 100 Thieves. And the big thing to me is, when 100 Thieves have been talking about these Otacons, it's the choice of, like, okay, do we go for Otacon, or do we try to get something else? Do we end up going for the fight instead? This was against Shopify, where they actually are just trying to pull the TP, right? To try to get a TP disadvantage from the top laner. So they're gonna wait to try. They start the Otacon up, and then they just want Fudge to end up TPing down, right? So they get that here. Immediately, they're just kind of like, okay, we're gonna pull it. We're gonna back off a bit. And the end result of this is that they actually get mid-tier 1 off of that from Dokla pushing it. Now, here is another fight that I just really loved from 100 Thieves, where they've set it up super, super well so that Shopify, without TP, they have to contest this. It is sole point. 100 Thieves use the Hex Gate so well. I actually thought Dokla initially kind of initiated way too early there, but with the follow-up from Quid and from River coming all the way around and then going in, they end up cleaning up this fight. They get the Otacon afterwards, so I thought it was a really good display in patience. Now, pause here. This is another clip from a different game against Red, where they're actually pushing on the bot side, right? So Otacon has spawned up here, and Cade, as soon as they see River ending up dropping this Herald and they know he's down here, they're like, okay, as we roll through the clip, they're going to start Otacon on the top side, thinking that 100 Thieves are probably not going to be able to contest it. However, as Dokla is pushing in on the spot side, right, River is already pinging out Kaze. So they're like, we are going to set up this trap play onto Kaze here, take him out. We are not going to all of a sudden rush Otacon. We're going to take him out first, and then we're going to play for the team fight. You see Dokla already TPing in on the top side to come around from the fight from this angle. And I just love the way that they kind of are like, okay, we're not necessarily playing to contest Otacon, but we are playing to contest this entire fight. And what they got off of this fight and the map took what had been a really close game in terms of gold into a 3K lead for 100 Thieves within a matter of like a few seconds, right, as they clean up kind of this last kill onto FNB. So I like how decisive they've been, even when it doesn't necessarily mean like kind of just going around Otacon and staying there and trying to get people to come to them, right? Like, I think they've used it very cleverly in more than a few cases.
Decisive, smart, handsome. Sven, do you feel like this tracks?
For me?
Yeah, about for 100 Thieves, not about
yeah,
you.
I mean, yeah, that too, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were hitting on me.
No. I'm just really impressed with 100 Thieves, so maybe hitting on them.
And I'm impressed with their improvement. So we got 3 minutes left before the game starts, and I want to once again talk about 100 Thieves' miraculous rise, because 5 weeks ago, this looked hopeless.
Yeah.
They were the bottom of the elimination phase, probably 7th place team in the LTA North, and since then they have played in 7 best-of-5s. This will be their 8th. Their game record has been 20-8. Even though their early game isn't amazing, it's improved enough. It allows them to team fight their way out of bad situations. And they have just been such a surprising team to make this rise. Travel back in time 6 weeks. 100 Thieves, nobody would pick them to be here.
Not at all.
But they are now.
Not at all. I would not have expected them to be here. Even when Dokla came in, I was like, well, it's not a Dokla problem. I'm still looking at the rest of the map. It's like mid-jungle problem, definitely a bot lane problem, but everything is really aligning as a team.
And to be fair, sometimes he's not the solution, but he fixes a different problem that fixes a different problem, and then snowballs a spiral of problems being fixed. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, it's prediction time.
Okay.
Winner of this moves on to play FlyQuest. Loser will be the number 3 seed for the LTA heading into the World Championship.
Are we cursing though?
Wow.
3-3-0. So for me, 100 Thieves has 3-0'd both of the LTA South teams already.
True.
Pretty convincingly. And what I saw out of VKS last week, mind you, everyone loses to FlyQuest, but they did look like they were very slow. They were slow in their macro play, and I feel like 100 Thieves' macro is incredible, as well as their team fighting. So as long as they're adjusting to the stage, I think 100 Thieves are going to be able to take this 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think Red and 100 Thieves are really similar teams in how they both just love to like fight. I think Cade and 100 Thieves are similar teams in the way that they like to set up around objectives, but I just think 100 Thieves are a lot more decisive and have been smarter in terms of their cross-map plays, which is why I'm giving them the victory.
What about the game?
What? I mean, there might be one game, like bad draft, you end up losing a few fights. I do think Cade are capable of taking a game. Are you saying they're not?
Okay.
Well, I mean, clearly.
Sven, you played against a lot of 100 Thieves. You know they've had an improvement. What are some of their bad habits that could sneak up in this series if they're not going to win?
I do think when the 100 Thieves play against a team who's very disciplined, who doesn't take a bad fight, they often find themselves in a bit like, okay, now what? You know, we move the whole team here. What do we do now? I think they could drop a game to keep for sure, but I think 3-0, 3-1 is probably what it looks like here.
Raz, you can see the crowd.
Yeah. You guys are starting to fill in. You guys are looking handsome as hell. Dallas, 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 I've been told that we can't start the show unless you tell us what you want. So Dallas, I gotta ask you, your predictions. First of all, do I hear any VKS in the crowd?
I don't hear much VKS.
I don't hear much VKS. Who believes that 100 Thieves is gonna win today? That's the whole stadium for 100 Thieves. And a final question I must ask you guys, because they're not gonna start until I ask you. You must tell us, start the show. 3, 2, 1, go!
Hello, Dallas! And welcome to LTA Championship Weekend driven by Kia.
And welcome everybody watching from your homes e claro, a todas as watch parties ao redor do Brasil e do mundo.
It is my distinct pleasure to introduce one of the two teams competing for a chance at Grand Finals tomorrow. Please join me in welcoming the team continuing the Cinderella run on the last heist that never ends, 100 Thieves! Up first, the catalyst for the team's turnaround and terrorizing the top lane, Dokla! In the jungle, putting the final touches on his legacy, the man who always finds the angle, River! In mid lane, the penta-killing, fate sealing, first team all-pro winning, Quid! At AD carry, the firepower, the lethal weapon, when he knocks, you better open up, FBI! And completing the Down Under duo in his best year yet, Ayla!
E recebam os campeões da América do Sul e da LTA Vivo K-Stars! Na rota do topo, em sua jornada de redenção para provar o seu valor no Rift Ball! Na selva, o melhor jogador da sua posição, representando os novatos da nova geração de Samis! Na rota do meio, estrela, desafio e compromisso, o nome dele é um só, recebam Mireu! A The Carry, de suporte, de chegada, de uma surpresa do Academy, a principal nome de A The Carry é Morteus! E o líder, o cérebro, a cabeça da Cade no suporte, Dreamy!
Dallas, give it up one more time for your lower bracket finalists, 100 Thieves!
E por Vivo K-Stars!
The finals this split are definitely the biggest moment of the year. I think if we manage to win in Texas, it will clearly show that we were the most dominant team throughout the whole year and for sure one of the most dominant teams in the history of the league.
Safe to say I'm the biggest, the largest. Been stepping up since my mama stayed in them apartments. Regardless, my daddy told me keep the heat even when I'm in foreigns. I'm heartless. We're not done. Hating on me just because I'm the biggest, the largest, the biggest, the largest.
When I won my first title in 2023, no one thought we would win. We overcame everyone's preconception of what is possible, and we're looking to do that again this time around.
O cara tá aqui agora, tendo sido campeão da LTA Sul e tá disputando nesse grande estádio todo o título como um todo, como sendo rookie. Extremamente importante pra mim, não poderia estar mais feliz. Levar o título seria algo que mudaria completamente a nossa perspectiva como região, seria completamente histórico.
I do have my eyes set on FlyQuest because they beat us in the finals, and there was a little bit of a beef going on. I'm not really one to like hold a grudge, but it is still in the back of my mind. Always nice to have a little fire under your ass when you play these big games.
It's really hard to choose a weak point of FlyQuest, so if you have to beat us and find a way to do that, I think you have to be really creative. This is a really, really big challenge because when you think about that, you don't even know where to start.
I think FlyQuest definitely is cocky. You know, can't really fault them. They've won majority of the year, but it's time to get humbled.
Let my little brother roll him a Dutch. My little boy get whatever he wants. Matter of don't be asking for much.
E desde a derrota pra FlyQuest, isso vem pesando bastante na minha cabeça, de tipo assim, caramba, eu preciso fazer isso acontecer, eu preciso mostrar pra galera que ainda tem esperança.
And somewhat, we are looking down on our opponents, but no one really proved us to do differently. At this point, everyone wants to see us lose, but I'm sorry if you guys want to see that happen, because it won't.
The largest. Been stepping up since my mama stayed in them apartments. Regardless, my daddy told me keep the heat even when I'm in foreigns. I'm heartless, cause these niggas is hating on me just because I'm the biggest, the largest, the biggest, the largest. Hey.
Hello and welcome, Dallas, to the LTA Championship weekend driven by Kia. I just ran up some stairs, catching my breath here, but I'm joined by Emily and Kobe for our lower bracket finals, 100 Thieves versus VKS.
Let's get into it. 100 Thieves. They are on course to try and 9-0 the South teams. I think that is one of the biggest things, 100 Thieves having dealt with the last two representatives from the South. Now, of course, versus VKS, this is the #1 team, so a much more challenging role. And I got some inside intelligence because we had Inspired on the dive. And Inspired on the dive was talking about FlyQuest scrimming VKS, and VKS actually doing really well versus them and beating them in a lot of scrims. And so he actually predicted a full 5 games this series.
Nice.
He really does think VKS will be able to push 100 Thieves to the edge.
All right, let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing to me coming out of Cade, as we see the first bands already starting to come in, Pantheon on red, and Poppy from 100 Thieves, no surprises there. But it has been, talking to a few of the Brazilian casters, this, and I'm pretty sure Takeshi said this on the dive as well, where it's translating that same kind of result into their stage performance, right? They felt like they definitely weren't able to do that against FlyQuest, so we'll see if they're able to get it done here against 100 Thieves.
And I think whether you're a North American fan, a South American fan, whether you're from Brazil, from Allen, Texas, wherever you're from, you're going to be rooting for at least VKS to show up and give some competition, because you're right, they did get 3-0'd by FlyQuest. We didn't see what this team was capable of and why they were the #1 seed coming in from the South. So I would love a close series here. All bias aside, of course, as a member of the North American broadcast, but I just want to see some good League of Legends, and I want to see what VKS is capable of.
I mean, I want to see, as stereotypical as it sounds, some blood. Like, we had such a fun time, all three of us, casting 100 Thieves versus Red, where it was over 1 combined kill per minute for that entire series, which is absolutely ridiculous. The Yumi hover.
I've never seen a crowd get so hyped for a Yumi hover. That was, I don't know what that was.
But it's actually the Wukong that's going to be coming in for River. He's had some absolutely stellar performances on that.
Yeah, and Wukong here really is one of the premier jungles, especially with some of the changes coming into jungle. on the recent patches. So no surprise there. This is a cornerstone champion for 100 Thieves. They love to build dive comps around Wukong and multiple solo laners that will be diving. Interesting that it's an early Nico pick here on red side for Trimby. Blue side here, 100 Thieves, they could answer, with a Karma, with a Bard, with something like that early on already. So there definitely are answers. And when we had ThinkCard on the desk, he really emphasized for VKS, a priority for him was to try and get Trimby counter picks. But once again, VKS are not going for support counter picks for Trimby, even though they are on red side, and just slamming the early Nico because they feel like maybe they saw Ayla's Karma game and they're like, we're not
worried about that. Also, it's a takeaway from Ayla, like we had been saying. Nico, one of the biggest champions that he's been piloting so far, but it is, I know the crowd was cheering for the Teemo hover. It's the Ambessa instead.
You guys got to calm down with those hovers there.
Yeah. Don't get paid. First rule of broadcasting. Don't get excited
100 Thieves love to do kind of troll hovers.
They like working the crowd,
as a group. But we see the Rakan locked in for Ayla, so they won't necessarily be going for one of those super hard pushing bot lanes like a Karma would bring.
Yeah, I actually like this from 100 Thieves. They're just focusing once again on their overall team comp. And the team comps that I feel like they always have the most success for are these full dive compositions where they get both Dokla and Quid, some dive solo laners as well. And since they already early slammed the Ambessa, I think this is going to be one of those quintessential 100 Thieves, very good at skirmishing compositions. And the Rakan has been one of Ayla's best champions, has been really good with a lot of the setups. So they don't have to worry about some power dive shenanigans going wrong. But VKS as well, themselves, they're going dive too. So we're just going to have head-to-head action. Lots of dives going on for both comps.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's going to be dive versus dive with that Kai'Sa locked in, as well as the J4. I did want to highlight, we kind of skipped over it as we were initially talking about the draft, but not only is that a great pick to kind of build a lot of different team comps around, but also a takeaway from River, right? It is, I would say, still his staple pick, the champion that he is most known for. Watching him play is just, he knows that champion so well. So not only is Dasama's going to be able to try to pilot it against River, but that will be a takeaway for the rest of the series.
So my question now, because Kobe, you had highlighted, it's basically two comps that can dive each other. Who's going to back off first? Who's playing chicken here in this head-to-head? Is it just going to be two dive comps versus each other, or is somebody actually going to pick some kind of kite bag?
Yeah, I mean, some of these are versatile, like, Nico can be used as Peel as well, Rakan can be used as Peel as well, but they're both going to be, headed forward. It's going to be head-to-head crash here. So let's get into the rest of it, though, because you need some protection bans when you're playing Ambessa. The main one, of course, is Renekton. So there you go. 100 Thieves laid that one down very quickly. And since 100 Thieves actually opt to go late on the picks here for their bottom lane for FBI, the Corki, who is a premier, AD carry right now and would be good into Kai'Sa as well, does get taken away. FBI has been pretty happy to go with like stacking champions as
Senna,
well. So
a lot of those things.
I feel like they feel pretty comfortable as far as the depth of that champion pool. And the other protection ban here for the Ambessa, just taking out Boal's Yorick here, which definitely is a big one.
I want to highlight here because there's one last chance for VKS to deny one of the biggest picks for 100 Thieves. Quid's Yone is still on the table. And it was not banned away. I love like the Yone and Bessa comps. They can both dive in together. What do you think the chances are that that should be on VKS's radar?
Unless 100 Thieves wanted to go with the Ziggs as bottom lane then, because you would be really heavy on AD then. I think it might pigeonhole you a bit too much into like full AD. So probably not the highest of priorities, but we'll see. The Aatrox answer isn't like, oh, I'm going to crush Ambessa in lane, something like Renekton or Volibear, and is much more playing for the team. So let's see about that FBI pick that they push down in priority here and will feel okay about. Lucian, he had a rough Lucian game, but he also had a good one previously, so.
Swap to Galio at the last second.
Yeah.
There you go, Kangas. You get some more peel. You get some more counter-engage options that you were kind of looking for, and there you get your AP and your setup for mid lane. Always love when you do have Galio with a carry jungler, and River Wukong is for sure a big carry jungle. So you can have Quid do a lot of setup for the mid lane. Even though it is technically blind tier, I guess you could possibly swap a Nico into mid lane, but I think that is very low on the chances.
Yeah, and it will be the Lucian that FBI will be piloting in his first game, as we see the Heimerdinger.
Great start for the crowd,
there.
by the way. I gotta say, this crowd in the stadium is already making a lot of noise. I'm loving to hear it.
And this is going to be super fun because this means we are going to get, aggression on both side lanes here. Now we're going to see if we get aggression in mid lane too. I think we will. We are here with the Ahri looking for the picks.
Yeah, and that's where I'm going to be looking for both junglers, but especially Disamis around this J4, who does have so many of those kind of early options that we have seen River pull off before, right? So see how he'll be able to combo with that Ahri, potentially try to keep Quid down in this game.
Yeah, definitely one of the big threats of Ahri Jarvan is really early ganks. They don't even need their level 6s to go threaten a melee champion like Galio. Can just go flag and drags into charms and look to threaten that way. You can also just trade flashes really early on and then look to repeat. So we'll see what area they try and pressure early on. Wukong, of course, is probably going to be looking for full clears into second full clear to try and get your level 6.
You don't say. I mean, it is River. Maybe we'll see a little spice, but
He
yeah,
does like to get
probably
creative.
not.
Yeah, but expectation definitely is more of that scaling focus for the Wukong, getting towards that level 6, getting towards that first item, the J4. Let's see if Disamis has the confidence as the coaches are giving their fist bumps. A big moment for both of these teams on stage today. The last heist of the Thieves versus the last chance for Brazil. The Kings of the South versus the Thieves of the North. It's VKS Stars versus 100 Thieves. Game 1 right around the corner.
Yeah, and I feel like both of these teams kind of got what they wanted in terms of having this heavy dive, in terms of having so many different teamfight options. For me, the difference then becomes, okay, what are the neutral objective contests actually going to look like? Who is going to have the better setups? Because with team compositions like these two, there are just so many different angles that someone can be coming into a fight, and I think that's definitely where the game is going to be won.
And Kangas, you mentioned the last heist. This heist for 100 Thieves has been going on for so long. The analyst list did show their count in best of 5s here. The 100 Thieves, 6-1 since they faced their first possibility of being eliminated. And they have just been able to win and win and win. A lot of people, correctly so, kind of credit the move from Dokla from coaching role into starting role on this team, and teammates talking a lot about what he does bring to the shot calling and the focus of the team as well. So big stuff here at 400 Thieves. They are on quite the miracle run, quite the role for themselves. And let's get right into game number 1 here and see if they can keep it going.
Yeah, on the other side for VKS Stars, they're hungry too, because again, they did not show what they were capable of versus FlyQuest. They're hungry to prove to this live crowd and everybody watching at the Brazilian watch parties back home just what they are capable of doing here in the North. But as we are watching the game now, junglers are both starting on the top sides of the Rift and will be pathing identically towards the bottom side.
Yeah, so we'll see if they want to end up doing anything on those bot sides. I am still looking to see if potentially Disamis is going to want to do something mid as well, maybe a little cheeky Jarvan gank. But my expectation is that both of them, especially since he is being tracked, they're both just going to pass bot.
Exactly, that's the key there. The ward on Raptors going to disallow the possible Jarvan level 3 move through mid lane would be seen. So Disamis just continue on with his clear. Keep on being efficient, end up towards this bottom lane. And so far, they've got 1 heal out. Ayla did use the summoner spell heal early on for the extra heal. But here we go. We're the Western version of the heist.
Yeah, last time it was getting on the train, or getting past, I guess, like the ticketer on the train. They made it through. Now they have arrived in Dallas, but can they make it to championships on the Sunday versus FlyQuest is the actual question here, as Dokla and Boal trading on the top side. Both of them have a lot of lifesteal, so not expecting a lot of action there.
And the reason they can trade so heavily like that is because, they did have confirmation for both teams of junglers pathing down towards bottom side. So top laners get the green light, the go ahead. All right, we can scrap, we can push in. Boal trying to get that push on the Mbessa. Meanwhile, both bottom sides, because both teams are very well aware of jungle paths, they have both defensively warded their lane. So they are ready for the arrival, and Desamis with a quicker clear is going to get into position first.
And this is where bot laners will oftentimes really push the wave because they want to be the first one to answer in case the junglers meet up, but Desamis will just be uncontested. Instead, River identifies, I got a path up towards this top scuttle instead.
Yeah, he's already heading towards top scuttle. They had pinged Desamis out on that scuttle.
So there's actually a chance that VKS can push River off of this scuttle. He's got to go fast.
Yeah,
Smite timer is just winding down here. Should be able to have.
In Fog of War, he got it. Okay, didn't even need the smite. Well timed by River right there. That actually came down to a couple inches.
It's quite nice, too, because of the fact that Desamis came up to try and contest him on it. Delays his recall, so there's no, like, difference in extra timing there. There's no extra little bit of tempo for the Jarvan. Both of them are resetting on the exact same recall timer, and is going to be a second top-down clear for both of them. Since the bottom lanes, still have most of their summoner spells down there, should look like just regular clears.
Yeah, we're looking at a quiet early game, all things considered, in terms of especially what we've seen from some of these teams, especially 100 Thieves.
Getting used to the stage.
In their ramp up.
They got to get comfortable up there. But also, I will say, yes, it doesn't feel like a lot, but to me, it seems like more than we're letting on because we highlighted the fact that River wants to hit level 6, wants to get that first item. So in my mind, being synced up with the Desamis is actually a pretty big deal for 100 Thieves as jungler.
Yeah, I think it's good from River. He is in a good spot. The big thing is going to be where kind of the mid prio is going to lead. Thus far, Mirror's Ahri has had control over that lane, so we'll see if River wants to either come into the lane or potentially do something around it. With Drake now up as well, that's kind of where we're going to start seeing teams potentially move around these objectives as we see 100 Thieves ascending their bot lane top already for that kind of classic early lane swap.
Exactly, moving up to top side, so that means is going to have some roam timers for a Nico as well, though, so everybody should be counting their minions. Trimby resets from base through mid lane. That is always preferred, so you have the options, and they can just go down to the bottom side since they see the swap from 100 Thieves up top side. They know this dragon is as free gets, so VKS will get their Chem Tech dragon here and look to the other side for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, so 100 Thieves probably are going to have an eye on these grubs, right, as we see River kind of making his way up to the top side. VKS locking in that first Drake thanks to their mid prio and kind of this mismatch that they had on the reset with 100 Thieves sending their duo lane bot and them keeping their duo, or their duo lane top, and then VKS keeping their duo lane bot.
And a little small interaction there. Trimby actually playing hero, keeping Miru's back safe, throwing out the Tangle Barb just to make sure the River can't cancel that back, so Miru can stay. Because, yeah, a minute and 25 seconds. This is where you want to make sure that you have your lane states pushed, because there's a chance VKS can still contest at those grubs.
I mean, they've got plenty of time. There's no trade of objectives going on since it is so early, and I definitely would expect them to try and set up. I'd say the first priority of setting up for grub fight is the banana brush in River,
Kobe, I'll let you finish
which
that.
allows you the setup.
3 people bot side. I think we're going for a dive right now onto Bawal. He has the World Ender available, pops it, trying to stay alive. Public execution lands. Bawal in trouble. River tanks up turret perfectly. First blood to Quid.
Galio ultimate invested here for 100 Thieves, so they sent a lot of resources. That is going to allow first blood for 100 Thieves, but they're giving up turret plates in mid lane. Ahri's pushing that wave into tower. And those minions are going to go down quite quickly there. Top side as well, though. They're scrapping heavily.
Feeling confident up there. But yeah, right, Kobe. Nothing is free. That was a good move from Miru to make sure that he's getting those plates mid.
It does set Dokla up in a really good position, right? And what they like to do with him is kind of stick him in a side lane after this, kind of potentially play the weaker side of the map and leverage it that way. At least that's how 100 Thieves have been using him kind of throughout this run. And I did like how they set it up, right, with the River wraparound, knowing that they had the Galio ultimate there and willing to sacrifice a few turret plates to Miru in the process.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves having both of their solo laners be strong off of this is huge. They are also going to go over to Grubs. and start them up. Looks like they are going to get them in trade for their Raptors. That is a very fine trade, for 100 Thieves. Very nice.
Well, what if it's a Raptors and a buff?
I think it is still fine, but Desamas is kind of toying with the idea of taking the whole red side, which involves Krugs as well. So Dokla's going to see them on the Krugs. So the red buff spawning later means that would be a long time to stick around. Does get a lot of money out of those Krugs, though, as Dokla gives them a little bit of extra damage on exit. But 100 Thieves should be very happy here, getting some grubs, getting their solo lanes ahead, as we said, because not only did Dokla get some money off the tower afterwards, after the dive, but they also got the 2 stacks on the Dark Seal here for Quid's Galio. A little bit of extra power, too.
I think the grubs are really important, especially having all 3 of them for, again, a lot of these cross-map plays. The 100 Thieves do like to do with these 2 solo laners, especially with the Galio ultimate in pocket. You can kind of stick him into a side lane, have him join a fight whenever you want, and have those grubs for extra pushing power. So it just really suits what 100 Thieves like to do, so good pickup for them.
It feels good for Mir to get those plates from earlier, but we're getting to that point. I mean, I just saw Quid's back and purchase. He's got not a completed item, but a lot of HP already. It's almost past the point already where the J4 and the Ahri can really threaten like a kill on the mid lane at any point, and I'm getting concerned that the Ahri won't scale as well into this game. I want to see some action from Vivocade because they have such strong early game tools.
Well, Kangas, when you immediately complete the Malignance, you definitely want to immediately use your ultimate. So Ahri is very ready to apply with you and give you some action. We'll see if Mira is able to get some good Ahri ultimates and some possible picks there, but in the side lane versus Dokla, it will probably need a little bit of extra help if he's going to make that happen.
Yeah, you kind of saw him feinting up towards the mid lane, seeing if maybe there's going to be a fight. Nope, okay, I'd already pushed the wave to turret. Now that Dokla is back in there catching it.
River's going for an invade. Yeah, Boal spots him. Desamas is nearby, so River has to back off.
Aatrox with no flash and getting chunked pretty heavily does require some defense there for VKS. So once they see, all right, Jarvan's here also, not going to over push or overstay or anything. Dragon will be up in 40 seconds. So you have plenty of time to get your recall off then. As long as it's before like 30 seconds, everyone can go back, get the necessary vision tools, and reset to the other side of the map if they do want to fight it.
Especially somebody like Quid on the Galio who can always just ult into the fight here. It hasn't picked up that first item, so I imagine Quid will want that, but while going for a little trade there, we'll have to catch this wave here, as now the Dragon will be coming up shortly. Currently, it's only 100 Thieves Vision really populating the area. There's a couple of VKS wards, but 100 Thieves so far with more control in the area.
Well, you can kind of see them doing the classic, right, with Lucian pushing up this mid wave, get mid prio. You can potentially rotate to Drake off of that, with Ambessa pushing in the bot wave as well. So it does look like they're at least going to be getting a little setup in here.
I like what Ayla's done. Notice because he has Spellbook here, he actually anticipates getting like Nico ulted or something. So he goes over to the cleanse so that when he looks for his Recon engage, he can just cleanse off you know, whatever root or charm is getting in his way and continue on with his engage. But he doesn't have a lot of life. Recon's pretty squishy, so we'll see if they can make it happen. River tanking the Dragon at the moment.
Yes, they're walking up. Yeah, they're pushing River back all the way into the pit. Now Dokla's going to try and make some space. There's teleports coming in. Desamas goes in, away from the rest of the team. There's that Pop Blossom. They're getting onto the carry. FBI's in trouble! FBI down. Quid gets in a little late. They trade for the jungler, so no smite contest from VKS. But without that Lucian, it's going to be tough. Charm lands onto Dokla. Assassinated in the pit. VKS find 2 and will go for the Dragon.
And it is Miru, the star mid laner for VKS. He comes up huge. Yeah, the Recon might have cleansed, but FBI didn't have cleansed. FBI just gets a headshot. Dokla then also gets hit with the charm. Miru, there you go. The Ahri flash well invested. The Ahri Malignance, high value there. VKS get Dragon number 2.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice collapse from them. And again, Miru, the person that they've been trying to put all of this money into, shows up fantastically well, even with the jungler going down here on the back half of this. The big thing is getting on to FBI, right? Because he will be able to do so much damage in this fight. So even when Desamas comes in, Trimby immediately goes, I know my man, Pop Blossom directly onto FBI, he immediately explodes.
And that's why that brush right there, that banana brush, that little curved brush leading up to the objective.
It's important.
It is the most important objective for setups for you know, dragons like this, and Miro does a good job. They got a control ward in that brush. He flash charms right out of it onto FBI, and FBI, like he has barrier, but that's not going to get him out of the charm, and so it's just really well done, and it's nice to see because this matchup of the mid laners is what everybody was most hyped for coming into this match. You've got the tier 1 over here, LTA North #1 seed, all team, all pro mid laner Quid versus the LTA South first team all pro in Miru, and both of them really able to make some highlight plays. So let's see about the follow-up, though. Doesn't really move the gold that much, so it's Dragon #2.
Dead even in gold right now. It's really that Dragon stack, and VKS will want to make sure that they continue that because, again, I see them as a composition that can make very aggressive plays. I think this is the type of team that would be very happy if they can stack up Dragons as a win condition. But Herald will be up in a minute. That's the next thing immediately to look at on the Rift.
Yeah, especially with, again, the way that Cade likes to play is a bit similar to how 100 Thieves like to cross-map a few times, where they're going to try to get you to overload, or they are going to overload a side to try to leverage it for something on the other side of the map, or force you to make a mistake.
How about invades for blue buffs? Is that something that either team is open? Mirror's not spotted. He's in the, charm goes a little wide. That was close. They almost found the charm onto River right there.
Boal is coming.
Yeah, Aatrox has roamed down, so 100 Thieves is going to have to back off the pseudo-blue invade. But it does mean Dokla's going to be able to push in the top side. So let's see what, how, the value of the Ambessa push on top side. Does seem to be decent since they have full 3 grubs. He's going to do a decent amount of damage there, and a few of the minions do die off.
And that's kind of how both teams like to try to leverage these small advantages across the map, right? It's like, okay, we're going to make this aggressive play onto one of your buffs. We're going to try to pull you in one sort of direction. Both 100 Thieves and Cade love doing this, right? So we're going to see a lot of this. This Trinity might be caught out.
Aggressive play here from Ayla. Hero's entrance from Quid. Feet of Warfare claimed. 100 Thieves find a pick in the jungle.
Nice play here, taking over Red Quadrant jungle, and VKS not being cautious enough in retaking territory over here. They did have a ward that is in River, as you can see right now, by the Rift Herald. But Ayla had snuck on there into the back position behind the red buff. So 100 Thieves, on top of their pick, they also get the Rift Herald. Well, VKS have gotten the Dragon priority. 100 Thieves have had priority over the purple side objectives, the Grubs and the Rift Herald that do turn into tower money.
Miru again lands the charm. I don't think you have enough damage alone to really threaten the kill here onto Ayla, so he will be able to back off. Just controlling the control ward right now, making sure 100 Thieves can't clear it. But I also love those early setups because anytime an objective's up, you can tell everyone's going to go for it. But if you can be there 20 seconds before it spawns like Ayla was, those are the moments where you can catch the enemy support when they're going for these warding paths, especially the squishier ones like the Nico.
Oh, we see VKS might be trying for something on the spot side onto Quid.
Charm lands again onto Quid. The flash from Quid, very defensive. Like that play, and an immediate Rift Herald answer from 100 Thieves. So River actually dropping the Herald mid lane.
Yeah, and all of this is kind of in service for setting up for this Drake, right? Because with VKS having these 2 Drakes, they will be able to claim first turret off this up.
Engage onto River, but he's actually looking aggressive. Now the rest of 100 Thieves are here. Flash from Disamis doesn't get over the wall, but he has the team nearby, so 100 Thieves don't want to go all the way onto him. Miro and Boal trying to get their jungler out. River over the wall. Now Boal answering as well. He's trying to fake them out that that's a clone warrior. Trickster, he's away! River actually gets out! He jukes VKS, and now Boal has to flash. Beautiful from River.
How many times is River going to do this? He always escapes with a sliver of health. He's always playing on the edge with champions like this Wukong, like the J4 we already mentioned.
That was crazy.
He can't keep getting away with it, Kobe.
That was very risky for my taste, but look at how many flashes they got for this. How many summoner spells are to the advantage of 100 Thieves. Even though kills don't go down in this, they gain so many summoner spells. And, River starts it off. They're all 3 chasing him. He's juking at the beginning. He's using his knock up here on 3. Does start to get some of the summoner spells there. You saw Trimby use his. You see Dismiss use his. And then River's like, all right, we're going to keep on pressuring. He does a good job. He flashes the charm. That was critical. But
they don't know.
The cooldown on his W is so long. Has to wait a little bit. It does come back up in time there to escape.
And you could tell the hesitation. Like, the Infernal Chains land. Oh, but back
the flashes being down are going to be the critical pipe for this fart.
Okay.
Fight.
Hard for this fight. Dragons up, Charm lands, Public Execution goes wide, but River's in there. Pop Blossom defensively as the Hero's entrance goes in. It's going to be a fight for the Dragon. Boel goes down. Dragon stolen! River gets the objective. Catapulted for Tazamis. VKS are not done. Morteus gets out of the back line. Killer Instinct clearing up everybody. Morteus unleashed in the fight for the triple kill. Looking for the quadra kill. Morteus cleans up the fight.
Morteus, the rookie promoted this year, comes up huge. The Kaisa is getting rich.
Oh my gosh, what an insane fight coming out of both of these teams. You see how 100 Thieves want to contest. Ayla going in with the Galio ult on top of it. But just watch Morteus throughout. Just like watch where he moves when he feels like he's able to go in. Right there, goes in, assassinates FBI, and then starts cleaning up the rest of them.
That was a beautiful re-engage there from VKS. Even though the Dragon was down to 50 HP, and River was able to get the steal, all of this gold onto the Kaisa is game-changing.
That's what I'm talking about. That's that passion. That's that love for League of Legends. That's the dream Kaisa play as well. He didn't get the pentakill. I guess Miru wasn't quite feeling like giving that one up. But either way, I mean, yeah, this rookie coming in here just promoted up and already having a pop-off moment on stage here in Dallas.
Yeah, it's great to see how well both him and Miru have performed thus far in this game. And now that gives Cade a little bit of a gold lead, 1.3, 1.4K, and it undoes all of the map pressure that 100 Thieves had created, right? Like they tried to push up on this bot side. They got that turret really low. They pushed in mid with the Herald. They'd done that risky invade, come out of it with all of those flashes burned, like you pointed out, Kobe, in prep for Drake. The one good thing is they did, like you said, get the Dragon, so that does stop a little bit of this kind of early stacking, so VKS won't be on soul point just yet.
Yeah, and the big thing for VKS is that it is concentrated gold, concentrated onto this Kaisa. Morteus is going to have to keep on coming up with some big plays and keep coming up with some carry plays for himself. I do like always, too, when you have double mobility summoner spells on a Kaisa like that, that has the extra money because allows you to use it very effectively.
Yeah, and I want to bring our attention now because you're talking about maintaining that momentum. Otacon's on the rift here, so immediately my eyes go there as Tazamis and Miru are invading into the jungle here. River will spot them out, clear out a ward there, but anytime Otacon spawns, I immediately start thinking which team is going to pull the trigger and actually go for it.
It looks like VKS are at least going to clear out some of this vision.
I mean, this is the first step. You always want to clear out the vision, especially through the tri-brush, because this is a small choke that you want to pull the enemies to if you're going to start it out. And then you can pull it back towards the lane away from the choke. 100 Thieves, though, they want the entry point here through River, trying to take over the banana brush vision first. That is key.
And the other big thing is they have pushed out that bot wave, right? So you see FBI having to go back, kind of push that out. Bot prio when this Otacon is on this bot side is huge too.
I want to see what Kaisa's buying right now. Looks like they're not going to, force start anything. So just going to be some components here picked up as well. Nothing too monumental at the moment. So everyone just camping on brush, looking for anyone to get close for face check.
Yeah, I mean, not a full third item here for Morteus, but still 1.8K in the lead. As really, it's 100 Thieves Dokla who's going to be the big difference for them in this ensuing team fight here. He's got 2.5 items completed himself. As it's just, fishing for that pick. If anybody can find that one out-of-position player, suddenly the Otacon is almost guaranteed for them. But you can also just start it up if you want to. VKS are being very patient here, though. Not actually pulling the trigger. We have seen League of Legends games all year decided off of Otacon, decided off of picks in the side lane as well. The old classics sometimes work. Dokla caught out, and VKS now a 5v4 at the objective.
The small cope for 100 Thieves is that he does have teleport, but it's a full 40-second death timer. So immediately starting up this Otacon here for VKS. They've got priority from their pre-existing vision. This is huge.
Now, keep in mind, we do still have Cyclone plus the Hero's Entrance combo, so 100 Thieves maybe still feel confident to go for it, but Boal has a little flank here. The Pop Blossom defensively. River's onto the Otacon! Not stolen. Tazamis confirms the objective as Boal holds the line. Now Morteus' turn to tag in. Another triple kill. Will it be another quadra kill? Boal will clean up the ace. VKS get the objective in the team fight.
With the Otacon plus all of these kills, VKS will start to destroy these 100 Thieves towers. They are making a very good case in game number 1.
And I really like how they played that, right? Like they drew out the TP, they recognized that they could then go down for a collapse onto Dokla, taking him out. 100 Thieves try to get in here, but honestly, with Boal kind of in their face, right? Oh, that came so close. Too.
Straight up even possibilities of stealing with a smite. Even got his Q in there, but Desamus just secures it.
Yep. And then with Boal kind of in the face of FBI, right? Like he's not able to get in to do damage. Ayla kind of hangs back, and that opens up the opportunity for Moteus to just get in there, start killing people on the back half of that fight.
9-0-3 on the Kaisa.
And it all just starts with this pick onto Dokla on the side lanes. Really, really good pick by VKS. Getting in there, Miro just ults in on Ahri. They get the key pick onto the top laner, and then nice objective start up for them. Let's see about pushing it forward now over a 4,000 gold lead. You're going to be looking towards the Dragon Soul as the real kind of emphatic stamp on the end of the game. So there's still a possibility for comeback for 100 Thieves. Leading up to that fight. It's going to be very difficult, of course, with all the extra power from Otacon Flowers, as well as the gold lead and this turbo-fed Kaisa. But you still have a ray of hope there for a possible comeback. 100 Thieves going to try and remain creative, but...
Ooh, the flag and drag over the wall doesn't actually land, but the charm does onto River. So Wukong chunked out. VKS trying to establish their control of the game right now, flexing this gold lead and pushing 100 Thieves out of their jungle all the way to the tier 2 turrets.
Yeah, they're chasing them down there. They pushed in on the bot side as well with Boal.
Oh! They just don't want River to back.
And I like what we're seeing today from VKS, because when they got stomped by FlyQuest, as we're going to start a Baron here and try and bait them over.
I mean, they just chunked out River. They know he has to reset. They have a window where he's going to be running all the way back. 100 Thieves have to find a fight here to stop VKS, or maybe clean up the fight after the objective goes down. The smite is going to be nowhere close. So that is a Baron secured by VKS. No fight from the Thieves. Flash, public execution. Dokla's trying to catch Morteus. Had his flash as well. He's out of there. Now maybe they can catch Trimby, the support, in trouble here, but that's just the clone. In goes Quid. Taunt under 2. They got Trimby. Can they get Miru? The mid laner being protected by his top lane. VKS get out with 4 Barons.
All right, 100 Thieves should also try and get the objective bounty off of this top tower. They've got a minion wave right here. So it's going to be a tiny comeback, but it is just going to be a little tiny one at that. VKS still getting the Baron. Very, very big stuff for them. Of course, this cuts down the current Baron power play to negative with the extra kill on the tower going down. But we are going to be able to take some more towers as well with the Baron buff for VKS.
And there was a 4.4 thousand gold lead plus about 2,000 worth of petals. So VKS are very ahead, even if they're currently negative in the Baron play.
I think the key for today overall, what we're seeing in this game, is the improvements in confidence from VKS. This is something that Trimby talked about when we had him on the Pros podcast. After they lost to FlyQuest in such a substantial way, he was like, wow, we really needed that kick in the butt to motivate us, and we are not going to play scared from now on. And they really just wanted to be able to show some really strong and impressive games. And so they're coming out here in game number 1 versus 100 Thieves, really swinging. Lots of really good pick plays from them. Miro on the Ahri play around Dragon to start them on their lead, and then picking off Dokla as well in the side lane. So VKS, very good, adaptations and kind of refocus here coming into this weekend.
Yeah, they've played team fights really well too, like kind of just allowing so much space for Moteus to move around in these fights as the Kaisa. The other thing I really liked is just in general how they set up this Baron, right? Like they were pushing in that top side of the map. They pushed out bot side as well. And it was really, really easy for them to force 100 Thieves to come into them. That's been the biggest difference to me with Cade, is their decisiveness and how they have kind of run 100 Thieves around the map once they have that lead.
Yeah, this is a much better look from VKS than we saw when they played FlyQuest before. That Baron buff. That Red Bull Baron power play netted them an additional 3,000 now. So you factor the 7.5K plus the 2K from the pedals. That means that they will have close to a 10K gold lead for this Dragon Soul fight in 25 seconds.
Let me see. Do you like those odds? 100 Thieves here. They need to full send. They know the odds are stacked against them, so they just have to full send with a Galio on ult on top of somebody. Ayla's got to get in there. Wukong's got to get in there. They have to go for a full send engage on this Kaisa. Even though he has Guardian Angel, he doesn't have Flash.
Yep.
So their idea is to try and burst him down twice.
I do love that GA build, though, because you know that you're going to be the target. You know that you are 3,500 of your team's gold lead. Very young player. Can Morteus step up to the pressure? Dragon is started. 100 Thieves are on the approach. River's toying around just in case he has a window to go in. Boel's now going to push him back. His VKS are trying to keep the Dragon open. River's in there, trying to look for the steal. Can River get it? The second Cyclone, he's targeted down. It's secured by Desamis. Exhaust on Morteus, but it just won't matter. Public execution. Maybe they take him down. Not before the double kill. He goes into the stasis, into the res. A double kill to Boel. Quid will go down. Triple to Morteus for the third time. And again, the ace to VKS.
12-0-5 on this Kaisa. What a performance from Morteus and what a performance from Cade, showing up absolutely huge today, showing us what they potentially learned from that loss against FlyQuest and really taking it to 100 Thieves.
If you talked to the Brazilian fans, if you talked to the Brazilian players, they weren't happy with how things went last weekend. But this weekend, VKS will take first game in Dallas.
Impressive stuff for game number 1, and we're just getting started, King.
Yeah, this is a best of 5, and we already expected this to be a bloody best of 5. Look at all the picks, all the aggressive team fights, and Morteus stepping up huge in the critical moments. That's our thoughts on it, though. I can't wait to hear what the Lounge has to say about game number 1.
Definitely not going to be 9-0 against the South for 100 Thieves. Definitely not.
Yeah, you're right about that. I apologize to Emily for the 3-1 on that one. It might go the other way. VKS are crazy today in just game 1 alone.
Yeah, I mean, Miro had a great team fight at the start of the Dragon. He found FBI with the Charm Flash. He found Dokla right after that. That gave him second Dragon, and then after that, it was just a Mateo show the whole game.
Yeah, we want to break this game down because it ended up being mostly about the Drake fights and what led up to the Drake fights.
Almost only the Drake fights.
Yeah, we're going to get into that actually right away. So at first, I was thinking the game is going to be under control. You could see the draft fairly standard for both teams. The Wukong first pick, not a huge surprise. Poppy Band is almost always happening. 400 Thieves. Rumble, Aurora, Pantheon, totally logical bans. And ended up, the Kaisa-Nico combo ended up being very effective for them.
Yeah, because Nico is a strong early game laner, while Kaisa is not. So you kind of bridge the gap between the lane power. And then in team fight, it's so easy to find good angles for Kaisa ulti when you have so much AoE CC, everyone's plasma on them. So nice combo, and I like that they picked it over the top lane pick when Dokka picked the Ambessa. It's very easy to just pick top lane on 3 instead of Kaisa, but you prioritize that Kaisa for Mateus, and you see why.
Yeah, got a lot of value out of it. Let's get into some of the replays of the game. For me, before the series, I was thinking 100 Thieves macro might be the thing that carries them through. And at first, I actually thought this sequence was very nice by 100 Thieves. When VKS goes for this first Drake, 100 Thieves doesn't contest it, but they get a massive amount of tempo out of the play. Galio recalled early, redeploys onto the map. They'd already sent the Lucian and Rakan up top lane so they can get push early. And then when they have the Ambessa on the bottom side of the map, they end up getting a huge amount of tempo since the bot lane from VKS started with the Drake, and it ends up leading to a very effective dive early on for 100 Thieves.
And that's something that, I mean, we had alluded to coming into the show of how smart 100 Thieves have generally been around, like playing to the early portions of the game, playing around tempo. This was a dive that came from it. They also got a pick on top side. So like, the early game was, for me, surprisingly slow paced, but was working well for 100 Thieves. But like you said, Sven, that changed very quickly.
Yeah, Miro hides on the pink ward here, and he finds a nice flash charm onto FBI, who does have cleanse against the Arya, not Nico. The Trimmy follow-up is very nice with the Pop Blossom as well, and then the next charm comes in like 5 seconds onto Dokka's Ambessa, and that just seals the deal. The Dragon also resets very far away here to the left side.
Yeah.
But the fight's already over at this point.
Another charm by Miru at the end to get Dokka,
exactly.
and this was kind of a preview of things to come, whereas VKS kept out executing 100 Thieves in these crucial team fights.
It's happening again and again, and this one was 100 Thieves engaging the fight off of a Mbessa ulti that missed, but like, go ahead and explain the fight for me.
Look at this charm here from Miro in a couple seconds. It looks like it's going to hit Quid's Galio, but it actually hits FBI on the back end here, right here.
Boom.
And that's what ends up the fight, making it over. Again, Killer's taking the back line from Mateo's Kaisa, and he cleans up everyone here, thanks to that one charm from Miro.
Exactly. Miro in both team fights plays out of his mind in terms of his charm.
Yeah.
Like, really does set up Mortis in these fights, but yes, Mortis completely untouched as he gets a great ulti just to be able to chase down the Lucian that was charmed.
He was given a good angle, and he took it, and he killed everyone. So.
Exactly. So he was incredibly fed. What we were talking about in the draft definitely played out. So that's a big surprise. I don't think anybody in the crowd expected like VKS to be able to like shock in this type of way.
Yeah, I mean, potentially VKS did, confidence from scrims, and even though Morteus was the one who got all the kills on the Kaisa, 25,000 damage from the 5th pick Ahri. It didn't even seem incredible for the composition, but he just played incredibly well on it.
If you hit the most important target with charm every time you shoot it, then it's not bad, yeah? I will say FBI, not the best game from him this this start of the game here. Got hit by the most important charm in that first team fight, or the second Drake fight, and then that moment Quid was kind of lucky. They were kind of stacking on top of each other. Could have been the Galio getting hit by it, but still, that was the moment they lost the game. So, not the best game from him. Someone who's been very solid this whole playoff.
Really interesting here, looking at 100 Thieves in the back.
Red side is interesting, by the way, that they're going for red side. I think a few teams in the LTA have gone red side. Shopify has been red side pretty consistently. 100 Thieves have gone red side here. What value do you really see of going red side in game 2 for this one?
Well, I don't think 100 is much of a top lane red side 5 pick. They're more looking for the red side 3rd pick, where they can get potentially Quid playing Yon into the Asir first pick from VKS. That could be an angle. That's something that many teams fear, playing that matchup against 100 Thieves, because they don't want to play either side of the matchup.
Yeah.
That could be a thing.
I also feel like they often will 5-pick an AD or support. So they'll usually pick their whole top side in the first 3, as you said, like almost last picking mid on the 3rd pick.
Yeah.
And then on the 4th and 5th pick, they'll be, I think they'll look for a Senna angle. If there's the right combination, that's going to be an FBI Senna angle. And as we head to break, let's take a look at our comms replay connected by AT&T and voted on by chat.
It doesn't have flash still Kong, okay?
Yeah, I have ult.
Look. Ambessa no ult. Ambessa no ult.
Look, this is good. First target. Maybe kill Ambessa. First target. Kill Ambessa. First target. Lucian. Can we? Lucian.
Sorry.
Okay. Look. Yeah.
Kill.
Yeah, kill.
Carry Kong.
Good job.
Next play.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner! The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging. Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's good to see you all again. We've got a fun game to play while the players are taking a quick cool down. Let's introduce a couple fans to get this game on the road. Come on up.
Put him in any other position as a top laner, he sucks. The AD carry, he's fantastic, obviously.
All right, let's meet our two new fans and two new friends. What's your name, brother?
My name is Yanni.
Everyone say hello to Yanni! And what's your name, man?
Jackson. Right here.
Oh, yeah,
Jackson,
sure.
what up?
Okay. Oh, I was like, I'll be moving my ass.
All right, you two.
Perfect.
I heard that y'all are liking the upcoming TCG Riftbound.
Okay.
And big fans. Well,
Oh, yeah,
y'all
sure.
are in luck.
Absolutely.
We're gonna play a quick game, and the winner is gonna get a exclusive 2025 event promotional code or card already alluring. The card is framed and signed by the one and only Dave Guskin, who is the game and design director of Riftbound. Now, how this game is going to work, you two, we're gonna name a champion starting with you, Yanni. And then, Jackson, you have to listen to the name of the champion, and you have to think of another champion that starts with the ending letter of the champion that Yanni just said. So, for example, if we say Hecarim, you would say... There you go. So we're gonna toss the microphone back and forth between you two. I'm gonna give y'all kind of a 10-second timer in between. You ready? All right, let's hype up Yanni and Jackson. All right, Yanni, your move.
A moo-moo.
Udyr.
Rek'Sai.
Is that Aatrox? Oh! Yanni gets the first point. Let's try again. This time, Jackson, you get the start.
Eu entendo que estando nesse estágio aqui, eu tô fora de casa, então a torcida no geral vai estar pro time oponente, mas eu acho que isso não vai me afetar tanto, porque, cara, lá no Brasil a torcida ela é muito fervorosa, a galera tá sempre presente, então, estando aqui eu acho que vai ser muito mais leve, eu sinto que a vibe é diferente, então só tô mais animado de estar pra essa galera toda, mas eu entendo que sim, a maioria tá torcendo contra a gente e isso vai dar um gás legal pra mostrar o nosso valor também.
What's up, guys? I'm at the AT&T Influencer Lounge here with Miss Chim Chin. First of all, how's it been here in Dallas, Texas?
It is absolutely electric. The crowd is alive. Can y'all make some noise real quick?
Hey, that's a lot of noise. They over-delivered. Speaking of over-delivering, did you expect what you saw in this first game, VKS versus 100 Thieves?
Yo, that Kaisa popped off. My Brazilian fans, where y'all at?
Hey, some of them made the trip. Some of them made the trip. And so now, does this change your expectation all in the series?
Low-key, I think we could go to Game 5, but I do want to see Big Dokes show up.
That's a challenge to you, Big Dokes. That's a challenge to you. Now I want to hear from the casters on that one. Take it away.
I would love to see Big Doke show up as well, as I'm sure everybody here in Dallas would. He had a great game one for the most part. That pick in the side lane did put 100 Thieves behind, but nothing that they can't bounce back from. But Kobe, the desk already said it. The dream is dead. The 9-0 versus Brazilian team.
I warned you. All I'm going to say is I warned everyone. I told you we had Inspired on the dive, and he was like, you can't beat FlyQuest in scrims. And Inspired was saying, yeah, probably a full 5 games. So looks like we might be headed that way. Certainly hope so for 100 Thieves' sake. I would like to see Quid and River really get to shine through in this game, because last one I'm not opposed to putting Quid on, Galio and, supportive style champions like that and setup style champions, because those champions can have really big impacts on the game. But especially after the big influence that Mira had in the game, now I want to see Quid on a bit more damage-heavy type champion.
Let's get that Yone.
River got to try and steal some objectives, but that was it, and he wasn't able to steal the Otacon or the Last Dragon. Obviously, things were already really against 100 Thieves at that point and kind of out of their hands, but that is the 100 Thieves that fans are used to knowing and are looking forward to. So let's see in the draft if they do set it up that way.
Yeah, and I'm super curious to see what's going to be coming down as their third ban as well. We've seen people kind of give this Prio Pantheon up on blue side to 100 Thieves previously. But 100 Thieves have such a high prio on banning out Poppy that I'm really curious to see. I think they're still going to ban out the Pantheon, but...
There also, then you have to decide, because they banned Aurora last time, and Aurora definitely was a huge Miro champion as well. Aurora, Silas, Azir are all available, so some of these things are getting through. Lots of mid lane high priority champions are going to get through. Looks like the Azir is their pick of those not to get through, but again, the Aurora is this really big burst damage heavy champion that I feel like either team would love to kind of play around. So we'll see if that does go and change hands. And then, of course, you get into the Silas territory where definitely both of them have had really big carry potential there. So what are you going to pair with something like the Pantheon?
Yeah, and they do end up locking in that Pantheon. That is why I was really curious to see what 100 Thieves are going to pick for their third ban, since they have had such a high prio on that. They've had such a high prio on Poppy. There's the Aurora, exactly as you said. They're deciding to trade that in for the Pantheon. Right now, Xin Zhao being covered and locked in for River.
Love that pick for River. Giving up the Pantheon is still scary, but I like what we were able to trade for it on 100 Thieves' side. The question that Kobe, you initially posed, though, was what do you pair with the Pantheon? Because I love things that it can be aggressive with it as well.
Well, there's a great champion that's still up and available. The pairs super, super well with Pantheon. It is, of course, the Talia. So we'll see if they end up going for that pairing. It is one of the strongest, as we see the Scion locked in as their second pick. Good front line, and also a little bit of a takeaway from Dokla. That's been one of these picks that 100 Thieves really love putting him on and then having him play kind of the weak side of the map, really leveraging that for their objective setups. I think it's going to be the Talia, but we'll see. Because there are no hovers coming in yet.
Yeah, Mirror's not playing to the crowd.
It is like that's the pairing that we always loved, was the point and click with your seismic shove, and you also get to pair your semi-globals. So VKS are setting up with some real possibilities if they can get some early snowball to also be able to control a wide map. 100 Thieves, I think, again, it's just going to be a very similar style comp where they look for their engages, skirmish heavy, look for pincer movements. And with Quid being the one to pilot the Aurora this time around, he is in a position to kill people himself. Like, yes, Aurora can set you up, your team up for plays with ult also. Then you also have the burst damage to finish those plays and kill people off.
We get our wish.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, and as we see the Cassante locked in, this is another pick that Dokla has done super, super well on. It's also another pick that, again, doesn't necessarily need all the resources in the world to do really well in a side lane. He's really, really stable. Dokla uses him very, very well, again, to leverage stuff 400 Thieves around the map, so not surprised to see that locked in for him. As we see the Karma taken out 100 Thieves side, and then the Alistar ban coming out of VKS.
Yeah, they're going to be all bot side bans for the rest of this because both teams have yet to lock in their AD carry and support, so taking away some of the defensive ones, some of the aggressive ones, but so far no AD carry bans.
Yeah, I mean, and the primary ones are still up, with Corki being banned last time around. That means it's not fearlessly banned here, so Corki is still available, the Sivir is still available. Those are the super popular AD carries at the moment. If you want to stay extra safe, the Ezreal option is also there. I expect FBI to go for like Senna and stacking champs a little bit later into the series.
Yeah. Okay.
But with the super high pro one still available, then we go that way.
Yeah, and we'll see what VKS wants to take out from their side that they don't necessarily want to play against. It will actually be that Senna pick for FBI, so we'll see. I am fully expecting to see something like the Corki or the Sivir coming through here on 4.
Yeah, and even if you expect Senna later in the draft, it still pairs so well with the front line of Xin Zhao, K'Sante, so understand why VKS would want to take that away, but we're going to have to wait on our AD carry pick, as it looks like we will have a support pick first here from 100 Thieves. The Bard is being hovered, again, can get around the map incredibly efficiently, and also function as either engage or peel, and it is locked in for Ayla.
Yeah, you've got options here to try and blow Talia Flash, a low mobility carry there. So definitely has that flexibility that you're talking about, and that might push up like the Ezreal or something priority 400 Thieves, so that it gives Ayla more time to roam around with. But as I was talking about, the Sivir and the Corki have just been so prolific across pro play. Very good at carrying these team fights and getting off a lot of your AoE, since there is some pretty short range showing on 100 Thieves.
Love the signs shouting out where people came in from. Everyone's here, though, to cheer on the LTA teams. I love the Sivir here. Spell Shield against the Tempered Fate of the Bard. Hard to get on top of her, and just scales incredibly well. And you can hear the crowd making a little noise from this hover. It's always fun when it's locked in. And I don't even hate it here into a lane. If Bard wants to roam around, anything that can be aggressive, this also fits kind of that niche. The Nautilus can always start off a fight, and especially start off something against an AD carry if the Bard has left a lane.
Yeah, and also just a little bit safer overall. Offers a little bit less of a singular kind of play style as the Blitzcrank does, even though we've seen, great Blitzcrank games. And there's another stacking champion. We've talked about how FBI loves these picks. Another thing to watch out for is early lane assignments coming out of this draft. We've seen 100 Thieves are one of those teams that kind of we're watching KT, HLE, and some of the other games where we have seen those 80 carries going top to lane against the top laner. So we'll see if that ends up happening. Could end up being the early lane assignment here for FBI.
Yeah, definitely could be, or he could try to stack off Nautilus lane as well. He's got good stacking choices.
I raise you stack off Scion. That sounds pretty fun as well.
Yep, either one, definitely an option for them there. We'll get into it. 100 Thieves, of course, they're the ones with the pressure on them now, with the crowd being so heavily favored for 100 Thieves and losing game number 1. Definitely a lot of pressure here coming into game number 2. Time to lock in, time to lock it up. FBI, as we said, has been a really big fan of a lot of the stacking champions, Smolder included here as well. Is going to be interesting to see how much they want to give up early on, because Sivir also is looking to farm up a lot early on too.
I gotta say though, Kobe, I don't think that the Texas crowd has lost their faith in 100 Thieves just after one game. As the coaches give their fist bumps, we're getting ready for game 2. VKS find themselves up in the series, but 100 Thieves still with the home crowd behind them look to push us to a deeper series.
And one really important thing coming out that we noticed already, FBI has actually taken teleport on that Smolder. It was pinged out immediately by VKS. Although we do see both top lane champions in the top lane currently.
And it's interesting too, because there was an interview with Zeus, and he was talking about that ward up in the top lane with the middle brush. So both teams placed that ward. So both teams looking for it, and you do get the recall. So K'Sante's going bottom, so they are going to do it. And so they both placed that top middle brush ward, by the way, at the same time. So you can see that both teams have the indicator that they know that there's a ward in here. So while there is vision there, both teams already know that the other team has vision.
Now it's a mind game, yeah. It's like, okay, so now they know if we go early, what do we do here? As VKS going for a late invade on the bottom side here. River drops a ward down, but it looks like VKS are going to commit. I mean, yeah, with the timer, now 100 Thieves, can they actually waste any time? If River gets the smite steal, he's got the blast cone, he's got a ward on it, and I don't believe Evocade saw that ward, so River might just look for the smite. I mean, he's sticking around. He's kind of has to at this point.
Oh, baby.
Last cone, can he get it? Into it, and it's Desamis. It hits level 2 first, but River's got the damage onto Desamis. Now he's stacking up, though. The Conqueror on the Pantheon, always scary. He's waiting for the cooldowns, another Q, and River has to back off. Desamis, successful invade.
Yeah, good smite there from Desamis. You need to hit that because as the one tanking the buff, you're the one in danger of them full sending on the fight. And so you have to get the level 2 to keep yourself safe. And so he clutches up. He does get his level 2. And River can't continue the fight after that, even with Ayla trying to roam over.
And that's really going to put River behind on the clear. We see he now goes up to the Raptors on vision, so VKS know where he is exactly. 100 Thieves, really the only thing that's going well for them in this early game is that the read was not spotted. FBI is still laning versus the Scion, how 100 Thieves wanted it to go.
Yeah, and we'll see how well he's able to stack, as Ayla is already making a little visit to mid.
Yeah, he's just passing up to the top side, I believe, to complete their lane swap, basically. Because with the new rules, the 3-minute mark is what you have to watch out for. And so he's kind of roaming up here, collecting some chimes on the way, and eventually we will get the 2v2 back up there as Trimby is following just a little bit further behind Bard, who is speedier at it.
Sulfurous did a big chunk of damage right there. FBI's in trouble. Almost goes down, does not flash, but Wild does not flash either, but that was dicey for FBI.
Yeah, with how last game went for him now.
Dredge line in, now they're looking at Ayla here, but he's got River behind him. Only level 1 for Trimby, and no play for the Thieves, but yeah, that was still very dicey.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say he's going to be back to lane kind of immediately to be able to catch this wave, even though early teleports do take a very long time to complete. But yeah, now we're just going to have Trimby up here with the Scion.
And Desamis as well. So they saw River for a little bit. So Desamis is coming over to help ensure they can push this wave in. Since they did have at least a decent chunk of damage on Boal, even though he's Scion, they require a little bit of jungle attention to make sure they can finish off the push into tower and get it to bounce back. Meanwhile, River had just already left the area and went back to clear what was left of his blue quadrant of the jungle. So
and you know what?
Scrap that up.
FBI just gets Cole. TP Selene, nothing happened. He's a happy little dragon still.
Yep, and we are going to see these two top lane. The top lane is going to be filled with both bottom lanes, and now we have both top laners down in the bot side of the map.
Almost as it should be.
Yeah, clears up this Scuttle Crab, hits level 4.
Yeah, River here, of course, does have his flash ready, so gonna look to cross over back to re-clear his Raptors first. But then we'll see if they do get, you know, a little bit dicey there, go for any sort of aggressive plays. No summoner spells being burned early doesn't mean means there's no like easy options for them. But blowing that flash on, especially mid lane, would be the first step. If you can blow the Taliyah flash pre-6 for the Aurora, then the Aurora with ultimate has huge pressure.
And River's looking to do just that. When becomes lightning misses. Weird Knee lands, 2-fold Hex does not, so not even a huge chunk onto Miru. Good sidestep, because if that W from the Xinjiao lands, you are in a lot of trouble.
Yep. These two beefy boys just kind of scrapping it out in the bot lane. But yeah, I mean, it still keeps kind of the pressure and control in Quid's hands of this lane. And we'll see if River wants to revisit it anytime soon, because again, these two mid laners kind of getting them ahead. And now with Desamis hitting level 5, we're going to kind of want to track of when he hits level 6, has that Pantheon ult to join up for either potential Drake or Grub take.
Yep, Desamis is the winner of a lot of this early game because he was able to hit the smite, secure the extra camp there. So he's got a little bit of extra experience over River in addition to his gold. And he invested some of that gold into an early control ward here. I like this one, kind of deep behind the red buff here. Is going to see a couple pathways for River's options.
Yeah.
And so like what he's kind of doing here on the Pantheon so far early in the game.
Okay, I know the crowd's reacting to that one. Anytime I see tanks like that, I don't expect anybody to die because even with that much health, so tanky. But Trimby looking aggressive up on the top side here with the Samus.
River's leaving.
River's here.
Yeah, FBI's getting dredge lined now. Focus down, even through the exhaust, he has to flash.
FBI's alive for now, but the dive continues. First blood to Desamis. FBI left out to dry.
That was so weird because River was heading over, but then he started leaving. They made the call that maybe the dive is not still happening, but the dive was definitely still happening.
Yeah.
I thought River was going to join up with them to try to contest that dive. If he'd been there, they might have been able to fend them off. But potentially a little bit of miscommunication coming out of the 100 Thieves camp here.
Yeah, so
as you see, I thought River was going to join right here, but he ends up backing off as soon as FBI and heads back to the turret and then gets hooked.
That ward is just not close enough.
Yeah.
It doesn't see the little bit of fog of war allowed both Nautilus and the Pantheon to get into the brush. I think that's a case of our own vision baited us. And they thought that that ward had full vision, but that ward left a little pathway of fog of war, and those little placements of wards can have huge ripple effects in games. Sometimes you place a ward a little bit off. Usually people kind of mess up the ones around mid lane with the longer area now, but that one, leaving the little bit of fog of war, is going to have very big ramifications in this game. That kill onto FBI, the Smolder, does slow down the stacking, does get even more money into the Pantheon.
Ooh, could win across the veil here to get on top of Miru. Did not see him through the invisibility, so Miru gets chunked down. Quid not able to threaten much more.
Yeah, and the big thing is with their duo lane still bot, they may be looking for something onto Dokla, but regardless, it gives them complete control.
I mean, they're
over
Weaver's
the top
walling.
side.
Yeah, they're fully committing. Another dive top, this time onto the tank. He has flash, he has all out, and a full health bar. He's throwing up the Braum emote thinking, I mean, I got Pathmaker, but he's got not a lot of health. Desamis picks up the kill. VKS pull off another dive in the top lane.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think 100 Thieves are going to be able to find anything on this bot side except for potentially Drake control and just kind of swapping, taking that Drake for grubs. But a really, really nice dive coming out of VKS, securing them these grubs on the top side, pushing that advantage they already had up here off of their first dive onto FBI and Ayla.
Yeah, VKS are calling all the shots in this whole series so far. VKS, the ones driving this game in addition to the last game, they have huge priority, and getting the grubs on top of this allows them to open up the map even quicker for their Pantheon and their Taliyah Globals to try and apply this pressure to 100 Thieves. I mean, FBI is going to have a really rough time stacking this game because all the pressure put on him and the dive being successful, blowing his flash as well. So even the 100 Thieves kind of dream of 225 is pushed off a little bit further.
Yeah, it's very distant, and I love that you pointed out these globals that VKS has built into their composition, right? We talked about how strong this Pantheon Taliyah combo can be. It also means whenever you set up those side lanes, they're now going to have 3 grubs to aid in that pushing, really can potentially give them a huge cross-map advantage as well with whoever they decide to send into a side lane, especially if it is this Taliyah, because she'll be able to join teamfights so quickly with her ult.
And I gotta say, I'm just conditioned to see a Cassante getting dove and it not working out for the team, but that was well executed by VKS. Desamis now 2-0. He got both of the kills. Also, the early invade that went incredibly well. I mean, Desamis is having an incredible showing against River right now, one of the best junglers in North America.
And that's kind of the risk that 100 Thieves took in this draft, right? Like, they were like, we are going to trade this power pick of Pantheon. We're going to get Quid on the Aurora, right? And they set this up, and now Kate are really punishing them for this because Desamis has been able to make such a huge difference, especially on this top side of the map.
And Desamis is the player that's been on the team the longest, that they kind of rebuilt it back up around. So, you know, the faith in him is repaid, you know, getting the first team All-Pro as well. But we got more action.
Another dive. This time Ayla is nearby, and it's only 2 people diving, so they will not fully commit to that. Instead, it's just going to be plates. I mean, that's a lot. Oh, wait, they actually got the damage again! The seismic shove, the dredge line, everything hitting Dokla, and Miru picks up a kill this time.
Yeah, great combination from Miru and Trimby being able to finish off Dokla. I think Dokla still thought he was safer than he was, and they're putting a lot of pressure on this topside turret, taking down another plate.
Ooh, Tempered Fate plus the TP in from Quid. They're looking onto Trimby, but the flash away from the Nautilus gets him to safety. 100 Thieves cannot find a kill in response.
Yeah, I mean, VKS looking like they really want their rematch versus FlyQuest.
Yeah.
100 Thieves are getting pressured so heavily here. Yeah, Dokla, another tower dive successful for VKS on him. He still does have flash.
Ooh, the blind dredge line! Quid was invisible! He went across the veil, you can't see him. Trimby just predicting where he went based on the path, and Quid is punished.
Trimby just awaiting in a brush. He's done super well on this Nautilus thus far as they keep setting up these pick plays.
You can't see him!
Blind hook from
That's
Trimby.
incredible!
Wow. Insane catch on to Quid. And again, these side lanes are rapidly becoming so dangerous for 100 Thieves.
And I gotta say, the Brazilian audience calls Trimby Mr. Incredible based on obvious appearances. That's a Mr. Incredible play right there. I mean, you can't script it better than that. What a hook.
Yeah, he's also, the big shot caller
Yeah.
that they credited with this team. Him coming in. Did take him a while to adjust to the role as the real main shot caller, but it's not costing him in plays either. So good engages from him as well as good calls for VKS so far throughout the entire series.
Yeah, and they're really, really making this map super dangerous for 100 Thieves to check around. Even this early in the game at 13 minutes. It's really risky for 100 Thieves to step up and clear that vision, especially since they still want to get this Smolder online, like you talked about, Kobe, right? Like that whole early lane assignment, the purpose of that, the purpose of taking TP was to get this Smolder into lanes where he can stack super early in the game, get that stacking as quickly as possible to 225 and really be online for mid to late game team fights. And we'll kind of check in to see where he's at in terms of total stacks against average. But I definitely think that is also what has partially has allowed VKS to kind of repeatedly dive this top side of the map. They're dragging 100 Thieves around the map with these kind of overload plays or with these pick plays that they've been setting up. And I'm so glad we get to see this from him, right? Because like the FlyQuest series was a bit of a stomp. And the way they play is very similar to how 100 Thieves like to set up around neutral objectives as well. Here we see FBI in at 102 at 14 minutes.
So not quite on track, I'd say. I mean, there's a chance he can still get that if there's like a big fight or if he's able to scrap a lot here, but seems like he's a little behind. Not completely shut out compared to average, but it's not where we expect, because FBI have been so good at the stacking champions up to this point.
And 100 Thieves have been so good about getting him in lanes where he can stack really rapidly, right? Again, that's what these lane assignments are about. But now it's so risky for him to even step up at all because VKS have such control over the map.
And one of the main strategies having him mid lane also is after he gets that wave, you can go get Raptors too and try and stack up the Raptors. But currently they're dealing with an invade. So there is more pressing action at the moment as the Dragon's being started up. And it looks like River's just taking their Raptors anyway. So they're not even feeding the Raptor stacks into him as VKS will just take this Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, VKS have had full control. They've been utilizing the Talia Pantheon combo to great effect, and 100 Thieves are not feeling confident to walk in. Miru, meanwhile, throws out Weavers while FBI barely gets away. Doesn't have to use the flash, but VKS, I mean, they are playing aggressive.
Yeah, kind of fishing for a pick there. It doesn't work out, but it's fine. It'll be up in time for the next neutral objective fight. The big thing for me, though, is, again, like, that was completely uncontested, and I don't mind that from 100 Thieves, right? Like, I'm actually glad, and one of the things they said they've been working on is maybe not necessarily going for every single neutral objective contest where they had previously. That does give them space on the reset to potentially take a look at this Rift Herald, which they are now doing on the top side of the map after a little bit of cryo that Dokla's been able to establish up here. And we'll see if VKS want to go in and contest this.
Right now, they are approaching the area. 100 Thieves have everybody grouped up, but Boal already uses the Sign Ultimate. You can hear it off screen. He's coming up, and it is secured by River, but can they take the team fight afterwards? Boal splitting apart FBI and Quid. The damage isn't there to follow up onto River, who dives straight in onto the full team of VKS, but now they fought through. Quid picks up the first kill for 100 Thieves. Now he's focused down, has to go across the veil to try and get away. Chase down, flash out. 100 Thieves, they get the objective. Can they get out Grand Starfall? Onto Quid, flash, plus the Aegis Assault. Samus finds the kill.
Okay, so currently a 1-for-1, but they're looking for more here as they teleport over to the top side, and Pantheon's wrapping around.
Desamis is now looking at Dokla. He's got a low health turret. Instead turns onto Ayla, immediate cleanse. Damage is still there. The movement speed from the E coming through. Dokla uses the Pathmaker all out in onto Desamis, but I don't think he got to safety, but he's just taking the fight. Almost gets Desamis, but instead goes down. VKS's jungler on a rampage.
Okay, so I mean, they got the Herald, but it did cost them a lot. And VKS are happy to take the top tower plus the extra kill here. I guess you could say FBI got some time on the bottom minion wave on Smolder.
And they end up getting the Herald up.
Oh, maybe a pick right here. Oh, the Weaver's wall to safety.
He's just going to ride that Talia wall out. And again, I love the way that Cade are really pushing their advantage. This is what we saw from them domestically in terms of when the lead is in their hands as we take another look at this Herald fight. Where 100 Thieves do end up with the Herald, and it kind of looked like it was going to go in their favor a bit, Kobe.
Yeah, so River, he creates a lot of space here. He uses the ultimate on Xin Zhao, and then he goes to pick up their Herald and flashes to get in Magical Journey. Quid does not get into Magical Journey. You see he kind of failed there trying to get over into it, and then he tries to escape this way using his flash plus his jump as well, which means that Pantheon can get the chase down. At that point, Dokla had escaped out through the back of the fight, though, so that's why he ended up over here.
Yeah, and they knew that he was coming up. Miru pushing in on this lane. He tries to go for the all-out. Ayla's kind of vibing here to try to help him out, and then ends up magical journeying his way.
Maybe.
Ayla's like, we're supposed to leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got the path out for you. Ooh, path in. As the Tempered Fate lands onto the turret, can they get onto Miru this time around? No. He's able to sneak away. 100 Thieves invest a lot of time bot lane to try and find a pick, and they don't get it.
And look at the response from VKS. They're immediately hammering down this mid-tier one that will open up the map even more for them. They might be able to get into this jungle, take away a few camps, and take control potentially over this bot side.
And they're going in straight onto Ayla right now. Instead, Dokla's trying to tank it up. All out, pulls in Trimby. If they can shut down the Nautilus, that's big news for the Thieves, and they got him. And into the Herald. FBI right into safety. Now he's behind Miru. FBI just ganks behind VKS while his team is trying to fight Boal. Shut down onto Quid, and FBI will fall finally. 100 Thieves lose too, and they will trade those kills back.
Yeah, I mean, he used his flash to go for that kill as well, but VKS just killed the Herald, so he has to pop right back out of it. So
seemed cool at first.
Yeah, so Dokla is going to get the ultimate here, moves Trimby over to the wall, and then abducts him so they can try and kill off the low health Nautilus. Then FBI flashes over to ensure he can get it, and then jumps in their Herald to get out. He does get the shutdown, though. So while it is 2 for 2, he does get a shutdown with a little bit of extra goal for taking down the Talia, which they desperately need because the Sivir was already in that fight on 2 items. The Sivir already had IE, and you could see the difference in damage there.
Yeah.
Morteus was dealing significant amount of damage with his auto attacks and was able to kill off FBI as he was running away. And so FBI really does need a lot of extra help to catch up. He's at 190 almost stacks right now. On the Smolder, so still a decent ways to go for the 225. At least now he has completed the rapid fire cannon as well for a little bit of extra, safety with the poke. But they have to continue giving dragons because you're basically fully relying on this Smolder power spike for their side now. Whereas from the side from VKS, Sivir is strong already, and the Pantheon is definitely strong.
Yeah, they're in a great position, especially with having taken down that bot tier 1 as well. So all 3 outers completely gone for VKS. They can kind of set the map however they want. You see Trimby already moving into this top side, trying to potentially prepare some vision down for Otacon. And I feel like this Otacon is going to be very, very crucial, right? Because 100 Thieves are going to be looking to try to stall still as much as they possibly can to try to get an advantageous fight on this top side. And with the lead they have, VKS don't have to let them. If they're able to push in this wave, kind of set this entire top side up, you see Sion pushing in the bot wave as well, they should have complete control over the Otacon.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they kind of need to use Smolder, rapid fire range, try and go for a little bit of poke. while not exposing anyone. Like, look for possible angles for Bard to get little summoner spelled advantages maybe on people. Burn little things that way.
Yeah.
Because they're still trying to catch up on most champions. They are getting the second item in here for Dokla now as well. So he does get his unending despair at the very least to get a little bit tankier. And they're trying to defend Vision while continuing to funnel as much as they can into FBI.
But if I'm VKS, I'm looking at that Otacon. You know there's still no flash on FBI because of the earlier Herald play. This is a window where they can not only capitalize on a 3,000 gold lead, but also the enemy AD carry not having that summoner spell.
He's at 220.
Oh, that's close.
They need 5 more stacks for FBI.
Very close, and maybe they just find a pick right here. Trimby in the jungle. River with a knockup. VK is about to lose their support, but he's surviving for quite a while. Quid teleports in. He's got to immediately flash to try and get to safety. Trimby is still alive. Chased down by River on the side. There is a Tempered Fate from Ayla's not able to set up any kills immediately. Trimby will finally go down. 100 Thieves pick off the support and now can look at the Otacon.
All right, what can they do with the power play? Miru is actually sneaking into the brush.
Oh, this would be huge. If he finds the unraveled Earth Seismic Shove, Quid is in trouble. No, instead on the wave. Now Dokla also unspotted here, finds Morteos, the enemy AD carry, all alone, soloing by a Casate. Morteos in trouble, flashing to safety. Dizamis saving his AD carry. Morteos lives. The AD carry from VKS holds the line and even a double kill on the River. Grand Starfall. VKS won it all. They won the ace. Quid, the only member left alive on the Thieves, and VKS looking to chase him down. 100 Thieves thought they had the play, but it crumbled around them.
They thought they had him, but that was a great collapse from VKS. They were in really good positions to respond to that. The Otacon is now theirs. What a showing from them. I love how decisive they've been, again, in that collapse, contesting it, using the strength of Dizamis on this Pantheon. It is now 4-0-6. That's Otacon picked up and a 4K gold lead for VKS.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves need to be a bit more patient with that because there was no vision in that little brush by Blue Buff, and the Sivir was going to continue pathing over towards the mid lane. So let's see about it. Dokla does go down into this brush, and then you're going to have Sivir continually pathing over. He goes, like he would continue walking over, and River and Ayla, if they had waited an extra second, he kind of wrapped more towards mid lane, they might have had more room to work with. But because they don't, they get too close to tower. So Morteos, with him spell shielding on the ultimate and then using his flash to get into tower range, he actually lived a long time. It caused Dokla to get a little bit too far in there, take some extra damage. And so 100 Thieves, they were very close to pulling off a sneaky play, but I think just one more second of patience might have benefited them a lot.
But also incredible from Morteos right there, spell shielding at the right time. If you don't spell shield that all out, you are not able to flash into that turret range nearly as easily. You got to try and get over a big wall right there, and not always the easiest thing to do. So I think Dokla was just not expecting that, and now VKS with a gold lead are going to start to pressure 100 Thieves here on the bottom tier 2.
Yeah, and I love this. I love where they've been going in terms of their pressure to try to set up these strong side lanes that they have.
Fate lands only on Miro, but instead they just blow up Trimby. 100 Thieves using the Bard ultimate to buy some time so that they can take out one member. Trimby goes down. 100 Thieves have 5 on the Rift.
And that was 4 people. They were just defending with 4. Casante is split pushing with no teleport right now. Dokla can't join. So Dokla has to walk all the way down for this dragon fight. 10 seconds. He took out that top tower. He's going to walk down now. 100 Thieves, their defense, when they really needed it, they took out the support, but support is such low level that the death timer for Trimby being this low means he's actually going to revive. They are teleporting somebody back over.
It's just Mirror for the wave. No, that dragon belongs to the Thieves. They got the pick in a 4v5. Dokla still gets the top turret, and the Thieves still get the dragon. And FBI is still stacking on the smolder. The Thieves are not out of this game yet.
And that buys them so much time, right? I talked about how I did really love how VKS were setting up their side lanes. They were going to push in on that bot side, set up for Drake. Instead, end up stepping too far forward. 100 Thieves jump onto Trimby. They still had pressure on the top side. That turret went down.
VKS have an invade. VKS have multiple members. Oh, the red buff saving River's life right there. That was, I believe, all members of VKS, and now they're looking at Dokla. Pathmaker stun onto Trimby. The rest of VKS are now spotted, but again, Trimby goes down. Tempered Fate onto the 3. The Thieves have the
the setup. Everybody on the Boal as the rest of VKS will leave their top laner to dry. 100 Thieves find 2 kills. Oh, Miru has a Weaver's Wall now. It's just to get to safety. It's still 5 members of the Thieves up, and the Baron's on the table.
It's on the table, and Dokla wants to eat it.
Yeah. It seems like the rest of the team might not be immediately answering. Now they are going for it.
Here we go. Desamas is up. His flash looks like it has a few seconds on cooldown.
Flash and smite. The flash is going to be up, I believe, by the time he can get into there. He's also got the Aegis Assault to approach, but instead Quid just goes in for the engage. Desamas is down. Shut down gold to FBI. Baron's doing a lot of damage, though, so the Thieves will have to back up. Dokla not quite able to make it out. VKS will get 1 for it, but 100 Thieves got a big shutdown on Smolder.
Yeah, they got a big shutdown on Smolder. We'll see how it works out, though, because you did see that kind of a little bit of indecision after they got the pick, right? They were like, are we going to push down mid, or are we going to go for this Baron? Here's the initial pick on to Trimby, and he just kind of ends up evaporating. You see the Tempered Fate coming through, doesn't sync up with the Mom coming in, but the fact that they're able to get Boal on the back half of this is what potentially sets up for this Baron. But then you see kind of River heading to mid. They could have got down this mid tier 1. We'll see what the biggest difference getting that gold onto FBI will make.
Yeah, getting the kill, taking out the Pantheon, taking away the enemy smites, getting that extra gold onto this Smolder that is the hope. The Smolder that is the center and the win condition for this 100 Thieves team. They have finally got him close to parity with the Zimmer. He's still a little bit down.
Ooh, depth charge in onto River. They're committing in onto the Xin Zhao. No ultimate available. Defensive. Tempered Fate. Ayla's trying to keep his jungler alive, but River does go down. Now it's going to be Trimby traded yet again. FBI on a killing spree now, but he's focused down. The Smolder's out of it. VKS got onto 100 Thieves' hopes. It's got to be down to Quid here. As the 100 Thieves draw a new battle line, VKS just go to the mid wave. They would have pushed this up to the tier 2.
Yeah, they knew they had to take out FBI.
Still going. Dokla in some trouble here. Instead, VKS, they didn't commit for the wave. They're looking for a pick, but Dokla is tanky enough to get away this time.
That does delay the start on Baron for VKS, so they're pinging on it right now, but delayed a little bit. There's teleports for both Quid and Dokla, so they can go back to base. Dokla does that. He heals, he buys, he teleports back out. They're gonna rush it.
Yeah, I mean, all out from Dokla, no flash, but if he can get onto Miru or Morteos, maybe he can actually kill them.
It's gone.
Yeah, the Baron is so low, there's no chance. Dokla sees it, backs off. VKS again, wearing purple with the Baron buff.
Yeah, they win that team fight. They immediately rotate up, take out the Baron. Now they're once again, the gold lead is heavily in their favor. They should be able to reset and then push in those waves.
Huge pick on River. This is everything for VKS. River has no flash, so he has nowhere to go. And since Boal was able to come from the bottom side, they pincer him. They make another pick.
Back to live. Dokla was trying to push in a wave here, but VKS immediately have 3 members on top of him. Has the all-out available, trying to get to safety, uses Trimby as his ride, but the depth charge logging into a place, Dredgeline pulls it back, he's just getting juggled! VKS find another pick in a side lane.
Another pick for VKS, they take down Big Dokes, they already have Baron buff, so now they can easily push these lanes in and get some tower damage done. Again, 100 Thieves, they still have to hope that Smolder can try and fend off everything from all sides.
Yeah.
But VKS are so rich,
Oh, they flash! Dredgeline immediately into FBI. He's still alive for now. He decides to walk forward, but he's taken out. Boal gets the kill. Desamas heralding FBI forward. And VKS find 2 picks. Double kill to Boal. They still have Baron. They're pushing the Thieves' base.
They are running the Thieves. They're going to go straight into the base. River down.
That's another wave.
FBI still down. They can end the game.
I think they're going to go for it. It's just 2 members of the Thieves left. Dokla spawns right now. 3-man defense versus 4 push from VKS. Quid's going to have to be the damage dealer. Quid's going to have to be the miracle this time around. Smolder still 20 seconds. VKS trying to defend these cannon minions. They got the first turret. They're going to look for the second turret. Quid, no ultimate available. Seismic shoving on Dokla. He's already out of there. Quid just can't get past Boal. But VKS only have the cannon minions hitting this next turret. It's not quite enough. They decide to back off.
Yeah, they decided to take kind of the safer play, back off here. The map is theirs, though. They can easily reset. be on the map. Trimby is already there. They're probably going to be rotating down to this Ocean Drake on the bot side. But again, I've loved the decisiveness. I've loved how they've really taken their lead and forced 100 Thieves to come to them, set up these really great pick plays. And as you see here, this is kind of their roster journey over the entire year, where they had an incredibly disappointing split one.
Yeah, basically last place.
Yeah. And
What's
then,
the key factor that changed everything here, Emily?
you see his beautiful face right there. I think Miru was kind of the answer to the team that they'd already put together around him, right? He was kind of the final piece prior to their victory in the South that qualified them as the first seed. And yeah, I mean, we saw it especially in game one. His Talia has been great in this game as well, but it's more about how the entire team is working together as Trimby goes in.
Another dredge line in, mom damage in onto Trimby as Doklas trying to buy them space on the left flank. Desamas just goes in and kills Dokla again. Still alive, double kill. The jungler lives. VKS on fire in this series. 100 Thieves just had no answer. Desamas with the party ultimate under the turret. VKS took their 0-3 to FlyQuest personally, and they look to right those wrongs. 2-0 start to VKS.
They keep on picking off 100 Thieves so easily. VKS here, 2-0, and no signs of stopping.
They're on match point when I will say I was the only person on the lounge giving them a game. Answer for yourselves, lounge.
Why are you putting this on us? I'm putting this on VKS stepping up to the pressure, and also I feel like 100 Thieves is playing, a few players are playing below their levels, man.
Yeah, for sure. I think if this whole draft evolves around FBI playing smaller top lane against the Sion and winning, getting all stacks, getting fed, using TP, but he was losing lane earlier game.
Yeah.
So then you gave up Pantheon Talia for this Aurora, who wasn't winning anywhere either. So what they tried to do the game draft by giving the M team 2 globals, strong early game, and the swap also caused River to lose his rip off. I mean, his blue buff level 1. So now he's behind the whole game for you to swap top and lose 1v1 to the tank as Smolder. Hello?
You're going through all the substance. I'm just going to look at the camera and say, wake up! Where has 100 Thieves been this entire series long?
Oh, it's a nightmare right now?
It's a complete nightmare. I need to wake up right now. We all need to wake up.
There's definitely an element, I feel like, of 100 Thieves looking towards FlyQuest and figuring out going into this weekend how we beat FlyQuest. And I think this applies to something Trimby told me on Pros when referring to Worlds, is like he hopes teams look at them in a Worlds draw and say, oh, thank God we're playing against VKS, and they want to take advantage of that. I think potentially because 100 Thieves had 6-0'd the rest of the South, I think they were taking this a little bit lightly, but this has been a close but victorious game one for VKS, and I think a much more dominant game two.
Yeah, and when they get the lead, it feels like it just storms away from 100 Thieves. Even just the draft, seeing the Aurora, going Sion, going Pantheon and Talia, like just basic, like I think a very core, strong draft, and also catching 100 Thieves off again and again on sides. It's been crazy.
And let's watch the early game here, because it was a very fast early game for VKS, and it was something that 100 Thieves couldn't keep up with. So yes, the Smolder did make mistakes early, which end up setting up this dive, but pay attention to the Talia's event.
Yeah, notice how Miro isn't actually like moving, he's just hovering in the fog of war and basing, and which makes FBI scared of him. So he's going back here for a while, waiting for him to potentially leave and go back to mid lane.
Yeah, FBI thought it was a 4-man dive because the Talia was in base. Then they placed that ward and think, oh, Talia's not coming, but actually it was a 3-man dive. The other ward that we pointed out was that one on the bottom right of the screen that didn't quite spot them. So this already makes the situation bad, but it gets worse.
The worst part about this, he still dies, uses flash, and now Miro has more tempo to make another play, which is this one, because he based earlier while Quiv was hovering to help. So now he has not a timer to make his play on Dokla this time, who I think should have flashed the cycling shot from Talia, the W, instead of using W inside it, because I think this way he gets self-stunned by his the rocks.
Yeah, it was the worst of both situations, I say, in both of these dives for 100 Thieves, where they were behind on the macro play, but then the actual execution of defending against the dives also didn't work, right? FBI should have been staying under the turret. Cassante should have used his skills in a different order.
Yeah, and also, when you find yourself in a deficit like that, most of the time, probably what the C9 coaches are telling you, what you're telling the team, let's relax, let's trade sides, let's not take fights. That's not in the vocabulary of 100 Thieves. They will continue to scrap with you. And so that was a problem, I felt like, especially since when things were getting bad, they were just getting worse. Aurora was getting caught topside too. So it felt like they were not finding a reset. But then they were kind of getting back into it.
Yeah, I think they were pretty scrappy throughout the mid game, but they kept making little mistakes. We have the final fight as well, where Sven, you kept telling me throughout the game, like, I actually don't think 100 Thieves outscales, and I kind of think we see in this fight, even though, yes, the gold is more in the advantage of VKS, the Sivir damage at this point of the game is out of control.
Yeah, I mean, the DPS of Sivir in a fight, if you can hit everyone with the ricochets, it's actually higher and Smolder. Smolder's more of like a poke champ at this point, like a Q, more backwards Q, but everyone's dying one shot to Sivir before that even happens, so it doesn't help you down 10k gold though.
Yeah, 2 insane games by Mortheus's Kaisa and then Sivir.
And I just think that the comp really lends itself. When we're asking each other like, oh, which one scales better? I'm like, it just feels more consistent seeing the front line of Sion and Nautilus being able to like buy Sivir time. And it seems like real tilt looking at the back here. Definitely not a good game for Dokla. A lot of the mistakes that we'll probably be seeing and you'll just remember throughout the game, it's been happening again and they need to find that reset.
Yeah, he was caught in the first game on the best side in the side lane, in the bottom lane, and this game he was caught on the Xante in the late game in top side, and it's become a bit of a problem here for 100 Thieves getting caught in side lane. This game Quid as well, got caught in the top lane right after that disaster in the top dive situation, so 100 Thieves are kind of scrambling a little bit here.
Yeah, I think they are. They need to... It's not like these champions that they picked were champions they're not familiar with. They played every single one of these champions throughout the playoffs and have done well with them. But I feel like
a stable pick for FBI.
Exactly. The Cenaban I think was smart. I know you weren't loving it, but he was going to want to pick it on 5. They pick blue side now, so back to the side they were on in game 1.
Exactly, and while we're just pressing the big red button, emergency, we're going crazy. Obviously, the Southern community have just been ecstatic because they get to show their champion in the positive light. Versus FlyQuest, it looked heinous. But here, they're really showing the confidence of being able to take fights when they're on the right side of the map, when they're up numbers, they're going for it. This is the confidence that we're seeing, well, we wanted to see from them in this series that we didn't get to see them in the FlyQuest series.
I want to say I like that VKS was keeping the Vi out this game and making River play something that's more like disengaged or like team fighty versus like the Vi, the Wukong, the flying champions that find flanks and engages on the side lane, because I think it's all about sending it in every fight.
For sure.
Finding picks in between objectives, which in the first game, and banning champs like Vi and making play like Trundle or Xin Zhao is much better for them, I think, than for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, not quite the perfect Aurora pair. We also got to call out this week's Pagoda moment, which is featuring Trimby's blind-ish Nautilus hook, so he could see a little bit of a shadow here. Quid waits for the rocks to disappear. He's just trying to get really early on to the next wave or interrupt Miru's recall, but Trimby says, you know what? He's probably right there, and he nails him.
That's beautiful, and I mean, at this point, they're just feeling themselves. Like, the confidence, the momentum, everything is going their way. I know we got a sneak peek into the 100 Thieves lounge, but we got to see a little bit of what's happening from VKS. It's just straight up, chilling, reclining down in their chairs. Everything is working out for them.
Yeah, oh my God. That is a bit of a disaster so far for 100 Thieves. If you see a Pagoda moment-worthy play, let us know by spamming the Pagoda emote in chat. And I will say, if I was going to predict 100 Thieves 3-0, they'd have to win 3 games anyway.
True.
In a row. So,
are you backpedaling right now?
Yeah, if you say the series starts now, they still have a chance to 3-0.
Is that how that works?
I don't think that's how it works.
The score will say 3-2.
I mean, I said 3-0, but I meant VKS.
Are you saying
that's what that was?
Just messed it up.
That's what that was?
Yeah, that's what that was.
Yeah, I'm flip-flopping. I don't even know where my flippers are, but I'm going straight towards VKS, guys. It is what it is.
Yeah, well, we got to go to break. During LTA North Split 3, you could win a trip to a League of Legends event. Save your MasterCard as your card on file and make a purchase from the Incline store for a chance to win. And also, don't miss any of the action this weekend. Visit the championship shop for Uber Eats. It's exclusively on Uber Eats, and you can get fed with $5 off any order, $15 or more. Offer ends 9/30, so order now. Game 3, and hopefully 4 and 5, are coming up after this short break.
Hey.
Hello, what's up, y'all? I'm Rafa. I'm going to be here all weekend long for the LTA Championship. I'm here, and I made a new friend. What's your name, man?
Ryan.
Ryan, nice to meet you. So first of all, I wanted to ask you about this jersey, because this jersey's got a lot of history. What made you pick it up in the first place?
Man, one of my buddies got me into FlyQuest for around the 2023 roster, and I've just been a big fan ever since.
And now?
Dragon deal on it.
Yeah. And now they're going to be here for tomorrow's Sunday Finals. Do you think they're going to sweep whoever comes their way?
I think it'll be a little closer than a sweep, but I think they're going to win for sure.
Are you looking for like a game 5 then?
A game 5 would be pretty cool, but I'm hoping for more of a 3-1.
Gotcha. Well, Ryan, it's been great talking to you. I have something for your trouble. Uber Eats is handing out these $100 gift cards all weekend long. I wanted to hand you that as a token of gratitude and being a fan here of the LTA Championship. Thank you again so much.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
All right. Back to you guys on the broadcast.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Yo, hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Castle.
C. Kaze.
Oh, no, that is not the correct answer. Tyler, you have a chance to steal.
I'm going to go with Castle.
Is it Castle? No. What is the correct answer? Show me the correct answer. It was FNB. All right, still 1-1. Anyone's game. Show me question number 4. Across LTA North and South, which champion with at least 5 games played has the best win rate in Split 3? Is it Rumble, Silas, Misfortune, or Yone?
D.
Yone. Incorrect. It is not the correct answer. Tyler, you have a chance to steal.
I'm going to go with B. Silas.
Do I see Silas? Yes! Tyler now leads 2-1. And Tyler, you get the chance to ask this or answer this question first. Across LTA North and South, how many pentakills were achieved in Split 3? 3, 4, 5, or 6?
Let's go with 4.
Is it 4? Ooh, it is not the correct answer. Zach, you have a chance to steal.
C.
Is it 5? Yes! Zach has tied it up. Down to the last question. This one is for all the marbles. Let me see. Oh, there's no more questions. Oh my gosh, we just tied up. Well, how do we break this out? Hang on, I'm getting a word from producers. They both are, you both get a Samsung SSD. Let's go! Both Zach and Tyler have received their very own 998 Pro Samsung solid-state drive, which you can also do at home. Upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung solid-state drives. Zach and Tyler, thank you so much for playing. A round of applause for my two friends, Zach and Tyler. All my friends here at the Hype Squad are still handing out stuff. Make some
welcome back, everybody, to this best of 5 lower bracket finals between Vivocade Stars and 100 Thieves, where the Thieves' backs are against the wall yet again. They'll have to win out this series. Vivocade just need one more game.
Yeah, and for me, it's been this mid-jungle, right? We talked about how important mid-jungle has been. We talked about the River Quid duo, or Quiver, as people were calling them.
That duo is falling apart.
Yeah.
River, wake up.
But I think on the opposite side, Desamas and Miru have been really good.
Yeah.
100 Thieves knew they were giving up that potential Talia Pantheon combo. Cade played it so well. I really love how they set up so many of these side lane picks. That, again, was such a staple of their play domestically. And coming into this, I was
your
thinking,
friend.
Kangas
All right.
is everyone's friend. He has
Let's
friends
go.
everywhere.
As long as you want to arm wrestle me.
I think the big thing to me is they were able to drag 100 Thieves around the map by doing these very similar cross-map plays. We talked about how similar these two teams were in terms of execution and the way they like to fight their opponents. And thus far, Cade have been getting the better of 100 Thieves every single time.
Yeah, and they just keep picking people off as well. Honestly, draft has not been the problem. The problem has been execution within the game. So let's get into the draft of game number 3 here and see what we end up going with. A lot of them priority picks, starting to get taken out, of course. Some of these engaged champions, the real big playmakers. But we still have Vi available as one of those AD, go button champions that is still very much available for them. Do like the Akali target ban here. Now, I assume the Azir is still going to get banned, especially since Akali has been taken out, and that's one of the answers. You could still go like Yone or something into it, but I'm assuming the last ban will still be Azir here. Quid is definitely very much willing to first pick it.
Yeah, the Yone has gone kind of untouched in these drafts. Another thing, is we see the Zig.
Azir goes way up then.
The Azir is up, and I would think that 100 Thieves would at least be thinking about picking that up. Another thing that I do want to point out, just because it has been such a huge prio ban for 100 Thieves until this series, has been that Poppy ban. Poppy stops, I think, a lot of just what 100 Thieves like to do more generally, but they seem to have dropped that a little, or not had as high of a ban prio on it in the series. We see the Sejuani locked in.
Sejuani, big tanky frontliner, can engage.
Like VKS would just slam his ear for sure then.
Yeah, I mean 100%. It almost feels like these bans are specifically so that, something like the Yone doesn't come up, because now they can't put AP elsewhere.
Well, that's what they're setting up for with the Sejuani, is they're pre-setting up to go Yone Sejuani into Azir, but I still like picking Azir into that anyway.
Yeah. And again, the AP options around the Rift are limited now with things like the Ziggs and the Rumble taken off. So Corki is going to be picked for VKS. Let's see.
They're going to give respect.
They're going to agree with that Azir.
They're going to give the respect to the Yone counter.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, Quid definitely deserves that respect. So
taking their time with this decision, and again, just a big moment here for 100 Thieves. If they lose out here, I mean, their undefeated streak against the South teams will end. Of course, they've already dropped games now, as they were going undefeated based on Split 1 and Split 3 performances, but also huge for Vivocade if they can get into the finals. It's thinking like Vi could be the option. You had identified that earlier, Kobe, and Desamas feels like that is the path.
Yeah, again, like a lot of playmaking. They've looked their best when they have been able to make these early plays and kind of force 100 Thieves into bad situations. Now I am curious to see where 100 Thieves go from here as the Silas hover comes down.
I mean, this has been a really good champ for both these mid laners. Both of these mid laners have been able to carry games super hard on it.
Yeah. It's another thing that kind of preemptively is like, okay, if you pick the Azir, we have the Silas, we have the ability to steal that ultimate, the Vi ultimate coming through as well. And just a lot of potential playmaking between River and Quid together as a duo, which I think thus far has been missing. As we see that Jax coming in the top lane for Dokla, an old favorite of his, Kobe.
Yeah, and Sejuani plus Jax is a really, really potent top side of the map here for 100 Thieves. They have really good Sejuani synergies with both of their solo laners, so does Boao want to pick a Renekton or something, or want to drop it and just grab the Azir? Okay, there we go. finally get it. They grab the Azir here towards the end once they see it is going to be the Sylas and not the Yone they are fighting into.
Interesting pivot there from Quid. I love him on the Yone. We've seen highlight reel level plays from him, but still confident that instead the Sylas will be the necessary tool for them to pick up a win here. But yet again, they're not picking bot lane early on, which means that more of FBI's picks are going to get pinched here. We saw him go to the Smolder last time around. Very curious how VKS will try and target him this time.
Yeah, and we'll see how that goes. But for right now, we are going to do a quick check-in on the Brazilian watch party as their team is up 2-0 over 100
They're
Thieves.
probably excited.
I'm here from LTA South watch party where the Brazilians are going crazy with VKS stars. I am too because now it's just one more game. One more game for us.
I love the passion from the Brazilian crowd. They have watch parties going on down there, cheering on their teams. I saw Baker Pantheon in there as well, Kobe. One of my favorite skins for Pantheon.
Yep, Pantheon did pretty well last game. He
did.
Desamas
I mentioned that cosplayer was very excited about it.
Channeled some power into Desamas. This comp for them is looking pretty good. They still have yet to round it out. That being said, they know that they're playing into yet another skirmish-heavy dive comp from 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves kind of sticking to their identity, but it does mean Vivo, like they've got some defensive options still available to them. They ban out the Alistar away from 100 Thieves and from Ayla, so they can't get that final piece of super good support engage.
I love the bait signs. You know, flip it around.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where Cade want to go from there. I like taking, again, we talked about the Poppy Prio dropping a little bit. They still, 100 Thieves still ban that out. And then the Renekton, Dokla's not going to have to go up against that. But now we see the Cho'Gath hover and a lock-in.
Big frontliner locked in for Boal. There was somebody in the sign, or in the audience with a sign earlier saying Big Cho'Gath. They're probably ecstatic right now, as this gives a lot of space now. Cho'Gath buys space. If Sylas is taking that Vi ultimate, well, suddenly you're going to be silenced as soon as you land, then ruptured. It's very difficult to actually navigate team fights once the Cho'Gath is on the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, he can try and neutralize the top lane, and then in team fights is good, very good against a lot of melees, because you have that short range AoE, you have some pretty good success versus clumping, and they want to just scale up a huge beefy front line for the Azir to carry from behind with, and so I kind of like this plan from VKS. Yeah. It's looking pretty good. 100 Thieves will throw down their double poke comp for the bottom lane to get some priority there.
And again, I mean, we've seen 100 Thieves have to do a lot of different types of drafts, but often when their backs are against the wall, it is about the Quid and River show here. So eyes will obviously be on them. How do the Sylas and Sejuani perform here as VKS look to lock in their last pick here? Should be a support, and it's the Melio. It's so more anti-engage.
Yeah, it's really good peel versus 100 Thieves. I mean, it's very effective because Sejuani ultimate, you can just have anybody else take it and then immediately cleanse them out. The ball, the kickback, the fiery, annoying kick is also super successful.
Super mega fire kick. Yeah. That's what it's called, right?
It's very, very good versus Sylas and Jax. Honestly, VKS, to me, they're looking like they really want that 3-0. 100 Thieves have to lock in now.
Yeah, I really like the draft that they've put together for themselves. On the 100 Thieves side, I think you're really, really going to heavily rely on that playmaking from River, trying to affect, especially we talked about how potent Jax Sedge can be together, try to affect the Sylas lane early as well in mid, try to be able to set up those early skirmishes, because I think where 100 Thieves have been losing is they haven't been able to leverage any like modicum of side lane pressure they've been able to get.
VKS Stars, Brazil's looking at a finals appearance and a rematch versus FlyQuest, but how many times have we seen 100 Thieves make a miracle happen? 2-0 lead for VKS Stars, but 100 Thieves are not out of this one yet. Make some noise, Dallas! Let them know who you cheer for. Game 3 starts right now.
100 Thieves need all of your energy right now. Must-win games from here on out. Reverse sweeps are not very common in professional League of Legends.
No.
The 100 Thieves would have to create another heist right here, and they're trying to do a little bit of an invade up here on the top side.
Not going to find anything, but there is that early ward placed by Boao, so they're going to spot if there's any kind of lane swaps happening here. Less important when you don't have the Smolder, something that you really wanted to get that stacks against, so we'll see if there's any lane swaps. Actually, it's VKS going for the lane swap this time around. They have Boao heading towards the bottom side, while Morteos actually is heading top.
Yeah, and we'll see that Corki potentially going up against the Jax. I kind of like this move from VKS. We've talked about how in some of these ranged matchups, you can get your AD carry and your top laner into a really strong position with this little early swap.
Yeah, and it allows them to avoid the level 1 Karma, super annoying poke that's going to come down. So Swaparoni over there with the Cho'Gath. No problem for him actually moving up with Trimby at the moment. Looks like they're taking over the brush as far as the mini-map does go. FBI and Ayla trying to push them off the wave. If you can push Cho'Gath away from the wave on the bottom lane, then doesn't get easy access to the passive sustain, but can still use Qs to CS from afar, at least some of them.
Looks like he was able to get 2 so far, and there we go. Yeah, I mean, he's getting the minions, and Trimby again can try and keep him healthy. Not common to go for that W start there, from my understanding of the Emilio, so maybe not the heals early on, but at least with the shields, as there it is. And the summoner spell heal to try and heal up a while, but you can see the aggression from FBI is now answered by top side. That's an early cleanse from Morteos, as Dokla gets some damage in, using the brush to his advantage, but that's a big wave, so he's got to get away.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what you really want to do on Jax's River.
Ooh, early flash, and a flash follow from Quid. Miru in trouble, but he's able to sidestep. Quid's not quite able to land it, but the stun comes through. River gets the permafrost as Quid, first blood picked up.
And we talked about how we wanted River early action on this Sedge, working with his mid laner, working with his top laner, where he'd have potential great combinations. Really, really nice start from 100 Thieves as the chance start in the arena.
Yeah, this audience is giving all of their energy to the Thieves right now.
Quiver is awake. The Quid River duo, they are able to scrape together that kill, and I do like the kind of cross ganks like that, just coming on through. Not only are you willing to trade flashes, but you can definitely go for the chase down and actually make use of their Sejuani synergy with their solo laners. And they do just that. So getting the money in the right place, giving it to the Sylas, giving it to Quid, trying to set 100 Thieves up to rally in this series.
Yeah, and thus far we see Desamis moving up. I was thinking maybe he'd try to affect top lane, but he's just going to place that ward and visit mid.
Okay, we do see Quid, no flash available, and he just TP'd. So if he gets ganked, that is very rough for the Sylas, but it looks like he's safe now.
And I want to see, so I actually really like the deep wards on blue quadrant because VKS are swapped here. They've got Morteos on top side. They're going to have the advantage of Trimby coming as well. And that ward is going to see River re-clearing Gromp, but Desamis is already all the way on the other side of the map. So there's going to be no like re-invade on it. They're just re-tracking to make sure they can keep track of River.
Dokla really wants these minions, but he's taking a lot of damage for it, as now the Counter-Strike is able to get the last ones, and now he has to back off here, as Boal rooted up on the bottom side, still fine for right now.
Yeah, Counter-Strike here being the extra edge to allow a lot better money for Dokla on the Jax than Boal here on Cho'Gath.
Ooh, the abduct lands, and Miru down! Solo kill for Quid!
And that is the payoff, getting Quid in a good position. He recognizes the opportunity. We've talked about how deadly he's been on this Sylas, the champ that he got his first pentakill on. I love to see this early playmaking out of 100 Thieves. It started with that gank to get him into a really great position, and Quid takes advantage and solo kills Miru.
And Emily, it is just in time. It is just barely in time for 100 Thieves to wake up here. You can tell the crowd, immediately starts chanting after that because another must-win series for 100 Thieves here. Now, they have had success in a lot of these, elimination matches that they've faced this year, but they are really going to need some big performances to get back in this series, and Quid trying to do that. So went in for the first, half of the trade to soften him up, and then still with the range, I just assume he's going to go for another full in, and he hits.
Yep.
He just hits this E2. That's
beautiful.
That's as easy as it is to play Silas. You just got to hit your E2s.
That's all you got to do.
As long as you can hit your E2s.
It's simple. It's easy. And it's now Quid back online in Dallas. It was a slow game 1 and 2 for 100 Thieves, but you're watching the Quid show, everybody. A reminder in case you forgot that the tickets you bought were not just for the Dallas finals.
Maybe
it's also getting a little
you also
action.
thought, oh, is it canceled after the first couple games?
Yeah.
No,
we're at risk of cancellation.
Oh, now Dokla finds himself in the 1v1 versus Miru. The Emperor's Divide forces Flash out of Dokla. Now Boal could be in some trouble as River's trying to lock him down. Ayla with the W as well. Focus Resolve does land the root, but Boal gets the safety with the Flash.
Yeah, they'll chase him out. This should, however, give 100 Thieves complete control to potentially take this Drake, although Desamas is waiting.
Yeah, Desamas might go for the steal. Has the smite, has the flash available.
River's
smite still coming up, but it should be up by the time the Dragon's actually in smite range. And just so. Now Ayla will spot out Desamas with that ward, so VKS's jungler decides to back off. That is going to be Dragon to 100 Thieves.
Yep, and they've completely kind of taken over this bot side of the map. That lane swap that VKS actually started for themselves has not worked out. Not only have we seen these plays out of the mid lane, and Quid is in a really good position, but the Jax is ahead. This Cho'Gath struggled really, really hard. They got consistently shoved underneath the turret. So we'll see if VKS, where they can go from here, because right now 100 Thieves have a lot of control.
And then Jax is something that has actually been very successful for Dokla. A lot of people focus on his Rumble and the Scion because those are champions.
Ooh, 0-4 versus Fly though. So that begs the question.
It's fine.
We want to ask chat
FlyQuest.
though. We want to ask chat who won draft. Spam chat with your answer, 100T or VKS. Because Dokla, well, yes, overall the win rate's good. What the last time we saw was a little rough.
The hindsight drafts evaluations. I like those.
That.
We want to know. We want to know what you think.
Yeah, but I did like 100
Imagine
Thieves.
100 Thieves weren't up 2-0.
Yeah, I did like 100 Thieves' response, and I also think, like, again, it's just a champion that he's really, really comfortable on, and you saw them setting that up in bans as well. They're basically like, what do you not want to go up against? Renekton, okay, we'll take it out. And now you see 100 Thieves rotating up into this top side, have a first look at these grubs, which should also help potential side lane and map pressure.
No answer from VKS?
Yeah, I mean, VKS, their idea is to scale off of Azir later. They are trying to play off of later game team fights, get Nero as much money as they can during this time, have their Cho'Gath start to stack up, and then look for some of the skirmishes later on, because currently 100 Thieves would be too powerful, so if you go over and try and fight them right now, you're fighting into like peak Sejuani, synergy. Wait, he's teleporting down towards mid lane as well. We got a
Unsealed Spellbook Sejuani, baby!
To keep up his tempo to farm his bottom camps.
There we go. Easy.
Well, he kind of looked as like, maybe I can do something mid. Nope. Okay.
It's like one of those gondola rides that you take to view over the city skyline.
Oh, yeah. He just wanted to see what was going on mid lane.
Got a nice view of Summoner's Rift as he takes the gondola down.
The scenic route.
And can go on, clear out his Raptors and his Krugs.
Ooh, and a back stop there. Morteo's hit by the True Shot Barrage, so delays that tempo slightly, and FBI continues his little lead here. No action on the bottom side. You see zeros across the board for AD carries and supports, but FBI does have a CS lead, and he's only going to make that a little bigger by delaying that reset.
Yeah, here's both River and Desamas are down here with their top laners.
Desamas should be seen by the ward in that rush, from my understanding. So River not seen yet. Dokla's just trying to bait them in, and now River comes in, lands the ultimate, but it's buffed for Desamas. Still damage onto Dokla. He's got a leap strike away. Desamas not letting him get there. And VKS on the board. They will trade their jungler for it, but they do get the kill onto Dokla as Desamas is really making them work for it. And that is Feat of Warfare claimed by River. 100 Thieves will get the kill.
I wonder why Dokla didn't ult early when he had the two members next to him and he got his Counter-Strike went off just as the Vi went in. Ult's a little bit late there. and does end up getting the, they have the kill go back over there on the other side. So it's not the end of the world.
Sure. And he gets the assist money. He's still up a lot of CS over Boal, but I mean, if Dokla's also able to get the kill, that feels really good for the Jacks in the side lane. As it is, River is able to complete that heart steal and back onto the Rift with it 1-0 and 1, and still a 1.8 thousand gold lead to 100 Thieves as we're at the 11-minute mark with Dragon in a minute.
So I went back and checked, and actually the CC layering from VKS with Cho'Gath out of the Vi Q bump is why he couldn't ult earlier.
Oh, yeah. FBI was looking for the shoe shot, bro.
Yeah, their CC layering was actually quite good on him to avoid the Jack's double hit on the ultimate there. So nice job from VKS.
Nice, yeah. Desamis, that was a really solid Vi ultimate as well, picking up the kill there. So 1 on the board for VKS, and the gold is on that jungler. But currently we actually see Boal, the only one with any semblance of gold lead, even though he was behind some CS. That's the only red bar. Currently everybody else on 100 Thieves is ahead, but not even by like that much. It'd be just components that they've picked up so far. So let's see if VKS still feel confident enough to try and contest at this Dragon, or if it will be another one picked up by the Thieves.
Yeah, River set it up pretty well where he invaded, went in for some of that deep vision, was spotted, I think, or at least VKS kind of assumed because they were pinging him out.
And the next thing to look forward to, Dragon here for 100 Thieves. They got to keep this tempo going here. Dragon #1 good, getting the grubs good. They want to continue to use this skirmish-heavy early game that they do have available to them. So control wards already in place, Scuttlecraft Vision already in place. 100 Thieves want to get there first, try and force more resources out of VKS. If VKS even are like, do we want to fight while Azir has no items right now?
Yeah,
I would say don't do that.
They probably do. And another great thing that 100 Thieves did, pushed up this bot wave with their duo lane.
Yep.
Dokla is dirty farming on the top side of the map after having pushed up his wave previously to turret. And VKS, like you said, Kobe, they're not even going to bother contesting this. Another Drake over 200 Thieves.
Stacking them up. That's 2 on the board. And Miru just finished that first item as the Dragon went down. So he'll have it for the next contest. Maybe it would be the Herald if they want to look for that in 2 minutes time here. But overall, this is a very different look from games 1 and 2 where the Thieves were struggling, but maybe Ayla's getting picked off here. No, he's got the heal summoner spell along with the Inspire E, so he's out of there.
All right, and that's Trinity Force timing for FBI, Ezreal as well here. So they can just put him right into mid lane. Poke damage does very well versus Azir. Even though it is kind of hard sometimes to get angles around the minions for the mystic shots and stuff, you can actually play pretty aggressively from mid lane. So 100 Thieves should just have side lane pressure with both these solo laners. They're quite good at applying pressure in side lanes since Sejuani has like free mobility at the moment with all this vision control, and then keep their double poke in mid lane to ensure that 100 Thieves will be able to get the first moves. And you just want to keep squeezing as much as you can before the Azir really gets to like ascend to become the big problem. And I think 100 Thieves thus far have done quite a good job at that.
And now they're invading Desamis, pushing the Vi out of the jungle. They're committing Glacial Prison lands. Flash from River to block the path of the Vi Q. Beautifully executed by the Thieves.
And this is the 100 Thieves we know and love, right? Pushing their advantages, having River take control of the map. We'll see. I was thinking maybe VKS might try to go on to something for Dokla, but they're just going to get some turret damage here.
Focus Resolve root lands, but FBI is not close enough to get any damage follow-up. But yeah, this is the Thieves I love to see, Emily. They use that prio mid to link up with River, get that kill. It's a little early for the Rift Herald immediately. It's still not spawned for 20 more seconds, but it's showing that 100 Thieves, this is a different look than we saw in games 1 and 2. They're now on the same page, and they're executing these plays.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of people here that are glad it's a different look.
I think so. I heard the crowd come to life a little.
Game 1 and 2 looks that we got from 100 Thieves. I just always love seeing early playmaking out of them.
Yeah, and there is, they should just keep on controlling the neutral objective. So Rift Herald is next on the menu. Looks like River's already over there. So River way ahead of us in starting up that Rift Herald. They've got plenty of vision on their red quadrant, but it does mean Dokla knows he's weak-sided at the moment, and so they've called Ayla over here to help him
Yeah,
defend.
Dokla could be in some trouble right now. Ayla's dropping the redemption. Vault Breaker being charged. Now used. Dokla is in trouble, but D. Thomas uses Ayla as the tool to get out of there. Teleport coming in. Defensively, Quid lands before the turret falls, but the turret does, in fact, fall. VKS take out the structure, and 100 Thieves have to back off.
They have to back off, but 100 Thieves are pushing in mid lane,
Arrow.
right? FBI is going to get this entire turret
Before the, and he
the
caught
Herald
it.
hits. So now they're going to drive it
Tokyo
up
drift?
towards that top side.
I think he's too far, but let's see if he's able to make it.
Let's go, River.
If you try and if you always try and take it right directly from mid, then you're gonna run out of gas.
Yeah.
They need more mileage on Shelly.
Built for speed, not long distance.
Yeah, Shelly needs a bit of a buff.
Gas guzzler, you know.
Still gets up there, and that tower is going to be weak. So let's see if River does like some sort of delayed brush spray here, because he is sweeping out the alcove here. Looks like Jack's heading up as well, though. So does cancel.
Okay, Miru immediately Emperor's Divide, but River not quite able to land it from the flash. Miru's trying to now make the fancy play. He's got Trivia behind him, but it's only a couple of heals and shields. 100 Thieves fight through it. Dokla picks up the kill. Now Trimby in some trouble under the turret, but he does get to safety.
Yeah, they're going to keep going. Ayla rotates over as well, so they're going to get the tower off that play. Another objective for the Thieves. They are awake in Dallas, finally.
Let's go. 100 Thieves are also going to get mid-prio off of this, again with FBI just catching that wave, pushing this up, and Quid pushing on the bottom side. But this is the 100 Thieves I was expecting to see.
Yep.
Like, I love the way that they have set all of these plays up. I love the way that they've recognized where VKS kind of have to go to do any sort of playmaking now. And now they should be able to get a lot of damage, if not this entire turret on the bot side.
So much gold in their pocket. I gotta say, it's Miru, the 0-3 Azir. We were talking about how impactful this Azir could be, but he's been struggling. He's been the focus so far that 100 Thieves have been picking on.
Yeah, and they definitely targeted him early. You know, that is good identification on the side of 100 Thieves, of course. You know, they've got to use their Sejuani synergy early, and they did, straight from level 3. And they targeted the Azir. They know the Azir is going to have to be the big DPS carry later on. And so props to the Thieves. They are basically just completely on schedule with their full battle plan here for the draft. Dragon number 3 does get them that checkpoint here. So we're looking towards a Cloud Soul in 5 minutes. That Soul is very good for these types of comps that have so many melee champions that really benefit from the extra speed here with both solo laners.
Exactly. And now, Desamis. Ultimate stolen. Quid has a hijack on cease and desist, and now Ayla looks to chase down. Dokla coming in on a big flank, but he was spotted. Boal gets a rupture. He's silenced down. Counter-strike to buy some time as River decides to go in. Full commit under the Azir turret. Can they take down the carries? 100 Thieves didn't quite have enough damage, so they got to back off now. Desamis drawing the new battle lines, keeping Morteos and Miru alive. That Azir turret was clutch.
I think the 100 Thieves are pretty happy to get out of that with no death, too.
Oh, wait, Dokla stuck around. Oh, the caster curse. No, he's got the counter-strike. He is fine. Oh, playing with fire.
Keep the heart rate up.
Yeah. I wasn't nervous at all.
Meanwhile, VKS, you know, a lot of flashes are used from both sides this time around, I guess. You know, Quid also had to flash, and the Silas flash is also meaningful. But both Morteus using all of his summoner spells and then the flash with Vi here. Some pretty significant investments from the side of VKS. So that's why I say 100 Thieves are pretty happy to get out of that without any casualties, because now they're looking like, okay, well, we've targeted this Azir and kept him down most of the game. He still doesn't have his flashback from the last time we said Sejuani ganked him. Now the Corki also won't have both summoner spells.
True.
So it is a pretty big win for the Thieves that both of the VKS carries.
Oh, do we find Boal here? Focus Resolve will land a root, but flash from Boal. Can River follow up? Doesn't have the Glacial Prison yet, but Boal's just taking so much damage under the turret. He thought he could maybe get to safety, but FBI follows him down. River tanks up the turret. Another pick for the Thieves.
I was going to say, good guy River kind of tanking up that turret because the wave was just short. But now this gives them complete bot side control. They should be able to clear out this vision. Otacon has just spawned. 100 Thieves are already on it, and VKS are opting to just go for this top tier 1, knowing that they can't really contest this. So another win for 100 Thieves in my book, making the most off of that force onto Boal, picking him off in the side lane, and getting the Otacon for it.
And for the side of VKS, they still have to look at it as, please, can we get as much money into the Azir as we possibly can? And so, like you said, they make like the best decision they can in the situation, which is get that side tower objective for the Azir. And that's like your consolation prize.
Interesting afterwards, though, because they had Miru TP bot, but he doesn't stick around for the next wave. I guess he just wants to get the Leandries, keep the items up so that way he can be as effective as possible.
Well, especially since in 2 minutes, we are going to have that fight for soul point, right? So if 100 Thieves set this up well enough, they should have control over that bot side. They should still be in a much stronger position. So if you're VKS, you want everything to be able to fight and try to keep 100 Thieves from getting that Cloud Soul.
Yeah, because VKS are very well capable of still winning the next team fight. Any 100 Thieves fans should not unclench right now, because the next team fight is going to be the one that has the biggest rewards here. And with Azir still being able to scrap together enough money for both items here, it does have both core items for Miru. If they get a good Azir ultimate peeling some of the melee engage off 100 Thieves, and the Cho'Gath can be very annoying as well for both the Jax and the Sylex to try and operate through. There definitely still is the big possibility of the next team fight there for VKS. That's what all of their hopes are kind of looking towards. They really don't want to give over the soul.
Yeah. Also, I don't want to overlook that Kobe just came up with a great merch idea. Stay clenched, that's a t-shirt. But also, Morteos Trimby yet to really interact with this game so far. We keep talking about Miru getting the gold onto the Azir. You also want to get to a point where everybody can fight front to back. They have the front line. They have the Melio to try and kite back and get that damage from range, but VKS haven't yet set up that type of play.
Yeah, and as we see, 100 Thieves are kind of doing exactly as expected, pushing in their lanes, taking control over the map. River is going to TP now down into this bot side because he does have Unsealed Spellbook, just to add, clear out some of these jungle camps, added pressure. You want to see where VKS could potentially come in for a team fight, as Trimby loses about a third of his health. True Shot Barrage.
And now 100 Thieves are grouping up around the mid lane, trying to get this priority here. They still have their turret, but that's the Azir turret in the mid lane set up by Miru. Rupture not going to land, and VKS actually hold the wave. Still going to die to that turret, as now the dragon has been started. Ooh, Dizamis goes in onto a River. Rupture lands as well, but it's a tanky Sejuani, a big front line. They just can't get the damage through. He's going to be looking at the dragon. Dokla has a flank angle right now if he can get onto the carries, but he's spotted out. Trimby gets a ward over the wall. Now it's going to be 100 Thieves. They have Emperor's Divide on Quid. They have Dokla on a flank. They have River's ultimate available. There are tools for the Thieves to engage. They're going to throw it out into Morteos. Immediately, Trimby answers with the Melio ultimate. Redemptions go down to heal everybody up. Now the Rupture lands. Disamis goes on a Quid, but Dokla still threatening that flank. Vivocade Stars, this is a big moment for them. They got to get in onto the dragon. They cannot steal it. Secured by River. And now 100 Thieves, they're just going to leave without starting the fight. They got what they came for. Dragon Soul to the Thieves.
Another smite fight, and this time River lands it to grab the soul. The extra move speed here is going to be a big tool for 100 Thieves. But you could see some of the things in that fight and the standoff that we were talking about, and how VKS very much still are capable of winning a team fight here versus 100 Thieves. So the Thieves have to be careful and then just rotate your vision resources over to Baron. I would say their team is very good at looking for turns with Sejuani ultimate.
They're just good at catching out Miru right now. Emperor's Divide does push Dokla back, but he flashes a safety. Almost goes down. Leap strikes to the ward. FBI's out of there. Now it's River. Rupture knocks him up, but again, front line is tanky for the Thieves. FBI's peppering with these Q. The Mystic shots are landing. Disamis has to back up, and Vivocade do not find the answer play.
Yeah, Vivocade try to find some answers here, are unable to. 100 Thieves should just be able to push this in now. They've already sent Dokla to the bot side, so they are kind of setting up this what could end up being such stifling map pressure, right? With these grubs here, they're going to take
breaker
down.
to quit. Oh, he's able to jump away. The Kingslayer to safety. And that's FBI on a killing spree. 100 Thieves punish Samus for the attempt.
Yeah, quick reactions here from Quid. Just jumps back a little bit like a matador, is able to then turn around. They immediately kill off this buy-in. That means no jungle, and Baron is up.
Oh, Trimby just took a huge chunk right there. Quinn looks for the play. Morteus has the Valkyrie, but Dokla again on the flank. Morteus has got nowhere to go. Double stun from Dokla, and the Thieves are crushing Cade Stars. That's a double kill for FBI, and a wave shoving mid. 100 Thieves show up big in the fight.
And they don't even need Baron. They're just going to barrel down this mid lane. They could be looking for the end here.
They have a wave. They have 5 members strong, but VKS have Miru with flash available. It's going to come down to the Azir. How well can he clear out the wave? The Samus goes in, throws his life to try and clear the wave, and he does just that. The hero play that will deny the end from the Thieves.
Yeah, that will be enough to kind of stop this push. Now 100 Thieves will be able to move around the map more as we check in with this last team fight. And you see where Dokla is coming in on the TP to kind of set it up. They just do so much poke damage.
Yeah.
Immediately onto both Morteus and Trimby.
And Trimby used the last breath very early right there, so it's not available for the double counter-strike. Oh, I love the golden glue reactions, man.
Look at his hair. He's already been through a lot in this series.
Very animated. Now, of course, because they went for the kills here, Baron is still on the map, and they can return. And we're talking about, turning off of Baron. You can kind of use it to draw them out and look for picks again. River's kind of doing that at the moment with Sejuani. But they did open up that mid lane. And so no inhibitor in mid lane does mean they're going to need to plant Azir there and raise some Azir towers to try and deal with that. Whereas 100 Thieves, they can just push all 3 lanes here and try and close in the pressure around VKS. Then control the vision and try and get little cooldowns one after the other.
Yeah, I like what they're doing with Dokla here too, right? Forcing the Azir to respond to him on the bot side, which gives more time for those super minions to kind of barrel their way down the mid lane, clearing out this vision around Baron. If they want to start it, the timing is up to them. They set the map really well.
And I would say you almost always, unless they give you the Baron for free, you almost always look for the play to fight.
Yeah.
Because the enemy has Cho'Gath as well as a Vi.
Hard out smite.
Both of them have flashes as well, so stuff could go crazy. And want to usually look for the turn off the objective for the fight, for the pick.
And we saw River and Quid doing just that. That's now twice that they wrapped around the buff right there. It's looking for somebody out of position. Almost found Trimby one moment. But, I mean, Devocade, if they can stay in this for a bit, their cooldowns will come up. They don't have flash on Morteus or Trimby right now, but the longer this Baron takes to start, I think the happier they will be. They get more gold onto the Azir. And also will have more defensive tools, but it looks like Quid's going for the flank here onto the Samus, not able to land the initial abduct, but they got onto Trimby! Hijack the cease and desist, hijack Trimby's life. VKS lose their support. Oh, and now Boal could be in some trouble here. The Rupture misses, and he's just not that tanky on the Cho'Gath. FBI goes legendary. 8-0-1, the Thieves find 2.
Quid is setting up these kills, and then FBI is just vacuuming them up. We talked about how amazing Quid has been on this Sylas. You really understand how deadly he can be on this pick. Setting up those 2 picks, exactly like you said, Kobe. They want to make them put Cade at a numbers disadvantage. It's completely free now to start this Baron and begin to close out the game.
Now it's interesting too because Elder is arriving so quickly since the Soul was taken fairly early on in this game. And so Baron is such a good tool when Elder is on the map because you can just apply so much pressure to top side of the map and force VKS into a really difficult decision.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, well, everything is going to close in around us. And we can't just give this to you for free or else then you can just come through the open lane and end the game. And so 100 Thieves here are actually
They
doing
can also
that.
look for their own pick. I mean, yeah, Glacial Fissure is always a non-committal engage option too.
Yeah, exactly. And so they control the vision leading up to that Elder. They've got the extra Baron stats on them at the moment.
And right now, all of Vivocade are grouped up together in the mid lane here. 100 Thieves might just go for their own engage. It's a teleport flank coming in from Dokla. Yet again, they can look for it, but Miru finds the Emperor's Divine on FBI! The AD carry is down, but Dokla does find the flank. The Summons goes down. Miru goes down. Quid and Dokla, the solo laners, when they were needed most, show up in the fight. A double kill to Ayla, a double kill to Quid, and the Thieves just ace Vivocade stars.
The Thieves aren't done yet. How fitting. The heist is going to come down to another elimination game coming up next.
100 Thieves were not interested in getting swept. They want the heist to continue. Dallas, the Thieves are pushing us to game 4.
Welcome to Dallas, 100 Thieves. We missed you. I want to hear what the lounge has to say about that game from 100 Thieves.
God, Raz bailed on 100 Thieves. That's the moment they decided to turn it on. This was a night and day performance, Sven, from what we've seen out of them in the first 2 games.
Yeah, I think River, especially having the agency to gank early game with the Sejuani, didn't get behind level 1 like he did last game. It's just, he was part of every play the entire game.
It's wild to say that 100 Thieves were in a position where it was match point, but we're back.
How many bigger hats do you have?
We have a lot of big hats. Why don't you take part? We're trying to celebrate
I
here.
I feel like Quid finally showed up in this game. But you know what happens to have Quid show up?
What?
River also had to show up.
Let's hear what they're saying first.
Okay. Watch here.
I'm dead, guys.
We can win. Kill Azir.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Kill Azir. Kill Azir. Yeah. Watch Corky now. Watch Corky.
Corky has flash, I think, guys. Hey, guys.
Lot of relief for them in this one, but River showed up for them. Dokla showed up for them.
Yes,
they just kept
did.
coming. All the Thieves together,
all of them.
FBI, Ayla. A complete performance from 100 Thieves in that game, but they're still backs against the wall. They're still on elimination point. They still have to win the next 2 games.
And the sad reality of all of it, just to remind the people that have been here, been watching it, but to keep people kind of on track to what's been happening, it's been Miru. Miru from game 1 to game 2, like Itin and Decimus. I feel like that both these guys in the mid jungle have been really taking over and have been abusing 100 Thieves in dragon fights and on side lanes.
We're going to take a look at the entire series, starting with game 1. And Sven, you were pointing out the charms from Miru were insane this game.
Yeah, he definitely carried the first game in teamfight, setting up Mateos with the charms, allowing him to go into the backline with the kill instinct here. You see it right now. Kills everyone in teamfight thanks to the nice charms in this fight and next fight. I think he's been huge in this series, and shutting him down early game with the double melee Johnny Silas, you know, getting him level 3 from a funny angle, and then allowing Quid to solo kill him afterwards, thanks to that lead he got early, was a big change of pace in how the series has been going so far.
Yeah, and I feel like 100 Thieves did get out team fought in this early series, which I don't think they were expecting to happen because they've been winning so many of these games through team fighting. That's their strength, exactly. Yeah. But Mortheus and Miru were outplaying them in a lot of these fights.
That's why in game 1, I was like, okay, taking a step back, VKS are here, like, and very loud, as you can hear from Mortheus. Very loud in game 1, being able to get the quadra kill in the first fight, 100% kill participation. I mean, when we looked at Brazilian League of Legends, in the LTA South, it's team fight after team fight. So in this fashion, I was like, okay, they got a game, it's competition. Game 2 was a slap in the face for me and everybody here.
It really was. This is where I was getting, and still am, very nervous about their chances because it wasn't just a team fight loss. This one was lane assignments going wrong, getting dove, reading the map, not very strong, and a big lead opened up early by VKS.
Yeah, and also this game, remember the whole lane swap went wrong for FBI. He was going top against Sion to get 3 stacks off of him, and then he was losing lane to him 1v1. They gave a really strong draft to VKS, the double globals with Pantheon Talia, and they're getting ran on the whole map.
Yeah, and this, we were talking about, even though these are 5 champions 100 Thieves has played, they didn't really have a good buddy for Aurora. So Quid could maybe get some good ults off, but he never had enough damage to actually execute someone that could have been like a Wukong or a Vi in a lot of other games.
Yeah, perhaps too many eggs in the smolder carries of 1v5 basket.
326 stacks isn't what it used to be, Raz.
Yeah, it is what it is. And I mean, the control, you just had to slip that in there. Just had to slip that in. But the control that VKS had, and that's why I mentioned like Decimus, because Decimus in this game, even though there was like a skirmish that 100 Thieves ended up like slightly winning, his Pantheon ulti would still be able to catch out the Aurora. I felt like he had a really good game too.
I will say, even though VKS had a strong lead in game 2, they were kind of throwing a little bit here and there on the Herald fight and their later fight they had. But this game 3 was all 100 Thieves. There was no not one second of the game where I thought they could maybe lose.
Yeah, I was never nervous about this game.
Never?
Well,
in terms of like stomp, levels of stomp?
After this, I was never nervous. So they did a really long wraparound gank with River to get the first kill and burn the flash, and then Quid is able to land that second chains and essentially 1v1 kill Miru. And look at this, 11 kills to 1, really fast Dragon Soul, kind of doing anything that they want.
Yeah, and this is kind of what everyone expected when it came to 100 Thieves and how they would be able to succeed. I mean, they started out game 1 off the Galio pick, but just generally seeing them play a playmaker off Quid, finding plays with River and Quid through mid lane, and then shutting down Miru is what I was expecting.
Yeah, I like the first 3 picks from VKS. The Asir, the Vi, Corki, all great champions. Often picked the first games, but the 4-5, Cho'Gath ult to Silas, Melio last pick to then do a lane swap and not play lane phase with your range champ. If you're on lane swap anyways, why don't you play a melee champ that actually scales somewhat well or like does something? But I feel like Melio, Corki, not the combo. We usually like Lucian or some sort of hyper carry. Corki is neither lane bully or a hyper carry. So I don't really get the purpose of the Melio Cho'Gath 4-5 from VKS. Feels
I agree.
Awkward.
Also, the Azir going through. Azir was really weird in this series because it felt like something that everyone had been banning against Quid, but 100 Thieves banned it in games 1 and 2, finally leaves it up in game 3, doesn't pick it, blind picks the Silas, ends up going against the Azir. Now it's gone with Fearless being done. So we're moving into game 4. It's a little bit of a reset.
8-year-old jungler
with Fearless.
That's the future of the LTA right there. Train him up.
Get him in early. Remember, you got to play a lot of champions in Fearless. I don't feel like it's going away. So make sure you're not one-tricking this entire time. Going into game 4, I was telling you earlier, Sven, that I felt like in games 4 of the FlyQuest series that 100 Thieves lost, their drafts got a little limited because throughout this run, this is their 8th best of 5 in just over a month. I feel like there's a set of champions that they've just been locking in almost regardless of circumstance. It's the Aurora, Silas often, Wukong, Vi, Pantheon, these are, and Cassante, Ambessa, Sion, these things were the 100 Thieves core. And then once we got to game 4, I felt like they fumbled it a little bit. So that's what I'm worried going into this next game. I know Rumble's still available, but the rest of it, I think we're in a whole new world.
Yeah, Rumble's available, and there's a certain 80 mid laner with 2 swords who's always played in 100 Thieves games. The 5-man Yone ult guy is here in the series.
Absolutely.
So I think we might see some sort of like Rumble, Yone comp from 100 Thieves, something I could see. Rumble is like a bit too strong, I think, at this point to be left open. I think it might just be a ban at this point. And
here's the sad thing for me, because I get trapped in this every time, where I just undersell and underestimate the LTA South. When Red Candidates, boom, Shopify Rebellion, I was like, I will never undersell them, undervalue them.
However,
and then I had a 3-0 for 100 Thieves, and now we're in the worst position possible.
Well, listen, Red Cannons beat Shopify in 5 games, and then the North won 9 consecutive games against the South.
That's a fact.
Right? FlyQuest completely demolished them. 100 Thieves 3-0'd the other 2 teams from the region. And I think going into this weekend, 100 Thieves would have put most of their energy and mental space towards playing FlyQuest. But I think they came out here, they got punched in the mouth 2 games in a row, and now they have no more error tolerance. 1 more loss and they're out of this one. I still feel like if you're loading into an individual game, I'm strongly favoring 100 Thieves. That's still the feeling that I have.
That's fair enough.
But they still need to win 2 consecutive games, so I'm still a little dicey on their overall chance to win the series.
We're getting closer.
I agree.
Brad's already flip-flopped.
We're getting closer. I already flip-flopped, but I can
100
flip-flop
Thieves going to win the next 2?
Yes.
Yes. Why?
Yeah.
How are they going to do it?
I think they're not the kind of team that gets phased by losing 2 games in a row. Some teams might choke under the pressure, or they might feel a little like, oh, we're down 2-0 against a South team. It's not a good look for us. But 100 Thieves played the exact same way this game as all the other games. They just played better this game. It sounds stupid, just play better, but that's what happened in this game.
I mean, if you think about it, at least in game 2, like River flipped the game with a level 1 smite on blue buff, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
And then he fell behind, and I feel like he'd been doing that a lot throughout this run.
Yeah.
But he'd been able to recover in the other games.
This game, the gank early game worked. He wasn't behind before that. So maybe they need a little bit more stable early game. Avoid the lane swaps that are bad for them, it seems.
That's true. And even though, like, I lost faith and I had already flipped, so I'm not going to do anything with that one. It is what it is. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I have to ask the crowd, because I felt like you guys were alive for that one too. Do we have 100 Thieves believers out there? They're alive and well, Jet. They're alive and well.
They're alive and well. The one thing I have learned, though, is that VKS is definitely not a pushover. They have 2 games on 100 Thieves in this series and have 2 chances to end it. Game 4 is going to be up after the break.
Watch here.
I'm dead, guys.
We can win. Kill Azir.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Kill Azir. Kill Azir. Yeah. Watch Corki now. Watch Corki.
Corki has flash, I think, guys. Sorry, guys. Good job.
They want the heist to continue. Dallas, the Thieves are pushing us to game 4.
You know, given our start of this split specifically, people, you know, didn't expect us to be anywhere near a position where we can contend for a title. And I don't really blame them. I think we were really bad in the beginning of the year or beginning of the split. And, but that's the beauty of competition. You know, over time you do improve, and we've been improving rapidly. And I think we're in a position where we're going to be able to win.
They had rapid improvement to make it to this state, and now they were down 0-2 trying to pull off the reverse sweep. Sven, how do you feel like 100 Thieves needs to prepare going into this game?
I think that they need to get River on a champion that can do something.
Yeah, for me, it's just going to be about if the Rumble can come out. That's a pick that we talked about going into this series. That's one that I'm interested in. That's one pick for me. Lee Sin might come back as a pick because a lot of AD junglers are out. So perhaps we get a River Lee Sin. Those are a few questions in my mind and where they get in as blind picks.
Absolutely. Lounge is doing this draft. Sven, myself, Chat, and Raz trying to bring you through this game 4. The series started with Vivo winning the first 2 games. 100 Thieves now trying to pull off a reverse sweep. They dominated last game. I'd say that was about as one-sided this game 2 was in the side of Vivo K-Stars. And we're about to get into this draft for game 4.
That's true. I'm interested in what's going to happen in game 4 and game 5. Now, we got Sven here, as you mentioned. When it goes to game 4, game 5, that's when it's question mark for Nick Smith. I want to know how you end up doing within this draft, how you feel about your draft performance here, and if it's better.
Well, our drafts are not very good. We all know that. We always lose because of bad drafts. Our gameplay is perfect, but I want to say one thing is that when you're up 2-0 in a series, you will have side selection in every game moving forward.
Yes.
So game 4 and 5 will be VKS champion side selection, so they can know not only in this game what's going to happen, but also next game they can choose again. So they could potentially like do something funny in this game, knowing that they will have side selection in game 5 as well.
It's true, and you can see all the series bans already immediately getting rid of the Senna. That's something that FBI and 100 Thieves love picking on the 4-5. Last game, they ended up banning it on the 4-5. Or sorry, game 2, they banned it on the 4-5. And now they're saying, you know, so many of the power picks are out. We just can save a ban for later by essentially banning it right away.
Yeah, and I mentioned Lee Sin as an AD jungler, but one of River's best picks is also Viego. So there's a few things, some leniency if they still want to go towards an AD jungler and not have to go into like a Zyra or something like that going into 4.
I'm wondering if you'll see something about the Rumble here from VKS, if they'll first pick it, if they'll ban it. I also think Yone comes, Yone Maokai, Yone Dilia, Yone, I don't know, Zyra, any sort of AP jungler. Yone Rumble alone can be good enough as well. It's Quid's one of his best champs.
I'm really interested here, just because Miru is an exceptional player. He's been matching Quid for most of this series.
Yeah.
A Yone or Rumble ban here, I think, goes a long way. It's an Ornn ban, which makes me think they want to take the Rumble away because Ornn oftentimes is picked into that. There's no Galio either to pick into it. But I think it's kind of in 100 Thieves' best interest to leave Yone Rumble up and any other power pick in hopes that they can actually just lock the combo right away.
Yeah, but if you give away the Rumble, you need to get your AP jungler somewhere else. And blind picking...
Yeah, they ban the Rumble.
Yeah, blind picking AP jungler isn't always super easy, so they just ban the Rumble. I wonder if the Yone will be left open here for Quid. I think he might end up picking it if it's open for him, something like Maokai Yone. They played in the past as well. Trundle also a common prior pick in late series like this.
Oh, this is going way back even before, of course, the nerfs, the Gwen being the early pick. I was thinking about something like a Varus, you know, with all the ADs being kind of nuked in the pool by game 4.
Yep, the Senna ban is pretty often used against the Vars, or rather, you pick Senna against Vars, so the ban could indicate they want to play Vars themselves later, or maybe just bait FBI into picking it. Hasn't been as strong after the nerfs.
Wow. Blind pick Alistar. It had been banned a lot in the 4-5s this series. It's one of Ayla's favorite champions. There's no Sylas.
But the Braum is something that I'm just concerned about. Yes, it is Ayla's best pick, or a pick that he goes to very consistently throughout his career. But if you're going to be VKS here, you're pretty happy going towards like a Braum for Trimby.
It's also worth mentioning that the only 2 engaged supports left are Alistar and Rel, it's the 2 premier ones. So Alistar counts Rel, and if Trimby wants to play engaged, you got to pick Rel here. The Braum could be an angle as well, but it's more of a disengage comp.
I actually really feel like this Akali pick is interesting. It's something that Miru had played a ton as well. It's also when 100 Thieves started their surge, the pick that Quid had gone to early in series to just play it. They just feel like they can outplay in team fights. It's also a pick that is good into the Yone. So even though it's available,
it's like a preemptive counter pick.
Yone's probably going to be up in game 5 as well now if they're able to get to that stage.
The same thing happened last game when they picked Sylas blind pick, which is something that you pick against Asir, like kind of like, you know, baiting him into picking Asir almost. The Trundle does come out, very common.
Confidence-based pick for the Akali, because I still remember the BDD pick on Akali. It was not great for him, but obviously, but I had to talk about that a little bit.
I'm wondering if this is a River Kiana angle.
Ooh.
It's a good pick into the Trundle. He's already played it once before, had a really big game with it.
Against Red, yeah. He was quite good on it. It could also be at least an angle, which Raz talked about earlier. Needs some sort of AD jungler here for River.
To pair with the Akali.
Yeah.
That is the other thing is, with the Akali, it would open them up to have set later. Okay. So actually, though,
Akali top, I think. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be.
did play Yone back in his title run with energy. It was a mid-top flex pick with him and Palafox, so they can hold that flex. I trust Doklu's Yone more than I trust his Akali, for what it's worth.
I think that Akali has been a counter pick into Gwen in the past, so I do think it's more likely that it's Akali top, but I mean, never know.
Which champ does Quid play?
I think Quid plays a Yone here.
I think so too.
I think the Akali goes top. I mean, it could be like a role swap almost. You know, Quid goes top on the Akali, but I think Quid's better at both champions, so I'm not sure what they want to do here.
But I love the mention of NRG, because that was the big thing about them / CLG, was the fact that they would go towards like a double flex with the Akali or the Yone. In this case, I'm fully expecting the Akali just because of how frequently I've seen the matchup into Gwen, but seeing how this series has kind of been dictated by defending your top laner on a dive, worried about that, the Ivern ban.
They just banned Ivern for support, I think.
Or they're banning it because they think Trundle could be a support. So it's one of those
That could also be the case,
That's like a deep cut. This one is definitely some type of scrim knowledge that they would have, because you would think the jungler's already locked
Some sort of inside information here, because this could be an Ivern support or the Ivern jungle with Trundle support. I think either seems kind of suboptimal, so I'm curious to hear about that one later.
I'm also curious, because now that you've dropped your AD jungler, or just your jungler for 100 Thieves to 4-5, the Lee Sin and Viego are what I'm expecting to be banned by VKS. It's going to be a good challenge to see what 100 Thieves are willing to pick here.
I think it's just any sort of A jungler, Lee Sin, Kiana, Viego, whatever.
Nocturne, forgot about that one too.
Nocturne's good too, yeah. Whatever you're individually comfortable on at this point. You know, in game 4 and 5, it's like, it's kind of whatever goes at this point. You know, some people are glue, like the Alistar is a glue, and then some people just pick whatever you want.
That pick is not going to happen, unfortunately, but I love
Hey, that's AD jungle.
That is an AD jungler.
AD jungle.
And he goes.
As we go, they're taking a long time on this last ban. They do end up sniping that Kiana. So Viego's still available, not the greatest pair.
Yeah, I think it's more like Nocturne.
Braum is still going to be up for VKS as a support pick.
I think Nocturne will be the better jungler for 100 Thieves. Syra is not bad.
It's interesting. If they wanted to play Ziggs bot with Alistar, they could, and then that opens up an AD jungle as well if they want to.
Technically, they don't need AD jungle anymore because it's Akali top.
Yeah, fair.
they actually won the AP jungler with Yone, like the Maokai I mentioned earlier. So the little flex pick gives them a lot of leeway here.
They have a lot of options. I really love this draft by 100 Thieves. It is a risky one, depending on how the early game would go. If you have like an Akali top, you better be able to defend it. Game 2 was awful when it came to that, but it feels like they've been learning their lesson.
I personally like it. I think picking something like Lee Sin, if it was open, would have been as good as picking, you know, a bit more front line, some vision control with the Maokai, some engage, some CC is what they need to make sure that Yone and Akali actually stick on the targets. So I like it from 100 Thieves. Their comp is very well-rounded so far.
Nerfed Yunara's Ven, thoughts?
I thought it was very bad after the nerfs. It feels like a champ that relies so heavily on having high base stats and having those nerfed, and the E duration down by 1.5 seconds and the move speed down by a lot as well is a pretty heavy nerf, but in a later series, you can't really be that choosy, so I think it's not bad. FBI doesn't have a lot of champions left to play here.
Yeah, I see Lulu banned in the LCK when Yunara is locked, but that was pre-nerf Yunara.
He could go 6, but it will be very AP heavy, which doesn't seem too good for them. So, Tristana, it's been played before.
It's another one of these comps from VKS that doesn't have strong engage. The Trundle Pillar or the Rise Ultimate is pretty much all they have outside of just strong fighting stats.
Yeah, of course.
And Jin's available. That pairs really well with 2 divers. So the cohesion for me from 100 Thieves, this is a very comfortable composition outside of the Dokla Akali. That's the big clutch pick that I need to be able to see succeed.
I think they were kind of hoping to pick that one themselves, the Gwen, that they did before against C9, for example.
It feels very difficult for VKS to interact with 100 Thieves comp, I'm not going to lie. Like, you're not going to be able to find a pick on towards Jin. Akali is going to be difficult if he's diving alongside like a Maokai ulti or Yone ult. It's difficult without any lockdown.
The most important thing in this game, I think, will be side lanes. The Rise, the Yone, the Akali, the Gwen. Someone's fist fighting on side lane, someone's pushing power. Whoever is winning those 1v1s on side lane will be controlling the whole game.
Yeah. 100 Thieves down 2-1 in the series. Dokla has a 5-2 career record on the Akali. Let's see if he can make it 6-2. Casters, what do you think?
I think this draft got very exciting. Game 4 and Fearless usually delivers, and this is no exception. Akali coming out for Dokla when their backs are still against the wall. They denied the sweep, but the job's not done for the Thieves.
I actually really like this 100 Thieves draft that they've put together, with the caveat if, you know, this flex ends up working out, right? Because as the analyst desk already touched upon, this is something where they used this a lot when Dokla was trading champions with Palafox while they were on NRG, picking up these kind of melee side lane style champs, Yone being one of them. So I am really curious because they have so much setup for it, right? And I love the Jin coming in as their final pick. The Maokai sets up so well for that, in addition to the Yone.
And the Akali is a pretty frequent answer into a Gwen, you know, trying to play around her ranges, but no guarantee on getting a one-on-one matchup with the amount of lane swaps that we have seen. And the wrinkle here, Boal has also taken the Ignite for the extra damage there, for the possible all-ins. Does mean you are less mobile and certainly more vulnerable to possible ganks, but we've got some aggressive positioning here behind the pit.
And we got a question for everybody in chat. Will 100 Thieves give us silver scrapes? Yes or no? Spam in the chat. Everybody here in the audience, you can shout it out. I feel like the audience is for sure behind the Thieves. No surprise, they are the North American representatives. We are in Dallas, but man, have the Evocade Stars pushed them to the limit, and this is an invade, it looks like, onto River right now. He does not see it. He has not gone into the brush. So Desamis, he flashed the wall. Now River Bramble Smash to knock him away and looks to just walk away. But again, the damage was already done. River about half health here, so Desamis will commit to the invade and get that buff.
Yeah, I like that. Trying to split the map here because they want to do something about this Akali matchup. You know, that has been taken over, and investing your flash at the level 1. If it had been a little bit later and River had used Bramble Smash on the red, then it would have been even better. Yeah. But it's still going to be pretty good for jungle, even though the flash for Trundle has been invested. And as the analyst desk did say, this Akali for Dokla, he has definitely used it before and been very successful on it. If we can get...
River's going to look for an early gank here, but Desamis is actually passing towards the bottom side, so he'll spot it out. Good timing for Desamis. stopping the play from River. They saw Mirror push all the way up. That could have been big.
Yeah, I think that's more River kind of covering Quid, making sure that Desamis isn't going to go in, as we see a little bit of scrapping back and forth from the bot lane. Both supports have already blown their heals previously in a little bit of a trade back and forth. But yeah, I mean, I do really like this call from VKS. As you pointed out, Kobe, it can be a little bit risky, but if you can set up kind of a safe side of the map for that Gwen, try to pick on this Akali counter matchup, and also, you know, try to keep River from making any sort of early plays like he did in the previous game.
Let's see if it does pay off. Does mean their bottom lane as well knows that River is going to be kind of forced into these nothing else to do positions as a jungler, because your top quadrant was taken away, and so River has to get a little creative, venturing into some danger zones here, and is going to at least find the Krugs down here for himself to get some extra jungle CS, and will position him on the bot side. I mean, Morteus has Cleanse Flash still available, so...
Dokla 5 point strike lands. Boal's in some trouble here. No flash available. Remember, he took the Ignite for the 1v1, and Dokla gets him to a sliver of a health bar. He'll go for some of the wave. One more Q. Solo kill. First blood to Big Dokes.
Don't you dare doubt Big Dokes Akali, okay? He gets the counter pick. He gets the solo bolo. There's his record, 5-2 on the champion. Last seen was a long time ago, though, back in 2022 versus Cloud9. And let's take another look at that one, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so happy to see him coming out. We talked about how this Akali is such a great counter matchup into the Gwen. And, I mean, my big thing is, this is the lane...
Stop! FBI is the biggest
the crowd
hype
is
guy.
following him, right? But this is the side that VKS wanted to get ahead. This was the side that's why they went for that jungle invade, right? They wanted to set this map up really well on the top side, and that's completely undone by Dokla.
And we see there Ayla going for an aggressive trade. Morteus and Trimby also having some difficulty here because of the Yanara buffs. FBI and Ayla actually have the push in, but Desamis is nearby. No barrier on FBI. Flashes are available. Let's see if VKS can find this play. The pillar goes out, but 100 Thieves got far enough away, and they have the wave there. So VKS have to call it off.
Yeah, and they're calling trailing Maokai here. Don't overchase. This could get really dicey. I think it's a good call there for VKS to call it off, not overchase. And also nice here for River, because River, after hovering the bot play, he goes over towards mid. He's not stealing the Raptors. He is looking to pressure on this rise.
Has flash available, but will be spotted by Desamis. Now the pillar goes out. He actually uses the twist advance forward onto the Trundle. Gets some traded damage there, as now Miru can't quite help immediately. Rune Prison on to Quid. So Unbound back to safety, as River's still sticking around.
Yeah, Q plus Smite for Maokai is like guaranteed stealing.
And Ayla's here, level 5. Alistair flash forward for the Pulverize, but now he's Rune Prisoned up. Headbutt Ball into the wall, but Ayla goes down. Fade Seal doesn't quite land. Quid can't find the highlight play this time. Desamis gets another kill.
Oh, the ultimate whiffs there for Quid through the middle. 200 Thieves are down. VKS defend their territory.
Yeah, and as we see Ayla trying to head up here, right? Hits the headbutt, but then they try to collapse on Trimby. Quid is polymorph. They polish off and...
I think that was blind into the brush too. Yeah, there's no ward in that brush, so maybe Quid just assumed everyone would be walking forward and he can find another play.
Yeah, committing in there with the flash, and then Boao coming down on the Gwen, and they trap them in, defend their territory. Now VKS with some kills in some very important parts for them, the Trundle and the Gwen getting paid.
Yeah, and they're now off to a little bit of a gold lead as we see them moving up towards this top side of the map preemptively before Grubs spawn up here, as we see both duo lanes coming up here, and then the top laners will be going bot.
Yep, FBI's got his support with them, as Doka will still match up against Boal in that bottom lane, like you had highlighted. Dragon is up at 40 seconds for the Grubs, and currently we see Desamis on the top half of the map, so it looks like Vivocade are more focused on that objective here, as they also get the shove from their 2v2. Miru just got to get this wave in, although still a little early, 25 seconds for that to spawn. We'll see 100 Thieves still not level 6 on River. Do they feel confident to go forward as Quid lands the Q3 knockup, but Soul Unbound gets him to safety. They're going to need Fate Sealed, I think, if 100 Thieves actually want to contest anything at that next objective, and it'll come off cooldown maybe in about 10 seconds here.
Yep. And we see Cade moving in just before Grubs are about to spawn as River clears out. He is going to be just shy.
Ooh.
Oh, no, there we go. He hits level 6 now.
TP from Trimby towards the bottom side. Interesting call there, as now they don't have the Lulu near the Grubs, so they just get the 1 and they back off. I guess the call was just deny the 3 from 100 Thieves, but they didn't actually want to commit to any kind of play.
Yeah, exactly. Trimby out of there with the spellbook. Meanwhile, on the kind of wraparound on Dokla, he is just in the remnants of the Shroud, so it does get visible here with Lulu popping up. But yeah, just take away the 1 Grub, then out there for VKS. Try and delay the possible, feats. Attraction. No Grub Mites will at the very least spawn there for 100 Thieves.
And Dragon's still on the table too, so 100 Thieves will get the credit for Feat of Monster Slain, but or at least the 1 point towards that. Let's see if they keep stacking that up, as Miru is actually doing a really good job of just keeping Quid down in health in this lane. He's also got a little CS advantage, so we wanted to highlight going into the series, the mid lane matchup, how exciting it was to see Miru versus Quid, and I think it has delivered for the most part. This time around in Game 4, it's Miru getting a slight lead early on.
Yeah, and I mean, if this Ryze is able to get any sort of significant advantage, it will give VKS some extra control in those side lanes, right? We talked about how this composition doesn't really have a lot of hard engage, but they do have abilities to pressure the map should they be able to get these 2 solo laners ahead.
And a lot of the lead, is the invade play 100 Thieves went for, and Quid tried to follow up and ultimate right down through the middle, and so the Ryze had a very, very nice time after that. The punishment on the 100 Thieves attempted invade there is significant. They're still going to be able to go and collect their Dragon over here after swapping out FBI to mid lane, though. Looks like Ayla is going to go and protect them.
Oh! Sorry, that was just impressive from Dokla right there. He uses the Proto Belt forward just to get the CS, and I thought maybe he would threaten Trimby, who doesn't have ultimate available, but he gets the full wave regardless. Oh, River with the wraparound gank here onto Miru. FBI's in the mid lane. River not spotted currently. Miru now in some trouble. Deadly Flourish route lands. FBI's got some damage coming in Nature's Grasp as well, but the Realm Warp, Flash, Miru to safety. VKS's mid laner gets out of there, but now Ayla looks for a plan to Desamis. Flash out from the Trundle as well. VKS lose a couple of summoner spells.
Yeah, some flash value here for 100 Thieves on their kind of awkward gank at the beginning of it, but ends up getting a bunch of value. 2 flashes now blown for them. Some possible kill targets for the future. They also have rotated the Yone down to the bottom side into the Gwen, so Dokla up here, again, just still in the 2v1.
Again, getting aggressive onto Trimby. The ultimate is available now in the Lulu. Will use Wild Growth. Dokla has a perfect execution to safety. Flash, but the flash fall from Mortheos! Feat of Warfare claimed. VKS's bot laner with the outplay.
Desamis comes at the perfect timing here for VKS up the lane, right when 100 Thieves try and go aggressive.
River might be looking for some sort of wraparound of his own.
No Yunar ultimate now, so they actually have the ability to fight. Ayla could be in some trouble, chased down by Desamis, but a teleport coming in. Teleport answered from Miru. Quid has Fate Seal, but he's in some trouble over the wall, immediately locked down, but Polymorph has already been used. Quid, Fate Seal lands this time around with the Q3 double knockup. Quid gets the kill onto Trimby. Ayla will go down. VKS actually hold the line.
1 for 1 there in the end. They're not done though. Quid here trying to come fish around and defend a little bit of the territory. Now, Dokla was not involved in this at all and saved his teleport. So one of the biggest things here is the extra summoner spell. They've got an extra tool to use for cross-map plays. The Akali, when the ultimate comes back, going to be a big difference maker there with the teleport ready.
And River's still looking for more action. Miru does not have the flash available. Nature's Grasp is going out very early. Miru's going to get rooted up. River can lock him down for days. And Quid with the damage on the Yone, looking to pick it up, but Miru's just too tanky with the redemption. Quid misses a Q3, doesn't quite have the damage.
for it.
Oh, yeah, he missed one of his cues at the beginning, which made that super dicey. In the end, they sacrificed both his flash as well as the life of River there. And we are.
Dokla wants some action too.
Done.
Yeah, Dokla says, I heard y'all like action, everybody. I'll give you some more. FBI not able to follow up. Morteos does dodge that one. But again, the Inara ultimate used. Transcend oneself defensively.
And during that roam, you're going to leave some minions down here being pushed into tower. That's a turret plate earned for Boao in the ult for ult trade that 100 Thieves went for on the mid lane. So the Gwen, still stacking up to be a threat, still stacking up some extra money.
Yeah, and we've talked about how actually clutch redemption has been in so many different team fights here. As they do end up, River kind of ends up dying for to save Quid. And I mean, Quid on this Yone, we've talked about how he's usually so comfortable on it. He's looking a little shaky.
Back to live. Quid's getting picked off in the top lane, dove under the turret. Teleport from Dokla's not in time. That was a lightning fast play from VKS.
Yeah, I mean, you can say definitely a little shaky. He's missed a lot of stuff in this game. You know, the ultimate on the previous engage that they didn't have the setup for, and then he missed 2 Qs there, one of them that charged up as well. And then gets tower dove as well. So VKS, they're just getting paid on all sides of the map. More money into the Gwen as well. Another tower plate for them. VKS are getting very rich very quickly.
Yeah, and this kind of, the 100 Thieves came back in that clutch fight around, like right around the Raptor area where Quid did end up missing that ult is actually ending up being massive because every single play since, even that play where River tries to set it up, they know that Miru still did not have his flash at that point. Like that did not work out. It ended up being a 1-for-1. It actually helped set up for the dive they later executed onto Quid when he was up there. So Cade, once again, kind of like tugging 100 Thieves around the map.
And as we see here, Quid's getting pushed out by Miru. Dragon's coming up in 20 seconds, and everything I know about Dragon setup says that you gotta have the advantage to really take control over it. Quid has not finished an item. Blade of the Rune King not available on Yone. Miru has picked up 3 kills and finished the Rod of Ages. So VKS actually have a pretty big advantage, a lot of that from their mid laner, if they want to stop the early objective stacking of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and it allows them to, again, really set up with side lanes. Rise is such a huge cheat sheet for that. So if they want to try to apply some pressure wherever they want in these side lanes, Miru can set it up.
Miru's actually getting really aggressive. Did not realize that there were 2 members of the Thieves backing up Quid. Flashes away, but the Fate Seal follow-up. Quid, does he have the damage? Shut down to River as VKS are trying to answer one back. The Samus was subjugated onto Quid. Not enough damage right now, but now River's the focus instead. 100 Thieves lose their jungler, but they trade it back as Quid will pick up the shutdown onto the Samus.
The action continues in the end.
Morteos jumps forward. Untouchable Shadow gets a lot of distance, but now the curtain call. Trimby trying to keep his AD carry alive. We've seen FBI bend the bullet before, not today.
He does end up chasing them out and end any sort of follow-up. The VKS kind of looked like they might want to try to get onto him as well.
As now we're back to the top line. I love that you stopped immediately, Emily, because every time we see Dokla, he starts doing something crazy. So far, okay, well, we just needed to wait a few seconds for Boal to actually go forward. Hollow Mist is used. Dokla actually has a window here to maybe go aggressive, but he's taking a lot of damage. Both have completed one item, but Boal feeling really confident.
Yeah, kind of critical. Some shutdowns going in that last little skirmish on the other side of the map. So it did chop down that gold lead that VKS had started to build up a little bit. 100 Thieves, this is what people know and love from them, is they continue to fight and continue to scrap their way back into games, especially early on in the split. In the North, we had a lot of stats around 100 Thieves still being able to win games when they were, a couple thousand gold behind and being able to find their big clutch team fights when they needed them most. Scrapping a little bit, getting some gold is the first step. Now they're just trading, of course, objectives. And will pick up their Dragon number 2 in exchange for that Rift Herald that was grabbed by VKS. But the Rift Herald can very quickly get turned into just real gold and kind of try and slingshot you ahead to some item spikes, whereas the Dragons are a little bit more delayed power there.
Yeah, and we'll see where VKS want to end up dropping that, as Boal is just going to be able to get this entire turret. Remnants on the top side, which gives them feats
feats of
overall
strength,
for
yeah.
first turret, since they already had Feat of Warfare from before.
And 100 Thieves picking up that third objective, set them up to maybe contest, but it was Herald. There's 2 lower health bar turrets. VKS had the priority around there, and they have the gold lead as well, 2,000. So 100 Thieves, yes, they are stacking up these dragons, but it's not going to be free for them to just continue to stack these up. Eventually, VKS will get to a point where they can use this gold lead, they can use a scaled rise to really push 100 Thieves off of these dragons.
Yeah, and for me, it's going to really rely on, okay, how are VKS going to set up this map with the Gwen, with the Rise, and then in response, 100 Thieves still have a lot of really good setup tools. They do have those 2 Drakes on their side as well, so they can force Cade to potentially contest them at a disadvantageous position. As we see Dokla and Boal kind of scrapping a little bit back and forth, but not much.
Yeah, I'd say one of the things 100 Thieves have to be most cognizant of is not over grouping with all these melee champions in low range, as VKS making a hard push here on mid lane. They should be able to get that turret no problem.
Yep. And that's a pillar into FBI, so that's flash needed to be used by the Thieves bot laner. Current call used, now the Fate Seal in, onto the carry, they got him! Morteus CC'd to oblivion.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about with this 100 Thieves comp.
Dokla wants some of that action as well, but Boal's actually winning out on the fight. The Ignite goes down. Dokla, perfect execution to safety.
Yeah, I mean, you get the Maokai ultimate from one side, and then the Yone comes in from the other side. 400 Thieves. They get another shutdown. This one onto the Yunara, and
Ayla's flashing in. Big engage under the turrets, but they're going to get another carry. Miru still alive. Quid changes that one fast. The Q3 for the kill. Desamis does get the kill onto FBI, but 100 Thieves did find the mid laner. Now they're looking at the top laner. Boal in trouble. He jumps back towards Desamis. Ayla headbutts him away. Says, no, we want the Gwen. Quid just can't get the damage. Boal gets over the wall with a skip and slash. VKS get their top laner out of there.
Was FBI taking tower shots there at the back?
I think he might have. Quid could be in some trouble. Q3's over the pillar, trying to get away. River trying to keep him alive, but the Arc of Judgment will slow him down. Morteus picks up a kill.
River with the sacrifice there goes to Peel to try and get Quid out. He does at that, but it gives over more gold here. The Yunara with the 2 items. This is why I was warning 100 Thieves about over clumping when they have all these melee champs. Yunara with a Runon's Hurricane complete can splash extra damage back even with the Qs onto the main target. This is going to go right into Otacon. They're just going to get this one for free. But yeah, Yunara can destroy clumped up champions, as can the Rise and the Gwen. So you have to be very careful about all that AoE.
And one thing you're seeing in a lot of these fights is it takes so long for them to kill Miru, right? He is, Rise is so deceptively tanky a lot of times, so when 100 Thieves are kind of going for these re-engages or really trying to push their advantage like they did in that mid lane, Cade are able to punish, and now they're in a really great spot, having taken down that mid-tier 1.
Maybe they find Miru. I mean, again,
Otacon.
they've tried this so many times. He's deceptively tanky. The Seraph Shield has been popped. Miru will go down. River with a kill. Credit Fate Seal not quite long enough to get onto Desamis, but they got the backup needed. The Thieves find 2 picks in the top lane.
And that was just them like recognizing, okay, we can potentially get this pick because we do have a numbers advantage on this side. Let's see if Morteus and Trimby want to try to get onto FBI.
Yeah, 100 Thieves just going full attack mode. They are full sending on every possible kill they can get here, trying to earn some money back. And yeah, they do give up the bottom side of the map, but when you have a successful side lane play like that, even if you overcommit 4 people, then you can still just get the tower on that side in trade, plus they got the kill. So that is tower gold as well, solo into the Yone, in addition to getting these kills.
Well, now look at where any gold lead is on 100 Thieves, right? They've chopped down VKS's gold lead, and a lot of it is because Yone is now 1.7, 1.6K ahead of the Rise. They've been getting this onto Quid. He's now 5-2-2 with more item completion in a much better spot.
Yeah, and he's used that money to fund his QSS, the anti-polymorph.
True.
Anti-polymorph button here for him, because Lulu can sometimes make it really difficult for these melee carries to operate. So They've got an extra little answer there. Dokla also spiking on an item as well. Shadow Flame completed for him. Extra kill pressure, extra execute damage for the Akali. 100 Thieves positioning like they might want to fight it.
They're not going to have priority over the midway. VKS get that, and they're already on the Dragons. So this is what we were talking about earlier. 100 Thieves got the first 2 Dragons, but Vivocade use their gold lead to ensure that they can get the third. Denied the stacking, slow down that Dragon Soul win condition for the Thieves, but 100 Thieves might still look for a re-engage. The pillar used to block Ayla's approach onto Miru. Nature's Wrath will go out. Little ambitious. All right, they're just wasting Desamus' time, but VKS do get to safety, and they also got the Dragon.
I feel like this too is 100 Thieves, right? Because they were just like, okay, like how do we look? How do we look for the fight angle? Can we throw out the Maokai ult? Can we maybe pick someone off on the back half? You could see that Dokla was kind of looking for the flank around the Dragon Pit. Doesn't end up working out, but Dokla should be able to clean up this bot tier 1. And again, this is 100 Thieves. This is what they want to do. They want to keep trying to go for these picks. They want to keep trying to get gold onto Quid, onto this Akali, so they can contest VKS.
Uh-oh, trailing Trundle here behind. River's there as well, so it's an even 2-on-2 at the moment.
Yeah. Dokla wasn't spotted, so with seeing Desamus, Dokla decides to just back off here, channeling the back. Let's see if he actually completes it, and there we go. So they'll let the wave crash high and then catch it there. But that was a moment where, again, every time we see Dokla, we have to wait to see what he's going to actually try and do, because he has played very aggressive from that first Blood solo kill to these team fights as well.
Well, in a lot of previous games, we've talked about how 100 Thieves, one of the things that got them here was Dokla's side lane pressure, was his ability to potentially play without a lot of prio on his side of the map from the rest of the team. However, VKS, I feel like through this series, has really taken advantage of that, and they have had a lot of really good picks in the side lanes in their first 2 games. And this composition does allow for that as well with the Ryze and the Gwen, as we see VKS kind of pushing really hard into this top side.
Yeah, Quid's just being denied some XP. He's going to have to catch his wave high as well. He's very close to 14, and Mirror's level 15 is because of the Rod of Ages, so Quid's not that far behind necessarily in XP, but he is behind. Miru is still, even though he's behind in gold, a threat. He's deceptively tanky, as you like to highlight, Emily, so 100 Thieves need to be careful if they're trying to make a play on that Ryze.
I also think what's been happening is that this gold lead has been slowly whittled away, right? Like 100 Thieves have kind of been able to catch a lot of this farm, catch a lot of these waves. We don't really have a massive advantage singularly on Cade outside of this Trundle, right? So, I mean, 100 Thieves have gotten themselves into a good spot if they don't kind of over-aggress and if they're able to set up a pick or some sort of team fight with the Jhin Maokai combo.
You know, when we're talking about 100 Thieves, I don't know if we can ever rely on them not getting over-aggressive, because that's just how this team likes to play the Rift. So far, though, it's been a very even game number for Vivocade. Stars know that 1 win, and they will have a rematch in the finals. 100 Thieves know that 1 loss. And they will have to call it quits for championship weekends. They'll be looking towards Worlds next, but obviously they would like a rematch versus FlyQuest as well. Let's see how they approach the Baron, because that's the next big objective on the Rift that these teams will be looking at.
I think as long as VKS are calm in their setup, then they should be good. And it's kind of on 100 Thieves, you know, to take a decent amount of damage, and also doesn't even get the ward. But it's kind of on 100 Thieves to take the initiative and kind of take the opportunity here if they see anyone out of position, because there's a lot here on the side of VKS that does build very well if things are too straightforward and head on. So 100 Thieves gonna have to get a little bit more creative and keep, you know, using that aggressive look to their advantage. At the moment, though, VKS doing a very good job clearing out vision and setting up for the arrival of the next Dragon. Takeaway jungle camps first.
Dragon's going to be up in 45 seconds. This is where I like to do inventory of items. Actually, as I say that, 100 Thieves have multiple members up by the parents, so we'll have to keep our eyes on that. But FBI, 3 items completed. Same for Morteos. At that time, he does get the ward. Here are a couple cheers from the audience. Trimby to polymorph him away. But another thing to highlight is that Vivocade, something that the Lounge said going into game from Champ Select was there's not great engage. There's not a true frontline. And Desamis doesn't have great stats to steal unless Ayla's already ulting, I suppose. But even then, like, it's redemption. It's mostly health that they're building. AP on the Maokai.
Yeah, I think their focus is going to be on kind of kiting back on the Yone and Akali openers, and can they keep Morteus up and DPSing the entire time, because that Yunara is kind of built for this. Quid, though, he is getting close to Infinity Edge, and him being this hope for 100 Thieves on the Yone, kind of a signature champion for him, and him being the one with the big gold lead here, if 100 Thieves can get him that extra money to IE, will be massive. The fight is going to happen now, though, because Dragon has arrived.
Well, Wild's already started it up. Desamis is nearby. 100 Thieves don't have mid priority. They actually have Quid still on that. Ayla's trying to keep Desamis away. Subjugate has gone down. Ultimate's thrown out. Nature's Grasp going to buy some space. Quid's in over the flank. Fate Seal misses on the Morteus. Only hits Trimby. He's rooted down. Dokla's able to pick one up, but Quid's already been traded. Morteus is unleashed. Dokla's trying to get onto the AD carry. He's polymorphed as well. VKS are dancing around the fight, keeping their AD carry alive. Triple kill to Miru.
What a really nice repositioning all coming out of Miru. VKS absolutely ran over that fight, how 100 Thieves wanted to set it up, and now they're on the Baron.
One of those tough moments where, again, Quid not quite hitting the Fate Seal onto the target. Morteus was relatively untouched. Miru gets the kills, but again, watch how much damage and this focus that Yunara has on her.
Yeah, and VKS here, so kiting back during Maokai ultimate, Dismiss, and Boal into the pit. But the rest of the three of them there on the top side, you said, looking at Quid coming for the engage, Morteus is able to dodge it, and so he's able to stay alive. Doko's like, I gotta get in there, I gotta finish him off, but VKS are able to keep him up. Miru comes up big, picking up the last there, getting the triple kill for himself. The Yunara is big, the Rise is big, and VKS have claimed the Baron in a must-win game for 100 Thieves. They are looking like their chances are dwindling.
And this Lulu is actually very quietly doing so much work. Trimby is hitting some really clutch polymorphs onto Quid, onto Dokla whenever they want to come in. We saw absolutely stuffed Dokla when he was trying to get in to potentially hop onto Morteus and take him out of that fight. And they're really now dismantling 100 Thieves, proving the power of the South, right? Like everyone kind of from our side coming in was like, you know what? They got absolutely stomped by FlyQuest. 100 Thieves have kind of run rampant through the other two LTA South teams. VKS are absolutely showing up and proving their merit.
All right, 100 Thieves are going to look to defend this turret as Nature's Grasp will go out, but VKS will just back off. The root only lands on the one member, and they can just restart the siege. This team, I'm even going to go back further, Emily, back to Split 1, where not a single South team was able to pick up a series win. Now fast forward to here. They got a series win. VKS is now pushing 100 Thieves. They're on their base's door, ready to break down these turrets. This would be a huge win for Vivocade, who again didn't quite show up versus FlyQuest. They want to show that that was a fluke and that they can get their rematch.
Yeah, they talked about it immediately after, Trimby really looking forward to a rematch with FlyQuest so that they can, show some good games and prove that they can hang there as well. Of course, they got some scrims with FlyQuest recently too, practicing up and looking quite good here today. So they're definitely headed that way, especially because Yunara, on top of everything that she already had, also working towards her Infinity Edge. So, but Quid, that hope there for 100 Thieves. They're still looking for some really big bursty play. They're trying to put down some control wards, maybe look for an angle to pick somebody off as VKS try and play the map.
We still have pick tools from 100 Thieves. They can still try and find these big engages, but we've seen how difficult it is with Trimby on the Lulu. Not one member of the Thieves can actually kill Morteus. They're going to need multiple members. Instead, it's Boal actually the focus here. The Gwen still very healthy. Trimby does use the ultimate, and now they picked up Desamis with a bit of the Maokai ultimate. Dokla's on top of him, but he's still so healthy. They can't kill the Trundle. Quid, does he have the damage? Desamis walks away. They turn the attention on the Morteus. They get the AD carry. They're looking at Miru.
the Thieves need. Ayla will fall, so will Miru. Thieves find their play.
Oh my gosh, this game has suddenly been turned on its head. Quid, we talked about, okay, he is the guy who has to pop off, coming up absolutely clutch for 100 Thieves there and stopping this VKS push.
Let's see how much they can get out of it. I mean, this tower is literally one damage away from getting taken down, so they do get that objective, plus the gold from all the kills. But 100 Thieves here have to keep on looking for more of these types of opportunity. Again, they were looking in their jungle from the very beginning, trying to make it scrappy, and you see the Maokai ult from the top side, split them off, and separated the Trundle, which Dokla decides, you know what, this is our chance. We put the pressure on here, and that opens up the follow-up play.
Yeah, and I think that is the big thing here, right? Because it separates out Cade enough for Quid to go in, completely assassinate Morteus. He's been such a huge problem in these fights. They clean up Miru on the back half. And again, Quid is the guy. Golden Glue is losing his mind.
He's not going to have that much hair by the end of today. I'm going to call it right
Not if he keeps pulling at it like that.
Not if he keeps pulling at it. 5 seconds for the Dragon to spawn, though, and 100 Thieves are ready for another fight. This has been nothing but fights. And I'm loving it so far. That damage from Quid, can he do it again? The Dragon has spawned again. This is the stacking from 100 Thieves, but now answered by VKS. 2-2 on the board here. It's going to come down maybe to a smite fight. Desamis throws out the pillar. Now Boal goes over the wall here. Was looking for the flank. Big damage on the Quid. The needlework has gone through. And 100 Thieves were pushed back from the objective. Dragon goes over. Ayla, flash engage. Quid looking for the bait seal. It lands on the multiple members, but not enough damage. Followed up for the kill. Now FBI in some trouble. Pillar lands. Flash away. River goes back in, but the team just wasn't quite there to follow up. Dokla now still in the Twilight Shroud. Big damage. Boal just deletes Ayla, but will fall to FBI. Dokla finds the miracle double kill as FBI's got Quid behind him. Chasing down to Samus. The sapling for the slow. River for the kill. 17-17 in 34 minutes. 100 Thieves win the fight.
100 Thieves never give up. They never say die. They keep on fighting.
Just when I was gonna be like, okay, that team fight is over, right? This is what happens when you meet VKS in a 5v5. Quid gets polymorphed there. Tons of damage taken out onto him. They get the Drake. I'm like, all right, VKS are just gonna be able to clean up this fight. No, Ayla goes back in. Fate Seals lands, like you said, doesn't do enough damage, but then keep your eyes on Dokla because he is still full health and he recognizes some priority targets to be able to take out on the back half of this fight.
They're Dokes!
That was a highlight reel play right there. The patience in the Shroud into the killer instinct to get Morteus, get a double kill on top.
In the biggest games, in the biggest series, that's what it comes down to, is really clutch plays when you need
we're right
it the
back
most.
to live. Every time out of a replay, 100 Thieves are on the Baron. Desamis can't get in. It's going to come down to a fight here, but Dokla's back. Boal has a flank. FBI's down. Fate Seal whiffs. 100 Thieves in trouble. Ayla's out of there. Dokla, perfect execution over the wall, but Morteus follows for the double kill. Quid dies. The Thieves crumble at the Baron. Triple kill to Morteus.
Triple kill to Morteus just when it was looking like it was going to come up 100 Thieves' way. That is what happens with a straight up 5v5 kill. VKS are barreling down mid. They have proven themselves. They will take out 100 Thieves as the pride of the LTA South.
Death timers are too long. VKS, they want a rematch versus FlyQuest. Brazil strikes first in Dallas. Vivo Cade Stars are going to finals.
Congrats to Vivo Cade Stars. I think everyone from our side was really surprised by how much this team, how different this team looked, right? Like, this is the team we were kind of expecting to see. The way they played the map, the way they dragged 100 Thieves, forced them to come to Cade. Congratulations, you have earned your rematch with the raid bosses of the LTA in FlyQuest.
I know they're really looking forward to that one. and FlyQuest as well, waiting in the finals, the final boss there. But well done to VivoGate Stars. Take a bow.
3-1, well-earned victory over 100 Thieves, the second seed, and VivoGate Stars again showing the promise, showing what they are capable of.
I mean, Morteos, the rookie this year, Miru joining the team for this first split, and it really all coming together here for this team when they need it the most.
Yeah, and we kind of heard it from Morteus in a few of the interviews we saw with him, right, where he's like, I think this could be, the crowd could be against me, but I'm kind of used to it because some of our fans down in Brazil are so crazy. And as we see 100 Thieves, their miracle run comes to an end, but we will see them at Worlds. And honestly, like, props to them, their improvement, their glow up, adding Dokla to the team. This team was so much fun to watch.
The heist for the LTA Championship trophy has ended, but the heist for the Worlds trophy is still on the table. But today it's celebrating VivoGate Stars, the team that gets their rematch because, again, 3-0'd by FlyQuest. I know 100 Thieves also struggled against FlyQuest, but it was closer. And everybody you talked to is for VivoGate's side was saying that's not as good as this team is. But I want to hear how they feel about their performance. We got Jet on stage with Trimby for an interview.
Thank you, Trimby. An unexpected game, at least for a lot of the fans here. How do you feel after the 3-1?
Honestly, pretty amazing, yeah. It's nice to win against NA, actually, in a best of 5, especially on their soil. I think it's nice, but yeah, FlyQuest is a different beast, and definitely, you know, we still need to come prepared for tomorrow.
What were your expectations going into this weekend? I know you got to play the best of 5 against FlyQuest, didn't get to play against the 2 and 3 seeds. Now, after playing 100 Thieves, were you expecting to make it through, or how are you thinking about today's matchup?
Nah, I think we expected to go through, I'll be honest. Yeah, I do think we had good players into matching into 100 Thieves. I think, of course, some games were a bit shaky, right? We had like a game where we didn't really do much and that they just kind of stumped us. But outside of it, I think we played really well. I think teammates stepped up massively too. And yeah, I know, I'm really happy with that, and I hope we can actually show a little bit more to FlyQuest and actually make it like extremely competitive.
I know you're one of the leaders of VKS. Talk to me a bit about the teammates that you feel like stepped up the most today for the victory.
I think the calmest, I would say, was Mortius, probably. Even as a rookie, it felt like, you know, he felt extremely comfortable just playing, you know. It felt like it was just his home, and it was way better than in an arena in Sao Paulo or in LA, right? Like here with so many people, it just feels nicer, right? And it's extremely comfortable, I'd say, too.
I know when I had you on Pros, you were talking about at Worlds, if people are underestimating you, you want to use that to your advantage. Do you think there was any level of that today with 100 Thieves maybe looking forward to FlyQuest?
From the predictions, at least, that I saw, yeah, definitely. And I'm really happy that I could use that. And yeah, I mean, I guess I got a little bit into their head. Like game 4, they started banning Ivan for some reason. I don't know. They're really scared of the support Ivan, and hopefully I can pull something like this tomorrow too.
All right, congratulations, Trimby. I want to just ask you, any thoughts going into the FlyQuest series tomorrow to maybe win the LTA Championship?
We did play some scrims against FlyQuest, and we did really well, I would say. So I really hope that on stage we can also showcase it.
Okay, Trimby, thank you for joining us. Congratulations once again, winning in hostile territory. We'll see you tomorrow against FlyQuest, and we're going to send it up to the desk.
Guys, no one would have expected a 3-1 victory off of VivoGate Stars.
You were yelling at me for giving them a game.
Yes, I was.
At the beginning of the day.
I took it back immediately.
I know, I saw you flip-flopping.
Yes, I did.
But yeah, I mean, just coming off the cast, I think the biggest difference for me was honestly like their cross-map play and their actual macro. Like it really leveled up from what we saw from them against FlyQuest. I know Trimby touched upon it in this interview. We talked about it on Pros. Every time we've talked to Cade, it was like they were all like, we want this rematch because this was not us at our best. We want a chance to prove ourselves, and I think they did it here today against 100 Thieves.
I think the biggest thing was just them shutting down River and Quid to an extent, at least, in this whole series. I think they had good early games. There was the one game on the Pantheon. We got the Blue Buff level 1, stayed behind, and then this game with the level 1 invade himself. He kind of like did the same thing to him in a different way. Like, he invaded him on the red buff instead, and I think he junked him out, got him out of the jungle. But the whole game was a mess, and then it just felt like Quid and River didn't have the impact they normally have, thanks to Miro Decimus playing well.
Yeah, I agree. I think in the one game we saw 100 Thieves actually do well. It was with a lot of early skirmishing and River, visiting the Silas, getting him in a really good position, and them taking over the game from there. So we talked about how important mid jungle was at the beginning of the day, and Decimus and Miru did really well. But right now we are going to join Jat and Dokla on stage for an interview.
Thank you, Dokla. Unfortunately, your LTA Championship comes to an end today. The fans still extremely supportive. How do you feel about the journey of 100 Thieves to this point?
All right, there's a lot on my mind right now. It's like, it sucks that we lost, but like perspective-wise, we weren't even supposed to be here, so still just happy that we made it here. Obviously, we wanted to go further. And yeah, the crowd's been actually amazing. I've been getting so many fans from they're all yelling for me. So that's the best part of this weekend. All right, calm down. And then, thanks everyone for coming out. I'm just grateful that I'm here and playing in front of the stage.
Thank you for doing this interview as well. I know it's a crushing defeat. I mean, what can you feel like you can take from this? I know it's only been 5 minutes since the Nexus fell, but what can you take from this moving forward towards Worlds? Because your year's not done.
Don't die 6 times on Cassante or something, but I think for our first 2 games, we were just not as synced as like we wanted to be. And then game 3, and then it went fell, and then game 4. I don't know. I'm still like stun locked from like we just wiped them into instant lose game combo. That was a tough one to swallow, but yeah, well, I don't know. We'll be scrimming the Worlds team, so I'm sure that's gonna be good practice for us, and hopefully we have better showing.
Yeah, I feel like you guys made such growth, and you individually as well, going from not on a team to LTA Championship. It's amazing. I just feel like you get so much recognition for that. I want to just give you a chance to say anything else you want to say to the fans or the audience at home.
Thank you to all the fans. Thank you to my Twitch chat. They've been bugging me about that. And thank you for coming out and cheering for us, especially. Yeah, it sucks we didn't win today, but VKS Stars is a strong team, and I think the finals will be good tomorrow as well.
Okay, Dokla, thank you very much. Good luck at Worlds. You've had a great year. We're going to send it back up to the lounge to finish out the day.
That just keeps getting bigger, by the way. Welcome back, Kobe. Yay! What are your thoughts, of course, immediately coming out of that interview?
I feel like Dokla. I'm still shocked from we came out of a replay, and then I'm watching them take Baron, and I'm getting excited, but then I'm like, uh-oh, VKS is approaching, and they insta-wipe them into end the game. It is a bit of whiplash there, but I like the sentiment, Dokla came with, which was a lot of gratefulness for the ride that they have had, because this 100 Thieves, at the beginning of the split, like they were at the bottom and nobody was looking at this team, to climb as high as they did. And so really impressive journey that they have had, and especially for him individually, going from no team into coaching role and then into playing on the field as well, and just like completely changing how the 100 Thieves team even looks on the Rift. So definitely a round of applause for him. Well done, and the 100 Thieves journey doesn't quite end yet.
Yeah, and as we continue to talk about them, of course, and sing the praises of VKS Stars, I just want to let people know that we're going to be hearing from VKS Stars and FlyQuest in a press conference on stage right after the broadcast, so stick around for that one. It's going to be pretty fun to be able to hear from them before tomorrow's games. But yeah, it's great to see from Dokla, of course. Hearing the interview, of course, the idea of like not even supposing to be here, even specifically for Dokla himself as he came in as a coach, and then gets to be on the stage like this. And shock and awe, because like that triple kill on Akali, I was like, the game is back! It's all back! And so I'm excited to see what they're able to do at Worlds.
Yeah, and even though it didn't work out, I actually thought this draft was like super fun, super creative, exactly kind of what I want to see coming out of 100 Thieves. And if they can leverage that prowess between Dokla and Quid, being able to share some champions, flex them mid and top to get better matchups, I think it does bode well for them to potentially make some noise at Worlds. We'll see.
Yeah. What are you thinking about VKS chances versus FlyQuest in a rematch now, Sven?
Bro.
I still think FlyQuest is heavily favored. I think VKS kind of know that down deep inside. They still know it. Scrim results aren't always that important. Trust me, I know a lot about that. I think FlyQuest is favored, but I think you shouldn't underestimate the amount of like momentum and confidence you get from a series like this on stage. And you know, even like just being on stage, having warmed up on stage, have your gear set right, and like the feeling of the crowd, the noise, the stage, everything. It really does matter a lot more than you think. So, you know, never say never, but I do think FlyQuest wins at 3-1, 3-0.
That's true, and also I feel like if it's going to be a player that is going to be super important for VKS going into that series, it's going to be the player of the series for this one. It's going to be Miru. Miru had an insane series. It was not just him. Of course, it was. I felt like it was a bit of a debate between him and Desamis.
Yeah.
Mid jungle has been a primary focus in this series.
Yeah, and I think it came down to what Sven said earlier, right? Like they were able to shut down Quid and River. This was kind of something we were potentially highlighting as a mismatch. And Miru and Desamis both did super, super well as we see the Miru Akali highlights from game 1, landing all of those charms, opening up so much space for Morteus to go pop off on the back half of this fight on the Kai'Sa. It was just really awesome to see him come out and have such a strong performance, because as we talked about, if we'd had separate MVPs, he absolutely would have been the MVP of and Player of the Year for the South.
Yeah, and he actually won split number 1 on Isurus Astral, a different team in LTA South, and then joins here in split number 3 for VKS and is able to win it for them in the South there on a different team. Very impressive player, definitely the best mid laner in the South, and big stuff from him. I also like Trimby kind of shouting out Morteus as being a rookie on the big stage too, and kind of handling that pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Miru too, because seeing some of his interviews in the South, like he carries a lot of love and support from the fans from both Latin America and Brazil. Because you're right, like the fact that he was on Isurus Astral. Before that, in 2023, he was on Rainbow 7, made Worlds appearance, and MSI appearance. Like, the big support from the community is there, and he gets to basically be in the finals versus FlyQuest to get his get back. So I'm interested in that one. I'm going to ask you about Quad versus Miru on that matchup in particular.
Yeah, I think Quid and Miru are very similar. They're like the melee champions, Akali, Yone, you know, Galio, fish fighting with Silas, that kind of thing. But Quad is not like that at all. He likes to play control mages, play a slow, disciplined playstyle. So it's a very different matchup than today. I want to see if Miru can match that, if he can play the same style, the slow scaling style that Quad likes to play.
Let's take a look at the bracket, because why not? We're one day away. One day away.
When else are we going to take a look at the bracket?
The grand
You're
finals.
absolutely right.
I love looking at the bracket, especially taking a look at the pathway from Vivo K-Stars. A lot of people, myself included, thought it was just going to be a 3-0 into like 0-3 into 0-3. That did not happen at all.
So the only reason why I would have predicted a different one is because we had Inspired on the dive, and he was like, yeah, we've been scrimming VKS, and they beat us in a bunch of scrims. Like he changed his prediction from 100 Thieves, like 3-1, into a full 5 games. This hat is not big enough.
Yeah, this hat
that's the problem.
Fit over
a bigger hat?
I need, or maybe my
hat, you take this hat.
It won't fit over the, it won't fit over the.
But I'm very excited now.
Like terrorizing us over here. Actually, wait, this weirdly makes me look like, I don't know.
You're from the Toy Stories,
unironically. Yeah, what the heck? Anyway, that's it for us. But we will be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific for Vivo K-Stars versus FlyQuest. Stay tuned for the finalist press conference in a few minutes. Stay tuned, see what they have to say.
Check it out.
See you tomorrow.
A big moment for both of these teams on stage today. The last heist of the Thieves versus the last chance for Brazil. The Kings of the South versus the Thieves of the North. It's Vivo K-Stars versus 100 Thieves.
I have full. Look. Okay. We can win. Abessa no ult. Abessa no ult. First target. Maybe can win. First target. Kill Abessa. First target. Can win. Lucian. Sorry. Okay. Look. Yeah. Kill. Yeah, kill.
If you talk to the Brazilian fans, if you talk to the Brazilian players, they weren't happy with how things went last weekend. But this weekend, VKS will take first game in Dallas.
Come here. He might take look.
Oh, they're on me.
Try to run. try to. We're going. Yeah, we can win. Let's fucking go. Smolder first, okay? Look, Smolder is the carry. I'm ulting behind. Yes, fight. Keep them up. Good job. Aurora. VKS took their 0-3 to FlyQuest personally, and they look to right those wrongs. 2-0 start to VKS.
I think we can find after now. Look, Yone sees it. Help. I can ult.
G is dead. Let's go! Brazil strikes first in Dallas. Vivo Gate Stars are going to finals.
Giant like a titan, ready for combat, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors, rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers, standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire, we will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we can touch the sky, we can make the sky, we'll make the rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us. Yeah. The arena, wild animals. We alive, we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire. We will blow your mind. Yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. my way, leaving my opponents in disarray. You didn't know what you're learning today. Learning today. So you wanna try me? Nah. You know I get grimy. Nah. You're not gonna tie me down. So how do you like me now? Now is the time. The iron is hot and I'm ready to strike. Finding my flame, I ain't dimming my light. But haters gonna hate and play with your psyche. Them man not like me. I weather the storm cause I'm thunder and lightning. I worry them rightly, cause those who've been defeated cannot advise me. Be quiet. Rest your head cause your talent's retired. Your performance leaves so much to desire. You can conspire to bring me down, but you hear that sound? Yeah, it's getting loud, cause this is my crowd and we're getting rowdy. Here's a man cause you're lost around me. I'm the MVP, the GOAT, I ain't never choked. I'm the champ and you've seen the receipt. So you wanna try me? Nah. You know I get grimy.
Hey, welcome back. This is the LTA Championship press conference. We have both FlyQuest and VKS, #1 seeds from both the South and the North, also going to be having a rematch here in the finals. And also, we got a nice audience here as well. This is new for my press conference experience. We're going to take some questions from media to start things off.
Yeah.
Hey guys, Cloud Sitke here. My question for FlyQuest is for Quad. I want to know what you thought of like the mid lane play this series. If there's something that like impressed you, and if you have any fighting words for your counter mid laner.
Honestly, before for me, like LTA South mid liner, I didn't respect, but after I play against them, scream, and then now I respect, and then they actually play really well. And also, I watching them game, so they're good. So, but I need to respect and then play. Yeah.
Feel free to ask a follow-up question as well if you want.
Follow-up question. This is actually for Trimby. I wanted to know how you felt just playing in this environment in North America, and then any fighting words you have for Inspired.
When it comes to, I think it was quite comfortable here to play. I was not so comfortable, I would say, and I think it came to my game too. Felt like I had some problems at first, and I think throughout the series. But I think I don't know, the arena feels really amazing at the end of the day. It reminds me of Malmo, not gonna lie to in a second, because it was also a hockey stadium. So I think that's why it's just so nice. And of course, fans, we could hear them all the time, especially when 100 Thieves were winning. But yeah, that's one way to put it. When it comes to worst Inspired, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to flame him. I feel like we flamed each other enough in 21, I guess. Not so much, a little bit. But I guess that's it. I don't know. Now we're really cool. So I generally just wanna like, I mean, I wouldn't say beat the shit out of him in game. In game. I just wanna have good games and yeah, possibly win against them. That's for sure.
Any response, Inspired?
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take our next question.
Hello, gentlemen. Congratulations to VKS on your guys' win today. I'm Brendan Roman. I'm with LTA South. And my first question is for Miryu. You guys, just picked up Miryu this split, and it feels like he's gelled incredibly fast. What has allowed you to fit in with this VKS roster so quickly and like excel and just go to such heights so fast?
You understand or not?
Can you hear me? Like you said, what make you made the team so good in so little time?
Yeah, why you play so good here so fast?
So fast all the time.
Oh, you don't know.
I don't know.
It's just good.
It's just I come to BKS, but BKS is both people is already perfect players. So yeah, already good. I don't know how to say it. Sorry.
Perfect answer.
Would anyone want to also chime in on how Miryu has integrated himself so fast in your perspective? For Boal or Decimus?
I think since he joined VKS, he's been really good at helping the team bond. I think in-game and out-game, he's a really good person, and he helps us a lot when it comes to personality, and also in-game. I think he also helps everyone to be a better player. And I think he's also someone that everybody likes to be around, and it helps us a lot to have more confidence and more synergy, I think.
That's excellent. Follow-up question or?
Because my next question would be kind of to anyone on FlyQuest, as you guys have seen the LTA South kind of accelerate through this split 3 playoffs. You had seen that LTA South hasn't picked up, that many international wins in the past, and now all of a sudden they're, starting to be very competitive with the North. Is that changed how you guys approach your preparation? Are you guys more excited to play the South teams and, prepare yourself for Worlds that way?
I'm very excited for the South. I think they've been playing pretty good League of Legends. I think ultimately what's really important when you're the favorite is to make sure that everyone else, you take everyone equally serious, and you, especially when you have an easy series, that you don't get complacent. Because I think that from the last series, especially as someone that watched the series, I didn't actually get to play in it. It was really apparent that I feel like they were out of their comfort zone. So I think that disrespecting them and coming in thinking this will be a free win tomorrow would be a grave mistake. That's why I think all of us on FlyQuest are taking them very seriously, and we intend to play our best game.
I think a related question that I also have, I can just chime it in here from Maze Esports is, Whippo, did you expect to face a Brazilian team in the grand final?
I didn't expect to face them, but honestly, I did think it was a real possibility. I find that they have pretty good matchups coming into 100 Thieves. I think, obviously, 100 Thieves is a super mid-jungle oriented team, and I think that their mid-jungle is their strongest point, personally. And then, from my experience, I felt like 100 Thieves, from their top side, like they're not used to having like a large gap in top side, just from bot lane. And I felt like VKS's bot lane did a great job today making sure that FBI and Ayla didn't have that much impact.
That's great. Next question from the media.
My question is to Busio. Oh, hi, I'm here, by the way. So, Busio, Masu is known to often overcook steaks and set off the fire alarm. So would you say VKS is more or less cooked versus you guys than a Masu steak?
Wait, what? He made...
I would say more cooked, honestly. Because Masu recently has been making pretty fire steaks, perfectly cooked. The first couple ones, there was room for improvement, but now they're pretty good, so yeah.
Living together.
Interesting.
Put the fire alarm.
And I have a question for Miryu. You have really clear skin. What is a skincare routine?
Skincare routine. You have good one, I know.
Skincare?
Yeah. Yes.
He
asked you what you do.
I just wake up and
No.
shower and nothing. I have no idea. But
Secret tech.
He's got a lot of products, I'll be honest with you. He does have quite a bit. I don't know which, because I don't use, but he's got quite a bit.
He's a good-looking guy.
Definitely.
Do we have any more questions from media?
Yeah, this is Cloud Sitki again. My question's for Boao. Like what Bippo was saying, last week you guys felt very uncomfortable on stage and you didn't necessarily play to the best of your abilities. And then you came to an even bigger stage and you played a lot better. So how did you guys adapt from last week kind of falling under the pressure to this week, really playing to that pressure?
I think after we won in Brazil, I feel like as a team, we started underperforming a little bit. And of course, when we faced Fly, that's a really strong opponent, we played pretty poorly and we had a tough series. So I think these last weeks of practice that we had, we've been getting back to our normal skills and etc. So I think it's not even a matter about the stage. I think everybody was pretty excited to play here. And I think last week we were really underperforming. I mean, I'm not saying that normally we would win, but for sure we would have showed a much better League of Legends. And I think this last week we managed to improve a lot also and learn new stuff. So I'd say I think we're much more prepared now also.
We actually have a fan question.
Yeah. Sounds good.
I have a quick question for the Zummies. When you won CB LOL, you took your shirt off. So I wanted to know if today why you didn't, and if and when we win tomorrow, you're gonna do the same.
I kind of wanted to, but I got fined, so I don't want to do this anymore. It's kind of risky. Riot is
they're on top of him.
Yeah, they're on top of me right now, so I don't want to do this kind of stuff,
Okay, that's fair. I asked you earlier about this as well. Is there a reason you often do not have a shirt on?
Tem algum motivo para você estar sempre sem camisa?
I just feel comfortable without shirt. That's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have one last question also for Morteus. I think Coach CL made it kind of clear from the beginning that it was always the plan to bring you up from academy, and we could always see the talent that was there. Is that what gives you the confidence to like make those plays and go forward? You've played exceptionally well in this split. You never shied away from taking a fight, and especially the Kaisa game I think exemplifies your willingness to go forward today. So is knowing that your coach and your team has your back like what lets you have the confidence to make those plays?
For sure, the faith Chris puts on me helps a lot, but I think was a big growth I had to have this year. Was a tough year on the start, but I learned a lot, and especially with Smiley moving to the coach staff, I think he actually helped me a lot too. But I think all comes to team confidence, and everyone helps opening space and things like this. So it's just about experience, and I feel like I'm growing every day. So it's just all these things together.
Thank you. We're going to go to some online questions now as well. This question is for anyone on VKS. It's from other Thieves on socials. So since split 1 of LTA South until now, how have you felt that Brazil has evolved as a region? And this could be for anyone.
Yeah, first split we didn't play too much. We only played 2 best-of-3s, and we ended up 8. So we had a lot of time to prepare for everything. It took us a long time to truly understand what was missing and what we needed to focus on. And I think coming into split 3, of course, outside of acquiring Miru on mid-lane position, I feel like we grew a lot around how we wanted to truly play the game and what steps we wanted to take. Because at first it just felt like everyone was just playing their own game, and it's still the case for sure. I feel like Brazil is it's their quite big thing outside that everyone plays their game, and if it works, it looks amazing. But if it doesn't, everything goes pretty bad. And I think for us, it helps a lot that we can actually listen to each other and make sure that we try to listen to each other, because it's not possible all the time, I feel like, because we still want to make sure we play good League of Legends the way we look at it individually. But I think it's good that we are pretty much on the same page with how we want to play throughout most of the game.
Thank you. Next question from social media is from Silhouette, and this one is for Masu and Busio. It is, what would you say to your younger self in regards to where you are now? Masu gets the deep, introspective question.
It is a pretty deep question. I wouldn't say anything different than from what I thought when I first started. I think I would tell myself to keep a good mindset and always learn from those around me, and just try to learn from every game. And there are times where we might go to an international, or there are times where there's a bad week of scrims, and to not let those times make you lose your confidence or slow you down, but instead just learning why you're not playing as well as usual, or just learning from your mistakes.
Busio?
Honestly, a pretty similar thing. The biggest one would be zoom out, if you're having a bad day, bad scrim game, bad week, it's important to just zoom out and understand you just have to take away what you can, and this individual moment is not that important.
Thank you very much for those responses. This is a question from Broadcast for Decimus. Inspired was voted Player of the Year. 1, do you think Inspired deserved the award? And tomorrow, how do you make sure that you put up a good performance?
I think he deserved the award. He played really well, this year, at least everything I watched from them. And I don't know about the second question. I will just try to play my game, do my own performance and play good as a team.
Thank you very much. And this is a question from Maze Esports for Morteus. What do you feel you weren't able to do against FlyQuest the first time that you were able to do today and can maybe do in the rematch?
1 second.
Think about it. No, he's thinking about it.
Não tô pensando. To be honest, I don't know. I think we just got outplayed as a team too. Today we were much better, like playing on our turns. I think against FlyQuest they are very good playing defensive. So when I was like strong, I couldn't like get much. So I think today we could like get more advantages. I think that's it.
Thank you. Similar question for Decimus. After your first match against FlyQuest, many didn't consider your team the favorites to even reach the finals. So how excited are you to face FlyQuest again for a rematch? And what's different this time around that can help you secure the win?
I think right now we're playing much better as a team. I think, like as Ball said, after we won finals, we were a bit relaxed. And when we lost to them, it was like, a wake-up call for us, you know, because we were playing so bad. We got 3-0 like shit. So we started try-harding a lot more on scrims. And I think we're gonna play much better tomorrow than we played last time, you know.
Thank you. And I think, final question, this one's from me inspired. It feels like you've been dominating the region for the whole year. Player of the Year, MVP, first place. How do you stay motivated and not get complacent?
I don't really think about it. That's how. I just play the game, and it happened to be that we are just winning, and we haven't lost like really important series this year. So I think the key to that is to keep playing your game and just don't really take it like too seriously. Because as long as you're winning and as long as you're confident in your own game and the way you want to play and you want your team to play, I think as long as it's working, I think you just need to stick to it and be confident.
Thank you very much. Just want to confirm we're done with questions.
Yeah, I think the only thing left is VKS, any message to the Brazilian fans at home? It can be in Portuguese.
Yeah, I was not expecting this, but I just wanted to thank everybody. I saw many Brazilian people here, so it's really cool to see that you guys are trying really hard to support us. And I know it's going to be a hard match, but we are for sure going to show a much better game tomorrow, so keep cheering for us, and thank you very much.
And FlyQuest, any last words to your fans?
Sue!
Okay, thank you everyone for joining the LTA Championship press conference. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for the show. We're going to have waiting room 1 hour before the games, and then games start at 1 PST, 4 Eastern time. See you then.
So many questions.